Chapter 1047. At the same time, on the shore of the island, a young man wearing only underpants sneaked into the island. It was none other than Wang Zicheng. He stood on a small hillside, looking at the center of the island. The fluctuations have stopped. The battle is really over, but I don't know who won. But no matter who won, I have to be careful. He muttered a few words in a low voice and lurked in the direction of the volcano. Along the way, he was particularly careful, afraid of making the slightest noise. He also thought that no one knew that he had sneaked into the island. However, he did not know that soon after entering the island, someone was secretly watching him. After a while, Wang Zicheng came near the volcano, hid behind a rock, and looked in front. Damn, it's so tragic. When he saw the broken ground near the volcano, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. And on the ground, there were bits and pieces of bones and flesh everywhere. The smell of blood was pungent, as if it was a sure hell. There are so many bones, it should be those 10 people. Where's Ancestor Mu's brother? Why don't I see him? Forget it, let's go and see the alchemy fire first. Wang Zicheng walked out from behind the rock, looked around for a while, and ran toward the crater of the volcano. The volcano had disappeared, but the magma continued to erupt. He stood at the edge of the crater, looked down, carefully sensed for a while, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Fortunately, the alchemy fire is still there." "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, a suspicious voice came from behind him. Wang Zicheng's body stiffened, slowly turned around, and saw the inner demon's Qin Feiyang standing behind him. "Brother Mu, where did you go just now? I couldn't find you for a long time, I was worried sick." He asked with a concerned look, but his expression was very unnatural. "Is that so? Then why are you sneaking around like a thief?" The inner demons teased. "Oh no, did he find out long ago?" Wang Zicheng's body and mind tightened, and he smiled awkwardly. "I'm afraid of those 10 people." The inner demons mocked. "They've already been killed. Their bones are all here." Wang Zicheng glanced at the skeletons on the ground and said in admiration, "Big Brother Mu is truly unparalleled. This little brother admires you." The inner demons chuckled. "You flatter me. Actually, I admire you. You're the first one who dares to play tricks in front of me." "Me? Playing tricks?" Wang Zicheng panicked and quickly waved his hand. No, Big Brother Mu, what are you talking about? How could I dare to play tricks in front of you? Do you know? Often, people who think they are very smart are actually stupid idiots. You are such a person." The inner demon's eyes turned cold. They pressed Wang Zicheng to the ground and said, "Brat, you're lucky. If it weren't for your talent and potential, you would have turned into a pile of bones." After saying that, he stepped on Wang Zicheng's back, immobilizing him. Then he formed a seal with both hands, and an enslavement seal quickly appeared and entered the top of Wang Zicheng's head. "Ah!" Wang Zicheng howled miserably and said in shock and anger, "Big Brother Mu, what did you do to me? I wonder if you've heard of the enslavement seal? Right now, your little life is already in my hands. If you dare to be presumptuous, I will kill you. But don't be depressed, because you're not the first. Viper, Dan Wangkai, and Black Monkey have all become my slaves." The inner demons lifted his foot and released Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng immediately got up and looked at the inner demons in shock. "You don't believe me?" The inner demons said. "I'd be a ghost if I believed you." Wang Zicheng cursed and turned to run. "Naive." The inner demons shook his head and sneered. With a thought, Wang Zicheng immediately staggered and fell to the ground. He held his head and screamed. "It hurts. This is true. I, Wang Zicheng, have actually become another's slave. I don't want to," Wang Zicheng muttered to himself. His face was full of disbelief. Finally, he roared and took out the holy dagger and rushed toward the inner demons. "You've got some backbone. But you're still far from it." The inner demons sneered and kicked Wang Zicheng's lower abdomen. With a cry, Wang Zicheng was sent flying and fell to the ground heavily, biting a mouthful of mud. "I'll never be another's slave. Kill me." He ignored the pain and looked up at the inner demons with a ferocious expression. Not bad, not bad. You've got more backbone than Viper and the others. But the more you act like this, the more I like you. You don't want to submit? It's okay, I won't force you. You can stay by my side for now. Sooner or later, I'll make you submit of your own accord. The inner demons smiled confidently. Dream on. Wang Zicheng roared. Then we'll see. Now I'll give you a mission. Go and tell Wang Yu and young master how to return to the island where we met before. My brother Mu ancestor will go and find them soon. The inner demons said. Why should I go just because you ask me to? Wang Zicheng raised his eyebrows. You have to think clearly. If I kill you now, I won't lose anything, but you'll lose your life for nothing. On the contrary, if you listen to me and live well, maybe you'll find a chance to turn things around in the future. The inner demon smiled. Wang Zicheng's expression was uncertain. A moment later, he glared at the inner demons fiercely, then got up and flew in the direction of Wang Yu and young Master Hao. The inner demons immediately took out the image crystal. Buzz. So, the shadow of the Viper appeared. Looking at Qin Feiyang at this moment, Viper's pupils contracted and he said in surprise, You can't be. The inner demons coldly said, Yes, I'm the inner demons, and now I'm in control of this body. Viper's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly knelt in the void and respectfully said, Master, what orders do you have? The inner demons said, I'm now at the birthplace of the pill fire. You immediately deceive the big bull and the others. I'll do it right away. Viper nodded, and then the shadow dissipated. At the same time, in a certain mountain, there's a behemoth. This is the Mujia. In the conference hall, the Mujia's patriarch sat on the main seat, and the Mujia's great ancestor and second ancestor sat on both sides of the table. Behind the Mujia's patriarch, there's a young man in purple standing, it's Mu Qing. Opposite them, there are 4 young men and women standing respectfully. It's the 4 people who attacked the inner demons before, but the result was that they fled without a fight. At this moment, the woman in white who opened the gate of time and space was holding an image crystal in her hand. The image crystal exuded a hazy light, and a picture flashed in the void above. The picture showed the scene of the inner demons and Pei Qin's 10 people fighting. The Mujia's patriarch, great ancestor, second ancestor, and Mu Qing all stared at the picture, and their expressions were extremely heavy. So, the picture disappeared. The woman in white put away the image crystal and looked at the Mujia's patriarch. The patriarchs didn't speak, and the atmosphere was very dignified. No one knows how long has passed. The Mujia's patriarch looked up at the 4 people and frowned. What happened? How did he suddenly become so strong? We don't know. When he came, he was already like this. The woman in white shook her head. The Mujia's patriarch raised his eyebrows, turned to look at the great ancestor and second ancestor, and said, 2 ancestors, do you think he's Qin Feiyang? The great ancestor said, from what he said at the end, we can basically conclude that he's Qin Feiyang. Then what the hell is going on? Before going to Qinghai, he was still a battle saint. How long has it been since then? How did he become a 3-star combat emperor? Isn't this too outrageous? The Mujia's patriarch frowned. The great ancestor and second ancestor also couldn't figure it out. The second ancestor suddenly looked at Mu Qing and asked, Qing, you're more familiar with Qin Feiyang than us. Do you know what's going on? I'm basically clear about his methods, but this time I really don't understand. Mu Qing rubbed her head and looked a little irritated. The great ancestor sighed. It seems that this child still has a lot of unknown methods, and the threat to us is getting bigger and bigger. The Mujia's patriarch nodded. Yes, he's almost out of our control. Father, what you said is wrong. When did we really control him? Mu Qing rolled her eyes. The Mujia's patriarch was stunned, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes. From the beginning to the end, they've never really controlled Qin Feiyang. They've always been in a relationship of mutual cooperation and mutual use. In short, we can't let him grow anymore, otherwise in the future, our Mujia will definitely fall into his hands. The great ancestor was worried, his old eyes flashed with a sharp light. Mu Qing was surprised. Great ancestor, do you mean to make a move on him now? Aren't you asking the obvious? Definitely not now. However, once we enter the miracle and achieve our goal, we'll eliminate him as soon as possible. In short, we can't let him come back alive. The great ancestor said. The Mujia's patriarch and the second ancestor nodded in agreement. In addition, we must find out the reason why his cultivation soared. I'll leave this matter to you. The great ancestor looked at Mu Qing and said. Mu Qing nodded. Then that's it. After the great ancestor finished speaking, he got up and left with the second ancestor. The Mujia's patriarch also got up and looked at the four people in white. The miracle is about to open. You four are the pillars of our Mujia. You must hurry up and cultivate. The four people respectfully responded. The Mujia's patriarch said a few more words to Mu Qing and left the great council hall. Sighed. What a pain in the ass. Originally, I wanted to let you guys suffer a little, but I didn't expect that the result would be you guys running away in a panic. How can I face him in the future? Mu Qing looked at the four people in white with anger. Young lord, we don't like to hear this. That's right, you don't even look at his current cultivation. How can we deal with him? If you have the ability, then go ahead. The four people looked at Mu Qing with dissatisfaction. But more than that, they felt humiliated. As the patriarch said, they're the kings of the younger generation of the Mujia. They have inviolable majesty. It's the first time they've run away without a fight. Chapter 1048. On the volcanic island. The inner demons stood beside the volcano. Their bloody hair danced in the wind, and their hostility soared into the sky. A moment later, Wang Zicheng returned and landed in front of the inner demons. They've already left. The inner demons nodded and stared at the void in front of them. No one knew what they were thinking. Wang Zicheng frowned and said, Then I'll leave first? With this demon around, there was definitely no hope for the alchemy fire, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. Where are you going? Didn't I tell you? You have to stay by my side and never leave me. The inner demons said. Wang Zicheng's face darkened, and he said angrily, Do you really think I'm your follower? The inner demons shook his finger and said playfully, You're wrong. You're not a follower, you're a servant. Don't go too far. Wang Zicheng was furious. I have the strength. So what if I bully you? If you have the ability, come and defeat me. The inner demons looked at Wang Zicheng contemptuously, as if they were going to eat him up. Wang Zicheng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. If you don't have the ability, then shut up. The inner demons glanced at Wang Zicheng coldly, then retracted his aura and sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting for the big bull and the others to arrive. Wang Zicheng looked at the inner demons gloomily for a moment and asked, Who are you and your brother, Ancestor Mu? Ordinary people. The inner demons said indifferently. Wang Zicheng's veins bulged. Ordinary people were more abnormal than the other? It was obvious that they were teasing him. I'll endure it. He took a deep breath and asked again, Then where is your brother now? I don't know. The inner demons said. You don't know? You don't know. You asked me to tell young Master Hao and Wang Yu, or that Ancestor Mu will look for them later? Aren't you playing with me? Wang Zicheng was about to explode. The inner demons said disdainfully, Aren't you very smart? Can't you tell that I'm deliberately sending them away? Deliberately? Wang Zicheng raised his eyebrows. The inner demons smirked and mocked. Brother Wang, take a closer look and see who I am. Wang Zicheng looked at the inner demons suspiciously, feeling a little confused. Suddenly, his gaze trembled. This person called him Brother Wang? Could it be? A terrifying thought crept into Wang Zicheng's mind. Could it be that you are Ancestor Mu? He asked in surprise. Correct. The inner demons nodded. Wang Zicheng shook his head and said, That's impossible. Ancestor Mu is clearly just a battle saint, but you, the inner demons said, Don't I look like one? Wang Zicheng nodded and said, Yes, but the difference in your cultivation is too great. Don't joke around. How could you be Ancestor Mu? The inner demon chuckled and closed her eyes. She didn't say anything else. Wang Zicheng also fell silent. He carefully sized up the inner demons. Time slowly passed. Whoosh! After an unknown amount of time, two air-piercing sounds could be heard. Dan Wangkai and the black monkey flew through the air and landed in front of the inner demons. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Master." Master? Wang Zicheng was stunned. He originally thought that the inner demons was just joking. He didn't expect to be captured. Looking at Wang Zicheng, Dan Wangkai and the black monkey felt ashamed. The inner demons opened his eyes and glanced at the two of them. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" "Not long ago, we received a message from Viper. He said that you were doing something here, so we rushed over to see if we could help." The black monkey winked and smiled flatteringly. The inner demons chuckled and said, "You're quite sensible. I'll reward you with a potential pill later." "Thank you, Master." The two of them were overjoyed. "Wait, what action? What potential pill? Can someone explain it to me?" Wang Zicheng hurriedly asked. "This." The black monkey and the black monkey glanced at Wang Zicheng, then looked at the inner demons with a questioning gaze. They were obviously asking if they should tell Wang Zicheng. The inner demons didn't say anything and closed his eyes again. The two of them didn't dare to say anything and stood respectfully on both sides of the inner demons. "What's going on?" Wang Zicheng looked at the three of them anxiously but didn't answer him. Soon after, Viper also came and said respectfully, "Master, I've already informed Barbarian Bull and the others. I believe they'll be here soon." The inner demons didn't open his eyes. He nodded and said, "You did well. I'll reward you with a potential pill later." "Thank you, Master." Without a doubt, Viper was also overjoyed. Seeing Viper's expression, Wang Zicheng was even more surprised. What was a potential pill? Why were the three of them so excited? He glanced at the inner demons, then turned his eyes to Viper and secretly transmitted his voice. "Old Viper, we're on good terms, right?" Viper was stunned for a moment, then said indifferently, "Don't try to get close to me, I'm not familiar with you." Wang Zicheng's face stiffened, and he was furious in his heart. He secretly laughed and said, "Don't be like this, at most I'll return Viper number 1 to you. Just tell me, what exactly is a potential pill?" "No need." Viper turned his head and looked elsewhere, appearing incomparably cold. "You don't even want Viper number 1? Wang Zicheng was completely shocked. One must know that Viper number 1 was a sacred artifact, but for the potential pill, Viper didn't even care about sacred artifacts. Could it be that this potential pill was a divine item? Torment. Right now, every minute and every second was torment for Wang Zicheng. Boom. Suddenly, the speed of the eruption of magma from the volcano behind them suddenly increased. Next, an aura comparable to a war saint roared out from the volcano. The inner demons immediately stood up and released his battle chi, forming a battle chi barrier to block the surging magma. Then he turned around and looked at the volcano. At the same time, Wang Zicheng, Viper, and the other two also turned around and looked at the volcano in shock. Suddenly, Dan Wangkai said in surprise, "The alchemy fire inside the volcano has taken shape and is about to be born." Heard of it? The inner demon's spirit was lifted. With this cluster of 7th grade alchemy fire and Dan Wangkai's alchemy fire, the nether devil flame could be upgraded to 8th grade. 8th grade alchemy fire, that was an existence comparable to war emperors. Although alchemy fire was usually used for alchemy, sometimes it could also be used for battle. For example, in the future, if they encountered a 9-star war saint like Wang Zicheng, they wouldn't even need to make a move. As long as they revived the nether devil flame, they would be able to kill a large number of them in an instant. Whoosh! It was also at this moment. On the distant sea, figures broke through the air like lightning. There were a total of 6 people, 4 young men and 2 young women. Their auras were unfathomable. This aura, Big Barbarian Bull looked at the island, his rough face full of surprise. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and roared, "The alchemy fire is about to be born, everyone hurry up." The alchemy fire is about to be born. The other 5 people's eyes trembled and immediately used a mysterious footwork, shooting toward the island. "They're coming." At the same time, Viper also sensed the aura of Big Barbarian Bull and the other 5 people. The inner demons raised his head and looked at the 6 people. Light flashed in his eyes and in the next moment, he disappeared without a trace. Did he go to the castle? Or did he use the invisibility technique? Wang Zicheng and the other three people looked at the void in surprise. Not long after, Big Barbarian Bull and the other 5 people landed on top of the volcano and looked down at Viper and the other 3 people. You're all here so soon? The 6 people were surprised. Dan Wangkai coldly snorted, as the #1 alchemist in Qinghai, how can I let the alchemy fire fall into the hands of trash like you? Of course you have to come early. When it comes to alchemy, you, Dan Wangkai, have the most right to speak, but it won't be easy for you to get this alchemy fire. One of the young men sneered. This person was about 1.8 meters tall. He was neither fat nor thin, but his face was as pale as paper. His dark eyes were filled with a trace of gloominess. Dan Wangkai raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man. Dead face, you're not an alchemist. What do you want the alchemy fire for? Isn't this a waste of God's gift? I'm happy to. The man called Dead Face sneered. Swish. Then, Big Barbarian Bull and the other 5 people landed beside Wang Zicheng and the other 3 people and stared at the volcano. Cut the crap. The alchemy fire is about to be born. Let's use our own methods. One of the women said. She was wearing a black suit that outlined her graceful figure. Her hair was tied together, making her look valiant and formidable. There were 2 daggers on her waist. Although they were hidden in the scabbards, they couldn't hide their sharp edge. Big Barbarian Bull said, Okay, let's do as the Ghost Queen said. We'll use our own methods. Hearing that, Viper, Dan Wangkai, and the Black Monkey looked at the 6 people, then looked at each other with a trace of ridicule in their eyes. With the inner demons Qin Feiyang here, who could snatch this cluster of alchemy fire? Right, Viper? Big Barbarian Bull looked at Viper and asked, Didn't you say that Ancestor Mu is here? Why don't I see him? The other 5 people were also puzzled. Hee hee, finally, everyone is here. A sinister laugh spread out. The inner demons appeared out of thin air, but at this moment, the inner demons hid their cultivation. It's really you? Big Barbarian Bull and the other 5 people's pupils shrank. They immediately spread out and surrounded the inner demons. The inner demons didn't move at all. They just looked at them playfully. The woman called Ghost Queen said, Viper, don't forget our agreement. When we take him down, give each of us a bottle of sacred water. Sure, as long as you have the ability. Viper snickered. At the same time, Dan Wangkai and the Black Monkey's faces were also full of ridicule. Wang Zicheng looked at the expressions of Viper and the other 2, then looked at Big Barbarian Bull and the other 5, and finally looked at the inner demons Qin Feiyang. His brows were tightly knitted together. Suddenly, his gaze trembled as he quickly looked at Big Barbarian Bull and the other 5 and shouted, This is a scam, run. Scam? The 6 people were stunned. The inner demons turned to look at Wang Zicheng and grinned. It seems that you've already guessed it. Unfortunately, it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying Emperor's aura appeared and instantly enveloped the entire place. Big Barbarian Bull and the other 5 were immediately imprisoned in the void. However, their faces were filled with disbelief. How could it be Emperor's aura? Wasn't he a battle saint? And why were the expressions of Viper and the other 2 so strange? What the hell is going on? Wang Zicheng sighed deeply. Although everyone had opened the gate of potential, they had only opened the first level. They could barely break the pressure of a 1-star battle saint, but it was impossible for a 3-star battle saint. Too late. Chapter 1049. The 6 of them were still living in a dream. The inner demons formed a seal with both hands, and 6 enslavement seals appeared one after another, quickly controlling the 6 of them. Dan Wangkai smiled and said, Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to all of you for joining Master's forces. Master? The 6 of them looked at each other. That's called an enslavement seal. It can control everyone's soul. In other words, your lives are now in the Master's hands. Remember, don't have any thoughts of disobedience. Master only needs a single thought to erase your souls. I believe I don't need to tell you what it means to have your soul erased. Dan Wangkai, the Viper, and the Black Monkey wore smiles on their faces. The 10 heroes of Qinghai were all captured, and now they felt much better. However, Big Barbarian Bull's group of 6 turned pale with fright. There was actually such a thing. They finally understood what Wang Zicheng meant by a scam. The Phantom Queen glanced at Dan Wangkai and the other 2 and said angrily, "Not only are you captured, but you also dragged us into the water. You are simply bastards." Viper smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although you hate us now, you will thank us later." "Thank us?" The 6 of them sneered as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world, and their eyes were gloomy to the extreme. "You don't believe me? Then let's wait and see," Viper said. The inner demons glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "Okay, introduce yourselves." The 10 monsters of Qinghai were finally all under his command, and he was in a very good mood now. The 6 of them snorted coldly and remained silent. "Are you all mute?" The inner demon's eyes turned cold, and with a thought, the 6 of them immediately held their heads and howled. The big bull said angrily, "We are so familiar with each other. Do we still need to introduce ourselves?" The inner demon stopped operating the enslavement seal and looked at the big bull. "You don't need to, but what about you?" He looked at the Phantom Queen and the other 4. Dead Face took a step forward and said, "My name is Dead Face. That's what everyone calls me." The inner demons glanced at the pale face of the dead man and nodded. "It does look like a dead man's face." Dead Face clenched his hands, held back the anger in his heart, and retreated to the side. The Ghost Empress stepped forward and said, "My name is the Ghost Empress." The inner demons scrutinized the Spectre Queen. This woman's attire fully accentuated her alluring figure, and her skin was as soft and smooth as mutton fat. The most attractive thing about her was her eyes, which were sparkling and translucent like gemstones. It was no exaggeration to say that this woman's beauty was comparable to Wang Yuer's. The inner demons licked his lips and chuckled. "You're my type. Are you interested in being my woman?" Scram! The Spirit Queen's face darkened. The inner demons shook his head in disappointment. "She does look good, but her personality is too fiery. She's not suitable for me." Another woman stepped forward. There were only 2 women among the 10 elites of the Qinghai Sea. The first one was the Ghost Empress, and the second one was her. This woman was wearing a snow-white dress. Her figure was exquisite, her long hair fluttered, and her facial features were exquisite. In terms of beauty, she was not inferior to the Ghost Empress, but her face was as cold as frost, like a piece of ice. "Ice Empress." After saying that, the woman stepped aside and fell silent. Like her name, she gave people a sense of coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. The inner demons looked at the remaining 3 young men. These 3 people were about 1.78 meters tall. Their facial features were as sharp as knives, and they were full of resoluteness and sharpness. They all had long fiery red hair. And if one looked carefully, they would find that they were similar in size and age, and even their expressions and appearances were very similar. The inner demons asked, "Are you brothers?" The 3 of them nodded. "Triplets?" The inner demons asked again. The 3 of them nodded again. The inner demon's face twitched. He had encountered triplets. Wasn't he too lucky? But then again, the 3 brothers were able to become one of the 10 elites of the Qinghai Sea. Their genes were extraordinarily strong. The inner demons asked, "What are your nicknames?" One of them said, "My name is God 1. My 2 brothers are God 2 and God 3. That's easy to remember." The inner demons nodded. Then he looked at Wang Zicheng and said playfully, "Everyone has a nickname. What's yours?" Wang Zicheng's face immediately showed a trace of awkwardness when he heard that. Viper smiled obsequiously and said, "Master, he's a person who only cares about profits. He often backstabs people, so we all call him villain." Wang Zicheng's veins were bulging. He roared, "Are you done, Viper? You've always been this kind of person. Why are you afraid of others talking about you?" Viper sneered. Wang Zicheng gritted his teeth. His eyes were spitting fire. "Ha!" The inner demon laughed out loud. Then he looked at Wang Zicheng and said in all seriousness, "Let me say something fair. This nickname suits you very well." "Get lost," Wang Zicheng shouted angrily. "This nickname, to him, was a big stain in his life. Enough! The inner demon's face turned cold. He glanced at the 10 of them and said, "Now that you are all my servants, I don't want to see you fighting openly and secretly. If I find out who is playing tricks behind my back, don't blame me for being ruthless." Looking at the inner demon's blood-red eyes, the 10 of them could not help but tremble. Boom! At this moment, accompanied by a deafening sound, a terrifying aura erupted from the volcano. Following closely, a fiery red stream of light rushed out of the magma. It was a cluster of flames about the size of a palm. Waves of fire surged, emitting an extremely high temperature. Alchemy fire! Wang Zicheng and the others' eyes lit up. They instinctively glanced at the alchemy fire. The inner demons ignored them and let the 10 of them snatch it. In the end, Dan Wangkai was the first to grab the alchemy fire. He stood in the air, looking down at the alchemy fire, his face full of excitement. "Dan Wangkai, put it down!" The great barbarian bull shouted. "Tihis!" Dan Wangkai smiled disdainfully and quickly swooped down. He respectfully handed the alchemy fire to the inner demons. "Very good." The inner demons smiled and nodded. He reached out and grabbed the alchemy fire. He looked up at the great barbarian bull and the others and sneered, "Do you still want it?" The expressions of the great barbarian bull and the others froze. It was only now that they realized that they had no choice. Even if they managed to snatch it, they would have to obediently hand it over. "Don't do it again." A hint of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the inner demons. Everyone suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a sea of killing intent. They could not help but feel chills all over their bodies. Viper hurriedly flew in front of the inner demons and said with a flattering smile, "Master, this is a misunderstanding. I went to snatch it for you." Yes. "How would we dare to take it for ourselves?" The black monkey echoed. Looking at the two's fawning and cowardly appearance, Wang Zicheng and the others could not help but secretly despise them. Clap. Wonderful! Wonderful! Suddenly, there was a burst of applause, followed by hoarse laughter. Everyone was shocked. They turned their heads in unison and looked at a broken mountain not far away. Because the applause and laughter came from behind the hill. "Who's playing tricks over there?" The black monkey shouted. Before he finished speaking, an old man walked out. He was wearing a bright red robe. His face was ruddy and his eyes were full of spirit. If one looked closely, one would find that his left sleeve was empty. It was obviously a broken arm. "It's you." The inner demons was surprised. This old man was the one-armed old man they met at the seaside back then. "Old bastard, you've finally shown yourself." But at the same time, Wang Zicheng's angry roar sounded. The inner demons was slightly taken aback. They turned to look at Wang Zicheng suspiciously, only to see Wang Zicheng's face full of anger and killing intent. They looked at Viper and the others, who also had a look of fear. "Do you know him?" the inner demons asked secretly. Viper whispered, "Of course, because he's the one who stole Wang Zicheng's Sage King title." "So it's him," the inner demons murmured. "Old bastard, die." Wang Zicheng was like an angry beast. He took a step forward and threw a punch at the one-armed old man. The one-armed old man's face turned cold. "It seems that the lesson from last time hasn't taught you a lesson yet." After saying that, he did not do anything, but a terrifying aura emerged and directly blasted Wang Zicheng away. Wang Zicheng fell to the ground in a sorry state, creating a deep pit. Then, with a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong! The inner demons' pupils shrank. The aura released by the old man carried a terrifying emperor's aura. Moreover, this emperor's aura was stronger than his. Boom! At the same time, seeing that Wang Zicheng was seriously injured, Viper and the others also released their auras. They stared coldly at the one-armed old man, ready to fight to the death. "Don't be impulsive," the inner demons shouted. He looked at the one-armed old man and cupped his fists. "May I ask when Senior arrived?" This was a very serious problem. If the one-armed old man had arrived earlier, then the battle between him and Pei Qin and the others would have been seen by the old man. Then his true identity would have been known by the one-armed old man. The one-armed old man pointed at Barbarian Bull's group and said, "When you subdued them, this old man was already here." The inner demons breathed a sigh of relief. When he subdued Barbarian Bull's group, the battle had already ended. Therefore, this old man still did not know that he was Qin Feung. The next problem was easy to solve. He just needed to figure out the one-armed old man's purpose in coming here. The inner demons was puzzled. Then what is Senior doing here? Is it also for the alchemic fire? The one-armed old man smiled. The alchemic fire is only secondary. You are this old man's main target. There was a cold glint in his old eyes. The inner demon's heart trembled. It seemed that the old man did not come with good intentions. However, he did not understand. If this old man really wanted to kill him, why didn't he make a move earlier? Most importantly, he had only seen this old man twice, let alone have any grudges. Why was he targeting him? He asked calmly, "Senior, what do you mean by that? Why can't this junior understand?" The one-armed old man said, "Before answering this question, I want to know, are you admiring your ancestors?" The inner demons hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he nodded truthfully. "I really am admiring my ancestors." Wang Zicheng's heart trembled as he looked at the inner demons in shock. Chapter 1050. The one-armed old man's reaction was the same as Wang Zicheng's. He looked at the inner demons in surprise. After a long time, he came back to his senses and asked, "How did you do it?" The inner demons raised his eyebrows and said, "This is Junior's privacy. Isn't it inappropriate for Senior to ask this?" "Is it inappropriate?" The one-armed old man's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. The emperor's might was like a waterfall, covering the sky and earth, instantly imprisoning Qin Feiyang, Wang Zicheng, and the other 10 people. The one-armed old man looked at the inner demons and said jokingly, "Then is it appropriate now? Senior, are you looking for trouble?" The inner demons also had a trace of hostility between his brows. He was the inner demons, the embodiment of all evil. It was not easy for him to make such a concession. But this one-armed old man did not know how to restrain himself at all. He was becoming more and more presumptuous, and was about to infuriate him. The one-armed old man laughed sinisterly. "No, this old man is not here to find trouble. I am here to kill you under orders." "Under orders?" The inner demons was surprised and asked, "Under whose orders?" "That's none of your business. Answer this old man. As long as you tell this old man the truth, this old man will give you a quick death." The one-armed old man laughed arrogantly. The inner demons calmed down and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll tell you. Some time ago, I found a ruin and found a few divine pills inside." "What divine pills?" The one-armed old man hurriedly asked, his eyes full of greed. The inner demons grinned and said, "I don't know what divine pill it is. I only know that when I took a divine pill, my cultivation soared like a rocket." The one-armed old man's eyes trembled and said hurriedly, "What about the rest? Hand it over." The inner demons said with grievance, "You're using the emperor's might to imprison me. How can I hand it over?" The one-armed old man looked at the inner demons for a while and said in a deep voice, "Are you playing with this old man? I'm about to lose my life. How would I dare to play with you? Really, I'm not lying to you." The inner demons said solemnly, "You won't be able to do much anyway." The one-armed old man smiled disdainfully and then withdrew his emperor's aura. "Just you wait." The inner demon sneered. She reached her hands into her bosom and rubbed them hard. Previously, when he fought with Pei Qin and the other 10 people, there was a lot of dirt on his body. Soon, he rubbed out a ball of dirt the size of a pellet. Then, he chuckled, took out a ball of mud, and threw it to the one-armed old man. The one-armed old man grabbed it expectantly, but when he looked at it, his expression changed. He put it to his nose and sniffed it. There was also the stench of sweat. "How dare you trick me?" He suddenly raised his head and stared at the inner demons. His ferocious eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. The inner demons showed an aggrieved expression and said, "I'm not lying to you. This is a divine pill. Try it if you don't believe me." Wang Zicheng and the others were all amused. Even the Frosty Ice Queen couldn't help but laugh. Treating dirt as a divine pill and bragging as if it was real, this guy was too much of a bastard. The one-armed old man's face was as calm as water. He waved his old hand, and the ball of mud turned into a stream of light and shot toward the inner demon's forehead. And now, this ball of mud was no longer a simple ball of mud. It contained the one-armed old man's battle chi, which was comparable to divine iron. The inner demon sneered, quickly raised his arm, and grabbed the ball of mud. Immediately, a huge force came over. He took a few steps back in a sorry state, and a wisp of purple gold dragon blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. What a strong force! The inner demons was shocked, and his arm was numb. Then he laughed and said, "You don't want such a good thing. You really have no taste." But the one-armed old man turned a deaf ear to him. He stared at the purple gold dragon blood on the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth, his old eyes full of surprise. How can his blood be this color? The Spirit Queen and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. In fact, there had always been purple gold dragon blood on Qin Feiyang's body, which was left when he fought with Pei Qin and the others. It was just that when they first saw it, they didn't take it seriously. They thought it might be some kind of liquid spurted out by some sea beast. However, they never expected that it was the blood that flowed out from Qin Feiyang's body. The inner demons pursed his lips and said lightly, "I'm the reincarnation of the purple gold divine dragon. What's the fuss about?" Purple gold divine dragon. Everyone's eyes trembled. They knew that Qin Feiyang was just joking, but there was indeed a dragon's power in the blood. "You didn't come out. You hid it so well. If I'm not wrong, you should be the descendant of the Qin Emperor," the one-armed old man said in a deep voice. This time, it was the inner demons who were shocked. In his inner world, Qin Feiyang also turned pale with fright. He had long thought that the exposure of the purple gold dragon blood might expose his identity, but he didn't expect it to really come true. How did this old man know about the Qin Emperor? One had to know. Not long ago, Pei Qin and the others also saw the purple gold dragon blood, but none of them recognized it. But now, this old man recognized it at a glance. Could it be that this person's status was higher than Pei Qin and the others? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were filled with deep disbelief. He thought of the main tower, because this kind of secret was only known by the people of the main tower. But because of this, he found it hard to believe. If his guess was true, and the one-armed old man was really from the main tower, then when he said that he was following orders, wasn't he following the orders of the main tower master? He didn't believe that the main tower master wanted to harm him. After all, he was now the personal disciple of the main tower master and had received the inheritance of the first main tower master. He was already the next successor of the main tower master. Moreover, young Master Hao and he were also as close as brothers. The main tower master had no reason to harm him. But besides the main tower master, who else could it be? Suddenly, he thought of another thing. He remembered that Mu Qing had said something to him. The main tower master might not pass the position to him. He also said. He didn't know much about the main tower master, but the Mu family knew everything. However, there were some things that couldn't be said clearly. In the end, Mu Qing also warned him to be careful. The person that Mu Qing told him to be careful of was no one else but the main tower master. Could it really be him? Recalling what Mu Qing had said, Qin Feiyang's heart began to waver. Perhaps this upright chief pagoda master was truly a despicable person. Then if this guess was true, wouldn't it be a conspiracy for the main tower master to let him and young Master Hao come to experience? It was terrifying to think about. Whether it was Qin Feiyang himself or the inner demons, they didn't dare to think about it anymore. Because if it was true, then the main tower master was too shrewd. In the blink of an eye, seeing the inner demons looking at him in shock, the one-armed old man laughed in surprise and said, "It seems that this old man guessed right. The descendant of the Qin Emperor, you are really a big fish." The Qin Emperor? Wang Zicheng and the others looked at each other. Listening to the one-armed old man's tone, the Qin Emperor seemed to be a very great person. What should we do? The inner demons stared at the one-armed old man gloomily and asked secretly. Since he has seen through it, there is no need to hide it. cripple him and force him to tell us who is behind it. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. This matter must be investigated clearly, otherwise, he would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. Understood. The inner demon smiled and looked at the one-armed old man and said, Yes, I am the descendant of the Qin Emperor, and I am Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang? The one-armed old man was shocked and took a while to recover. He shook his head and said, Qin Feiyang, Qin Be, we should have known that you are the descendant of the Qin Emperor. Who is this we? The main tower? Or the main tower master? The inner demons immediately asked with lightning speed. Main. The one-armed old man instinctively opened his mouth, but after saying one word, he suddenly came back to his senses. Little bastard, how dare you trick this old man? You are courting death. His face immediately became ferocious and the emperor's aura exploded. The island suddenly broke apart and shook violently. This emperor's aura, he is a 7-star combat emperor. Wang Zicheng and the others suddenly changed color and their eyes were filled with fear. So what if he is a 7-star combat emperor? Break for me. The inner demon's blood-red hair fluttered and the emperor's aura that imprisoned everyone was instantly broken. Immediately after, he waved his hand and a supreme force emerged. Wang Zicheng and the others were immediately sent away from the island. Old man, the person you should not provoke the most is me. The inner demons formed a seal with both hands and the divine dragon seal appeared in an instant. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant? Watch, killing you is like slaughtering a dog. The one-armed old man's eyes were full of contempt. He waved his arm and the battle chi rushed into the sky like a waterfall. The next moment, a large hand that covered the sky appeared and exuded a sharp aura that could destroy the world. It slammed toward the inner demons. The inner demons sneered. The divine dragon seal broke through the sky and turned into a huge divine seal. Its divine aura shook all directions. Boom! In an instant, the two behemoths collided and a destructive aura rolled out in all directions with the two as the center. Crash! Half of the broken island disappeared in an instant. Huge waves rolled in and drowned the sky. At the same time, the invincible divine dragon seal was shattered by the giant hand. Then, the giant hand that covered the sky fell like lightning and hit the inner demons. The inner demons spurted out blood on the spot. Bloody wounds appeared on his body and blood flowed out like a waterfall. Boom! In the end, he crashed into the island below like a blood-stained meteorite. So powerful. In the distance, Wang Zicheng and the others' pupils contracted. Viper said in a deep voice, although Master's divine dragon seal is a divine art, the one-armed old man's cultivation is 4 small realms higher than him. I'm afraid this battle is a little difficult. Yeah. Facing such an absolute suppression in cultivation, even if he uses all his means, he might not win. Dan Wangkai said. What did you say? The divine dragon seal he used just now is a divine art? Barbarian Bull and the others looked at Viper and Dan Wangkai in surprise. And he has mastered more than one divine art. When I fought with him on Viper Island, my forbidden technique was instantly destroyed by his other divine art. Viper said with a self-deprecating expression. The forbidden technique was the biggest trump card of the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea. It was also the fundamental reason why they could dominate the inland sea. However, it was so vulnerable to a divine art. He even has a divine art. Chapter 1051. High up in the sky, the one-armed old man stood proudly, as if the god of death had descended, cold as frost. Below, the inner demons had sunk into the ground and were on the verge of death. In the distance, Wang Zicheng and the others were all nervous. They knew that if Qin Feiyang died here, then they might also be killed by the one-armed old man. The Qin emperors might shook the 4 seas. As his descendant, is this all you can do? It seems that the Qin emperor has no successor. Ha! The one-armed old man laughed wildly, his old face full of ridicule. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the inner demons rushed out from the ground, his body covered in blood. One of his arms was also shattered, and the bowl-sized wound was shocking, looking extremely tragic. How much ability I have, you are not qualified to judge, nor are you qualified to blaspheme my ancestor. Old bastard, be prepared for it. He stared at the one-armed old man, his eyes filled with a bone-chilling killing intent. Boom. All of a sudden, a vast aura rushed out of his body, as if a god was awakening in his body, and it emitted a great pressure. The surrounding void distorted. The sea, huge waves rolled. Even the sky was trembling. What's going on? What is this vast aura? It actually makes me feel despair. It's more than despair. I feel as if a god is standing in front of me. This aura surpasses the War Emperor. Could it be that there is really a god hiding in his body? Wang Zicheng and the others suddenly changed their expressions. The one-armed old man's face also darkened, because this aura made him feel inexplicably flustered. The inner demons smiled sinisterly and roared at the sky. The third move of the Dragon God technique, Supreme Ruler. Boom. Woo-woo. In an instant. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and strong winds blew. Rays of purple-gold divine light tore through the dark clouds, like the curtain of the Milky Way, and fell down. This sea suddenly turned into a purple-gold ocean. The third move of the Dragon God technique, Viper's heart trembled. The first move, the Dragon God seal, the second move, he had seen them all, but he did not expect there to be a third move, Supreme Ruler. Such a domineering name, how heaven-defying was this move? I won't give you a chance. The one-armed old man could no longer sit still. It was obvious that the inner demons were using some kind of heaven-defying battle art. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made him feel so uneasy. Therefore, he had to forcefully interrupt the battle art before it took shape. He used a mysterious footwork and dashed toward the inner demons like lightning. Hey! The inner demons grinned and used Phantom Step to retreat. Meanwhile, with a wave of his hand, the purple-gold dragon chi in his body poured out like a waterfall and rushed into the clouds. Boom! In less than the blink of an eye. The purple-gold dragon aura collided with the purple-gold divine light that was descending from the sky. Immediately, a statue of a god appeared. The statue was of a middle-aged man, and his entire body was suffused with brilliant violet-gold divine light. He was around 300 m tall, had a clear outline, and carried a dense, ancient aura. The eyes of the statue were even brighter, as if they were the eyes of God. They seemed to be able to see through everything and see through the origin of heaven and earth. The one-armed old man was dumbfounded. The statue in front of him was exactly the same as the statue of Emperor Qin in the Land of Inheritance. And this statue was also holding a broken sword in its hand. Although it was just a broken sword, it felt as if the world would be shattered if the sword was swung down. Old bastard, you should feel honored because this is the first time I'm using the third move. The inner demons laughed and then suddenly shouted, "Kneel before me." His words were the law. The statue released a shocking emperor's aura, and it was like a tide that covered the sky and earth, instantly covering hundreds of miles of the sea. Not only the one-armed old man, but even Wang Zicheng and the others also felt a pressure from the depths of their souls. Plop. Wang Zicheng and the others were the first to kneel in the void. They didn't want to kneel, but they just couldn't control themselves. Plop. The one-armed old man gritted his teeth and held on for a few breaths before finally kneeling down. What a terrifying emperor's aura! He was shocked. He felt that the statue was like the return of an ancient emperor whose aura was inviolable. See? That's the difference between you and me. The inner demons looked down at the one-armed old man with disdain. The one-armed old man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Little bastard, I swear that I'll tear you to pieces today. He raised his head and roared. Accompanied by a deafening sound, a halberd rose from his back. He didn't dare to hold back and decisively activated his fighting soul. The halberd was more than 100 feet long, and it was shining with a silver light, releasing a destructive aura and a sharp edge. Bastard, go to hell. The one-armed old man's eyes were filled with hatred. He roared hysterically, and the halberd shook the sky and slashed at the inner demons. How dare an ant like you try to compete with the sun and the moon? You're overestimating yourself. Watch carefully, old bastard. What do you mean by a heaven-defying technique? The inner demons snorted with contempt. Then he waved his hand and the statue moved. The statue raised the broken sword in his hand and slashed in the air. Clang. A purple gold sword aura appeared and cut through the sky like lightning. It destroyed the halberd with an unstoppable force. The one-armed old man's body and mind trembled. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and his old face was filled with disbelief. How could it be so strong? This was too ridiculous. Even if it was a deity technique, it might not be comparable to the dragon god technique. The inner demons mocked, "Old man, hurry up and beg for mercy. As long as you kneel down and call me grandpa, I'll spare your life." "Little bastard, don't be so smug." The one-armed old man sneered. "Judging from your tone, you seem to have other tricks up your sleeve. Don't be long-winded. Show me everything." The inner demons crossed his arms in front of his chest. Both his eyes and his posture were filled with contempt. "I don't have any other tricks up my sleeve. But don't forget your current situation." The one-armed old man sneered. "Situation?" The inner demons was slightly taken aback. He asked curiously, "What situation? Tell me." The one-armed old man said, "Not only the main tower, but even the trading pavilion is looking for you. If I expose your true identity, what do you think will happen to you?" "So that's what you're talking about. But do you have the chance to expose yourself?" The inner demons looked at him playfully. The one-armed old man couldn't help but laugh and said, "I admit that you're very strong. Even I am not your opponent. But if you want to keep me here or kill me, you'll never be able to do it." "Really?" The playful look on the inner demon's face became even more intense. "What do you think? I'm a 7-star combat emperor, and you're a 3-star combat emperor. We both have perfect supportive skills. If I want to leave, do you think you can stop me?" "Little bastard, just wait for your despair." The one-armed old man laughed and used his perfect supportive skills. He turned around and left. "So, you're too confident. The one who will despair is not me, but you. Innate divine ability, Emperor Divine Prison." The inner demons shook his head. The purple gold dragon soul appeared, and an invisible force surged out in all directions like a flood. The one-armed old man was immediately imprisoned in the void. His eyes were wide open in anger. The inner demon stepped on the dragon soul and landed in front of the one-armed old man. The statue also followed. The broken sword was placed against the one-armed old man's neck. The bone-piercing sharpness made the one-armed old man shiver. The inner demons said indifferently, "Speak, who is the person behind you?" "Purple gold dragon soul." When he saw the purple gold dragon soul under the inner demon's feet, the one-armed old man's eyes trembled. The inner demons shouted, "I don't have time to waste with you. Speak quickly." The one-armed old man's heart trembled. He looked at the inner demons and shook his head with a smile. "I have to admit, you're really an amazing young man." The inner demons raised his eyebrows. "Let me finish. With your talent and potential, no one in the entire Forgotten Continent can be compared to you. If you don't die, you'll definitely become the next Qin Emperor. But unfortunately, do you know why? Because you'll definitely die today. And to be able to perish together with the descendant of the Qin Emperor, it's actually my honor." The one-armed old man smiled. His smile was very bright. "Perish together?" Seeing the smile on the one-armed old man's face, the inner demons felt a strong sense of unease. "Before I die, as you wish, I'll tell you who's behind this." "That's right. As you expected, the one who sent me to kill you is the current Chief Tower Master." The one-armed old man said. "It's really him." The inner demon's body trembled. He grabbed the one-armed old man's clothes and roared, "Why? Did I do something wrong?" "You didn't do anything wrong. But you shouldn't have received the inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master." The one-armed old man sneered. "What do you mean?" The inner demons frowned. "You received the inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master, which means that you'll be the next Chief Tower Master. And this is exactly what the current Chief Tower Master doesn't want to see, because he wants to leave this position to young Master Hao." That's why he sent you to Qinghai to get rid of an obstacle like you. The one-armed old man said. I see. The inner demons clenched his hands and said in a deep voice, "Why in Qinghai?" The one-armed old man said, "Because if he gets rid of you in Qinghai, no one will suspect him." I understand. He asked young master Hao and Wang Yu to go with me to cover it up. The inner demons said, "With young master Hao and Wang Yu, no one will suspect him. Don't you think it's very ironic now? I thought I got a great fortune, but it turned out to be a disaster." The one-armed old man sneered. The inner demons laughed and asked, "Do young master Hao and Wang Yu know about this?" The one-armed old man shook his head. The inner demons said, "Then why didn't you kill me when we met on the beach? Why did you wait until now?" "It's because of the Chief Tower Master's order. The Chief Tower Master told me not to make a move if I can. It's best if you die in the hands of others, so I told you about the 10 heroes of Qinghai. Because with your character, you'll definitely be interested in the 10 heroes of Qinghai after hearing that. And the 10 heroes of Qinghai are all arrogant people. Conflicts will inevitably occur when you meet. But the only thing I didn't expect was that you've actually subdued them." The one-armed old man said. "It turns out that I've fallen into your trap since I entered Qinghai." The inner demons sighed deeply, then grinned and said, "Thank you for telling me this." "You're welcome. Because even if you know, there's nothing you can do." Chapter 1052. Is that so? The inner demons narrowed his eyes. What is this person trying to do? Of course. You will die, and so will I. But the difference is that my death will be a worthy one. And your death will be regretful for the rest of your life. The one-armed old man chuckled as a hint of madness appeared in his eyes and a destructive aura rushed out from his body. The inner demon's pupils shrank and he said, "So you're planning to self-destruct and die with me?" "That's right. It's too late now even if you can fly. Go to hell with me." The one-armed old man laughed as if he had gone mad. The destructive aura became more terrifying. Are you dreaming? Since you know that I am Qin Feiyang, you should know that I have a place to hide." The inner demon sneered. In the next moment, he disappeared without a trace. A place to hide. The one-armed old man's eyes trembled. After being reminded by Qin Feiyang, he finally remembered. He quickly stopped self-destructing. If he couldn't die with Qin Feiyang, then his self-destruction was meaningless. But it was too late to stop now. Boom! His fleshly body suddenly exploded in the void, and a destructive wave of air rolled out in all directions with an earth-shattering momentum. "Bastard, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." In an instant, his corpse was nowhere to be found. The shattered island below was also completely shattered and swallowed by the waves. Only his resentful roar remained, echoing in the world for a long time without dissipating. Powerful. Wang Zicheng and the other 8 people kept retreating, their faces full of shock. Even a 7-star combat emperor was forced to death by Qin Feiyang. His means were too terrifying. So this is his true strength. The big bull and Wang Zicheng looked at each other and a self-deprecating smile crept up the corners of their mouths. They knew Qin Feiyang first, but at first, they didn't take Qin Feiyang seriously at all. They didn't expect him to be such a terrifying person. Disregarding everything else, just the innate divine ability of the purple gold dragon soul was enough to make anyone despair. What a strong fluctuation. Looks like Big Brother Mu is fighting with someone again. Meanwhile, Wang Yuer and young Master Hao stood in the sky above the island, looking in the direction of the volcanic island, their eyes filled with shock. The 2 islands were separated by thousands of kilometers, but they could still sense the aura of the one-armed old man's self-destruction. So it was not hard to imagine how intense the battle was over there. As time passed, everything gradually calmed down. The inner demons also came out of the castle. "Greetings, Master." Viper, Black Monkey, and Dan Wangkai quickly flew over and bowed respectfully. As for Wang Zicheng and the others, after witnessing the strength of the inner demons, a trace of respect appeared on their faces. Because this was a world where the strong were respected. The inner demons took a bone-replenishing pill and a healing pill. They turned to look at the spot where the one-armed old man had exploded and sneered, "Regret for life? What a joke." Immediately, he looked at Dan Wangkai and said, "Give me your pill fire." Dan Wangkai's face changed. What did he want his pill fire for? The inner demons raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Do you need me to repeat myself?" "No need, no need." Dan Wangkai hurriedly waved his hand, quickly took out his pill fire, and respectfully handed it to the inner demons. The inner demons grabbed it in his hand and instantly erased the blood contract inside. "Master," Dan Wangkai was anxious. He only had this cluster of 7th grade pill fire. If it was gone, how could he refine pills in the future? But the inner demons only gave him a look, and he did not dare to say anything more. The inner demons took out another 2 clusters of 7th grade pill fire, and then took out the nether devil flame. So many pill fires? Looking at the 4 clusters of 7th grade pill fires in front of them, the 10 people could not help but be stunned. One had to know. In the entire Forgotten Continent, there were not many 7th grade pill fires. But this person actually had so many in his hands. However, this person took out so many 7th grade pill fires. What did he want to do? The next moment, a scene that surprised them appeared. That cluster of black flames actually swallowed the other 3 7th grade pill fires. The inner demons laughed and said, "The nether devil flame can increase its grade by swallowing other pill fires." What? There's such a thing? The 10 people were dumbfounded. This was even more shocking than knowing that Qin Fiang had the divine art. Boom. Not long after the inner demon's voice fell, the nether devil flame trembled in the void, releasing a shocking aura. This world suddenly seemed to have turned into a big furnace, and the seawater below was quickly evaporating. This aura indeed surpasses the 7th grade pill fire. It really improved. The shock in the hearts of Wang Zicheng and the others could not be any greater. The inner demons smiled proudly and sent the nether devil flame back to the ancient castle. After Dan Wangkai came back to his senses, he hurriedly asked, "Master, then what should I use to refine pills in the future?" The inner demons said lightly, "Don't ask me this kind of thing. When the original body comes out, ask him, he will definitely help you think of a way." Alright. Dan Wangkai nodded helplessly. Original body? Wang Zicheng and the others who did not know were dumbfounded again. The inner demons glanced at the 7 people, looked at Viper and the other 2 and asked, "The potential pills I gave you, have you used them?" "Not yet." The 3 of them shook their heads. The inner demons said, "Well then, while my cultivation is still there, Dan Wang, Black Monkey, stand together, I will help you open the door of potential." Boom. When Wang Zicheng and the others heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. Open the door of potential? What was going on? Dan Wangkai and the Black Monkey were overjoyed. They quickly gathered together, took out the potential pills, and threw them into their mouths. "Master, what about me?" Viper looked at the 2 of them and asked anxiously. "Your cultivation is not a 9-star battle saint, you can't open it for the time being." After the inner demons finished speaking, he immediately released his Emperor's aura and rushed toward Dan Wangkai and the Black Monkey. At that moment, Dan Wangkai and the Black Monkey knelt in the void, howling in pain. Blood gushed out of their pores, and they felt as if their bodies were about to be torn apart. "Hold on." The inner demons shouted. Wang Zicheng and the others looked at the 2 of them in surprise. As for Viper, he looked distressed. Time passed by. Boom. Suddenly, Dan Wangkai and the Black Monkey's bodies shook, and a dull sound exploded in their bodies. At the same time, a dazzling black light shot out from their hearts. The inner demons smiled and retracted his Emperor's aura. "Did we succeed?" The 2 of them looked at the inner demons anxiously. The inner demons nodded. The 2 of them suddenly became spirited. Ignoring the blood all over their bodies, they quickly tore open their clothes and looked down at the potential imprint on their hearts. They saw that the original white potential imprint had now turned black. "We really succeeded." The 2 of them looked at each other, overjoyed. This is absolutely impossible. But at the same time, Wang Zicheng shook his head vigorously, his face full of disbelief. The Spirit Empress and the others were the same. What kind of joke was this, to actually use pills to open the gate of potential? Dan Wangkai stood up, glanced at them and sneered, "The truth is right in front of you." The black monkey also looked at Wang Zicheng and said proudly, "Usually, you always show off in front of us that you have opened the second level of the gate of potential. Now that we have finally caught up to you, tell us, what do you think?" But Wang Zicheng seemed to have not heard it and kept muttering to himself. It seemed that he would not be able to accept this fact in a short period of time. The black monkey laughed sinisterly. "Also, let me tell you, the second level is really nothing, because Master has already opened the sixth level of the gate of potential." The sixth level. Wang Zicheng suddenly raised his head and stared at the inner demons. The Spirit Empress and the others were also shocked. The sixth level of the gate of potential, this was something they did not even dare to think about. The inner demons smiled playfully and looked at Viper. "How long will it take for you to break through?" Viper thought for a moment and said, "Should be another half a year." The inner demons shook his head. "Too long, I will help you break through to the 9-star battle saint now, wait for me." After saying that, the inner demons went to the ancient castle. "Help me break through now?" Viper was stunned, looked at Dan Wangkai and the black monkey and said, "Did I hear wrong?" He did say that." The two of them said, "No way. He can refine pills that can help me break through?" Viper was shocked. Dan Wangkai and the black monkey looked at each other, and their faces were also full of shock. Everyone knew that only martial artists, masters, and masters could use the red fire-colored glass pill to break through. Warriors above the Battle King level had to rely on their own efforts, and there was no shortcut. But judging from the inner demon's tone and attitude, it did not seem like they were joking. After a while, the inner demons appeared, holding 2 pills in his hands. 1 antidote pill, 1 9-turn dragon blood pill, and both of them had 7th grade pill veins. "Take it." The inner demons handed it to Viper. Wang Zicheng and the others were deeply shocked again. He could even refine pills with 7 pill veins. What kind of monster was this person? "Thank you, Master." Viper was grateful. He first took the antidote pill, closed his eyes, and sank his mind into his body to observe the poison. The poison hidden in his body was equivalent to a time bomb. If not removed as soon as possible, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and there was a trace of anger on his face. He looked at the inner demons and said, "There's no way to remove it completely. It seems that I can only go to Pei Qin to get the antidote." The inner demon's eyes darkened slightly and he said, "Pei Qin has been killed." When Pei Qin was killed, Viper was not there, so he did not know. At this moment, when he heard the inner demon's words, he suddenly changed his expression and said, "Have you found the antidote?" "Well, at that time I was having a good time killing and completely forgot about it." The inner demons was stunned, then he scratched his head, and his face was full of embarrassment. "Then what about the poison in my body?" Viper was desperate. Pei Yi was dead, and the antidote pill with 7 veins was useless. Didn't that mean there was no hope? "Don't worry, I don't think I destroyed Pei Qin's body at that time. His heaven-earth bag should still be there. As long as we find his heaven-earth bag, we should be able to find the antidote." The inner demons comforted him, then looked at the island below, embarrassed again. He had forgotten. The island had long been destroyed in the battle between him and the one-armed old man. Since the island was destroyed, how could there be a corpse? It's over. It's completely over. Chapter 1053. Dan Wangkai and the black monkey couldn't help but look at Viper sympathetically. Viper had already told them about being poisoned, so they knew how terrible the poison was. As long as Pei Qin died, Viper was basically waiting for death. From this point, it also showed that although the inner demons were powerful, they weren't very reliable. Because if it was Qin Feiyang himself, he would definitely not forget to get the antidote for Viper. Don't worry, there must be a way. The inner demons comforted him. What way? Viper looked at him weakly. The inner demons didn't know how to answer. Swish. At this moment, another Qin Feiyang appeared beside the inner demons. Wang Zicheng and the others were surprised. "Greetings, young lord." Dan Wangkai and the black monkey immediately bowed. That's right. This was Qin Feiyang himself. Seeing Qin Feyang himself appear, Viper seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw and cried, "Young lord, you must save me." "Don't worry. This matter hasn't reached the point where it can't be saved," Qin Feyang said with a smile. Viper was suddenly energized. He stood up and asked, "Young lord, do you have a way?" Qin Feyang said, "Even the antidote of 7 elixir patterns can't remove the poison. The poison that Pei Qin gave you is undefeatable." Viper's heart sank. Even the young lord couldn't do anything? Qin Feyang said with a smile, "But because of this, other people in the divine python tribe must have the antidote." Viper was surprised. "It's actually very simple. Let's put ourselves in their shoes. If we can make such a poison, will we give some of the antidote to our relatives in case of emergency?" Qin Feyang asked. Viper thought carefully and nodded. "If it's a close relative, we will definitely give it to them. Isn't that right? Moreover, Pei Qin's poison is a great threat to anyone. As for the super forces, the most common thing is to scheme against each other, including the divine python tribe. Let's not talk about the others. Let's talk about the chief of the divine python tribe. Although I've only met him once, this person is extremely vicious and merciless. For the sake of power, he even murdered his own elder brother. It's impossible for such a ruthless character to completely trust the people around him. When he finds out that Pei Qin can concoct this kind of medicine, he will definitely ask Pei Qin for the antidote as soon as possible, just in case. So I concluded that he definitely has the antidote on him," Qin Feyang said. Hearing this, Viper was ecstatic. The main body was the main body. No matter what difficulties it encountered, it would be able to find a solution at the fastest speed. Although the inner demons are very strong, they are not as smart as me. Qin Feyang smiled and said, "Don't worry. When we return to the Divine City, I will go to the Divine Python tribe and get the antidote." "Thank you, young master." Viper hurriedly bowed and thanked him. "I can't stay outside for too long. You guys can continue." Qin Feyang smiled faintly and returned to the inner world. Viper's suspended heart finally relaxed. Then he looked at the other pill in his hand, raised his head to look at the inner demons, and asked suspiciously, "Master? What kind of pill is this?" The inner demons glanced at Wang Zicheng and the others from the corner of his eyes, and said expressionlessly, "This is called 9-turn dragon blood pill. It can increase the cultivation of War Emperor and War Saint." What? Viper's gaze trembled. Wang Zicheng and the others also looked at the 9-turn dragon blood pill in shock. In fact, the inner demons had deliberately said it to them. These people were all arrogant and unruly people. It was almost impossible for them to willingly submit. So, the inner demons thought of a way to break down the defenses in Wang Zicheng and the others' hearts step by step. The first step was to display extraordinary strength. For example, the various divine arts and the purple gold dragon soul, to achieve the effect of intimidating Wang Zicheng and the others. Obviously, this step was very successful. The second step. He helped Dan Wangkai and Wang Zicheng open the door to their potential, and took out the detoxification pill with 7 patterns and the 9-turn dragon blood pill to further intimidate Wang Zicheng and the others. To be exact, the second step was to tempt them. This step was also successful. Now, the third step was to help Viper become a 9-star war saint. He wanted to completely defeat Wang Zicheng and the others mentally and spiritually. He did not believe that after seeing these miraculous pills, Wang Zicheng and the others would not be tempted. The inner demons said, "Take it." Viper nodded repeatedly, took the 9-turn dragon blood pill, sat cross-legged in the void, and closed his eyes. Boom! The pill melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic energy, rolling toward his limbs and bones. Immediate effect. Viper's aura rose crazily. The 9-turn dragon blood pill with 7 patterns had a 70% success rate, which almost meant that it would not fail. Unless he stepped on dog feces outside and was extremely unlucky. And Viper's luck was still good. So, he broke through the shackles of an 8-star war saint and broke through to a 9-star war saint. I really did it. Viper opened his eyes, and his face was filled with ecstasy. Although there was still half a year before he could break through to a 9-star war saint with his own efforts, time was very precious to cultivators. Many things could be done in half a year. He looked up at the inner demons and said with admiration, "Master, you're too amazing, you're my idol." The inner demons said with a cold face, "Stop flattering, quickly take the potential pill, I'll help you open the second door of potential." "Okay." Viper nodded and quickly took out the potential pill and took it. After a painful process, the second door of potential was successfully opened. "I can't take it anymore." Dead Face roared and knelt in front of the inner demons on one knee and said respectfully, "Master, please give me the potential pill too." Shen Yi and his brothers looked at each other, stepped forward, and knelt in front of the inner demons and said, "Master, we're also willing to serve you." "Very good. Please believe me, you definitely won't regret the decision you made today." The inner demons laughed heartily and entered the castle, took out 4 potential pills, and opened the second door of potential for the 4 of them. Now, only the big bull, Wang Zicheng, the spirit queen, and the ice queen were left. "Girls, I won't force you, I can even remove your slave seal, but you have to think carefully. Because if you do that, you won't be able to get the potential pill, and then the gap between you and Viper and the others will become bigger and bigger. One day, Viper and the others will stand at the top of the pyramid of the Forgotten Continent, and be respected and worshipped by the world. And you can only hide at the side and die in silence. There might even be people laughing at you. Weren't you all part of the Blue Sea's 10 heroes? Why is the gap so big?" The inner demons joked. The 2 girls trembled, and a trace of struggle appeared in their eyes. "You only have one chance. If you miss it the next time you want it, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't bother with you, because I don't need it anymore." The inner demons said calmly, with a deep sense of disdain in his tone. The 2 girls looked at each other, and finally gritted their teeth, knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master." "Ha!" The inner demons laughed. As long as these 2 girls submitted, the big bull wouldn't be far away from submitting. However, the 2 girls felt that the inner demons was laughing at their cowardice, and a trace of anger appeared on their faces. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not laughing at you. On the contrary, I admire you because you have a lot of awareness. Do you know why?" The inner demons said playfully. The 2 girls shook their heads. The inner demons' eyes surged with a bloody light, and he laughed sinisterly. "If you really believe me and let me remove the slave seal, then it'll be the time of your death." The 2 girls' eyes trembled. So this was a trap. "However, you're very smart and chose to follow me. Of course, I can't favor one and discriminate against the other." The inner demons took out 2 potential pills, and helped the 2 girls open the second level of the door of potential. The dead man's face rolled his eyes, and asked carefully, "Master, I heard you say that the 9-turn dragon blood pill is useful for battle masters and battle saints. Is it useful for us 9-star battle saints?" "Yes. Although it can't let you break through to battle emperor, it can break through the bottleneck. As long as you take the 9-turn dragon blood pill, you can easily step into a 1-star battle emperor in less than an hour." The inner demons said proudly. The group of people suddenly became excited. There was a gap between a 9-star battle saint and a 1-star battle emperor. Although they were extremely talented, it wasn't easy to cross this gap. "Don't worry, before you take the 9-turn dragon blood pill, I'll help you open the first 7 levels of the door of potential." The inner demons said. Everyone's heart trembled. Opening the 7th level of the door of potential, this was something they didn't even dare to think about before. The barbarian bull finally couldn't hold it in, but he couldn't put down his face. He looked at the inner demons and wanted to say something, but stopped. Wang Zicheng's expression changed and he shouted, "Barbarian bull, what are you trying to do? Could it be that even you can't resist the temptation? Have some backbone, okay? What's the use of having backbone? Just like now, I'm stronger than you. I can trample on you however I want. Do you dare to fight back? Moreover, you're already like this. Don't you think it's ridiculous to talk about having backbone?" The inner demon's face was full of disdain. The barbarian bull closed his eyes in pain and finally sighed. He opened his eyes and bowed, Greetings, master. At least you know what's good for you. The inner demon sneered and helped the barbarian bull open the second level of the door of potential. You guys are really despicable. Wang Zicheng looked at the 9 people with disdain, and his face was full of disappointment. But the 9 people turned a deaf ear. The inner demons also ignored him and looked at Viper and the others with a smile. Quickly rest, I'll help you open the 3rd level later. Okay. Viper, Dan Wangkai, and the black monkey were overjoyed. They quickly sat cross-legged in the void, took healing pills, and closed their eyes to meditate. As for the barbarian bull and the others, after tasting the sweetness, they simply let go. After all, no one could change the situation at this point. Rather than continue to resist and suffer, they might as well accept it. Hey, are you ignoring me? Seeing that the inner demons ignored him, Wang Zicheng was very unhappy. Even if he didn't want to submit, shouldn't he at least put on an act and ask him? Now, they just left him here and didn't ask him what was going on. The inner demons still ignored him. They didn't even look at him and directly went to the ancient castle. They did it on purpose. Chapter 1054. Bastard! Wang Zicheng was furious. He stared at Viper and the others and roared, "We, the Qinghai 10 heroes, are all proud. I didn't expect you to become like this. I'm really ashamed of you. Don't be like a shrew. If you don't want to see us, then get lost. No, I forgot. You've been captured too. You don't even have the chance to leave." Viper sneered. Wang Zicheng, although Viper's words are unpleasant, it's also a fact. We've been captured and have no choice. Big Barbarian Bull sighed. I don't think so. Not only does this person have a divine art, but he also has a peerless divine pill like the potential pill. If we follow him, we'll definitely be able to go further and stand higher. Dan Wangkai said with a fiery gaze. Everyone nodded. You're all obsessed. Wang Zicheng was about to go crazy. The Arctic Queen said, We're not obsessed. A wise man submits to circumstances. Even you say so? Wang Zicheng looked at the Arctic Queen in disbelief. I don't want to argue with you now. I just want to open the 7th level of the Gate of Potential and step into the Warlord realm. After the Arctic Queen said that, she closed her eyes. The others ignored Wang Zicheng and focused on recovering. Looking at everyone's expressions, Wang Zicheng lowered his head. His conviction could not help but waver. About an hour later, the inner demons finally came out of the ancient castle. However, there was a hint of irritation between his brows. During this time, he was refining the small creation pill and 9-turn dragon blood pill. Small creation pill, 20 pills. 9-turn dragon blood pill, 9 pills. Originally, refining these medicinal pills would not take such a long time. After all, there were only 29 pills in total. But the problem was that the Netherworld Devil Flame needed more mental strength than before to reach the 8th grade. Now, he could only refine 10 pills at a time before his mental strength was exhausted. He had a headache. The soul refining technique was also strengthening his mental strength at any time, but he could not keep up. If only there were other ways to increase his mental strength. The inner demon sighed. He looked at Viper and the others and asked, Have you recovered? The 9 nodded. The inner demons immediately took out 9 potential pills and threw them to everyone. Then, he helped them successfully open the 3rd level. The 9 of them began to cultivate again. When they were done, they continued. After 6 hours, Viper and the others finally opened the 7th level of the Door of Potential. The 6th level's potential imprint was dark gold in color. As for the 7th level's potential imprint, it was reddish gold in color and was extremely eye-catching. The inner demons then gave the 9 transformation dragon blood pills to Dan Wangkai and the others. Finally, the 8 of them all stepped into the 1-star combat emperor realm. As for the Viper, he had already taken the 9 transformation dragon blood pill, so he naturally could not take it again. However, it didn't matter to him now. Because with his current cultivation speed, it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the War King. However, Wang Zicheng's heart was in a complete mess as he watched the 9 of them undergo a complete transformation in front of him. Submit? Not submitting? These two thoughts had been alternating in his mind all this time. The inner demons glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of his eyes, turned off the kill symbol tactic, and did not stay any longer. He entered the inner world and looked at the original body of Qin Feiyang and laughed. My mission has been completed, I'll leave the rest to you, especially that Wang Zicheng, torture him well. Qin Feiyang smiled, his consciousness left the inner world, and quickly regained control of his body. As soon as his original body returned, his eyes and long hair immediately began to change. This is... Viper and the other two's pupils shrank as they immediately bowed and said, Welcome, young master. Young master? Barbarian Bull and the others were startled. Dead Face asked suspiciously, Viper, you call him young master for a moment, and master for a moment. What's going on? Viper said, the one before was the inner demons, and this is the original body. Inner demons? Their expressions changed. Actually, it's very easy to differentiate. In the future, if you see the blood-haired Qin Feiyang, he will be the inner demons, and if it's the black-haired Qin Feiyang, he will be the original body. The inner demons will be called Master, and the original body will be called Young Master, understand? Viper said. I see. Greetings, young master. Barbarian Bull and the others suddenly understood, and then bowed. Since you've followed me, we'll be a family in the future. There's no need to be so reserved. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Young master, what's going on with your cultivation? Barbarian Bull looked at him suspiciously. Why did he suddenly fall from a 3-star combat emperor to a 3-star combat saint? Qin Feiyang explained, this is a divine art called the kill symbol tactic. After it's activated, it can absorb the blood of living beings and increase one's cultivation by 1 realm. Increase 1 realm. The group was stunned. Wasn't this too outrageous? Even if it was a divine art, it shouldn't be this abnormal. Wang Zicheng also stared at Qin Feiyang in shock, and his eyes almost popped out. Couldn't this bastard say something normal? Was he trying to scare people to death? Qin Feiyang glanced at the boundless sea and let out a long breath. He smiled and said, now that I've obtained the alchemy fire, the trip to the Azure Sea can be considered complete. Viper, Dan Wangai, the two of you will follow me to the Divine City. The rest of you will temporarily stay in the Azure Sea and wait for my orders. Barbarian Bull, take out your image crystal. Yes. The 9 of them respectfully replied. After Barbarian Bull and the other 5 took out their image crystal and established the contract bridge, Qin Feiyang looked at Viper and Dan Wankai and said, let's go. From beginning to end, he didn't look at Wang Zicheng and quickly left with Viper and Dan Wankai. Wang Zicheng was anxious and roared, what about me? You can do whatever you want. What does it have to do with me? Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. Wang Zicheng hesitated. Qin Feiyang didn't need to look to know that Wang Zicheng was wavering, but he didn't take the initiative to speak. He wanted Wang Zicheng to say it himself. Dead Face frowned and said, Wang Zicheng, don't hesitate. You won't get another chance. Everyone has their own ambitions. Don't force yourself. Otherwise, he will regret it in the future and blame you. The Black Monkey sneered. Wang Zicheng's face was gloomy. Barbarian Bull glanced at Wang Zicheng and said, I guess it won't be long before the Azure Sea 10 heroes change our name. Change what name? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. The Azure Sea 9 heroes. Barbarian Bull said. Everyone was stunned and then couldn't help but laugh. The meaning was obvious. Soon, they would surpass Wang Zicheng, and by then, Wang Zicheng wouldn't be worthy of being on the same level as them. What do you mean? Wang Zicheng glared at the 9 people angrily. Barbarian Bull said indifferently, I don't know if it's interesting or not. I only know that it will be too late if you don't speak now. Wang Zicheng's eyes trembled. He looked up at Qin Feiyang, only to see that Qin Feiyang and Viper were about to disappear. Wang Zicheng clenched his hands and said with the last bit of courage, I surrender. Barbarian Bull immediately mocked. I thought you were tough, but it turns out that you're just but you're so quiet. How can the young master hear you? Wang Zicheng's face was red. He didn't care so much. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, he shouted, Young master, I surrender. In the distance, above the sea. Hearing Wang Zicheng's roar, Viper and Dan Wangsai's eyes had a trace of ridicule at the same time. Wasn't he tough? Didn't he still bow his head? Qin Feiyang also stopped and a bright smile appeared on his face. Actually, the inner demons had long expected that Wang Zicheng would surrender, so when refining the 9-turn dragon blood pill and the small creation pill, they also refined Wang Zicheng's portion. Qin Feiyang took out a jade box, put a potential pill, 2 potential pills, 2 small creation pills, and a 9-turn dragon blood pill into it, then closed the jade box and threw it with force. The jade box immediately turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction of Wang Zicheng. He left with Viper and Dan Wangkai without saying a word. Why is there no response? I've already taken the initiative to surrender. What else do you want? Not waiting for Qin Feiyang's response for a long time, Wang Zicheng couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Look, something is flying over. Dead Face suddenly locked onto the void in front of him and said in surprise. It's a jade box. It must have been thrown by the young master. Barbarian Bull's spirit was lifted and he immediately rushed towards the jade box. Big Barbarian Bull, what are you trying to do? Wang Zicheng also quivered. With a roar, he actually activated the forbidden technique and shot towards the jade box. Barbarian Bull stopped in his tracks, looked at Black Monkey and the others and mocked. I was just joking. Look at how anxious he is. Dead Face chuckled. Seeing that we have all opened the gate of potential, how can he not be anxious? Finally, Wang Zicheng grabbed the jade box and opened it without saying a word. His eyes were immediately filled with ecstasy. Big Barbarian Bull, you guys helped Wang Zicheng open the gate of potential. Also, my true identity is not allowed to be mentioned to anyone. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's ethereal voice came from the distant sea. Barbarian Bull and the others immediately replied respectfully, and then surrounded Wang Zicheng. Didn't Big Brother Mu say that Brother Mu would come to find us soon? Why isn't he here yet? At the same time, young Master Hao was pacing back and forth on a mountain peak, feeling anxious and uneasy. I think even if your father went missing, you wouldn't be so anxious. Wang Yue rolled her eyes. How can an old man be the same? With his strength, who can hurt him? But Brother Mu is different. This inland sea is extremely dangerous. What if something unexpected happens? Young Master Hao was worried. He has such a powerful big brother, what can happen to him? Can you stop pacing around? I'm getting dizzy because of you. Wang Yue said angrily. Young Master Hao smiled embarrassedly, but he stopped beside Wang Yue and looked in the direction of the volcanic island, frowning. No one knew how long had passed. The sound of something piercing through the air was heard. Young Master Hao hurriedly looked over and was instantly overjoyed. Above the distant sea, a white-robed young man came at lightning speed. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? However, Viper and Dan Wangkai were gone. They were sent to the castle by him. The bloodstains on his body were washed away on the way, and he changed into a new set of clothes. He looked energetic. Chapter 1055. Brother Mu, we're here. Young Master Hao ran to the edge of the cliff, waving his hand and shouting. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He stopped in the air and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw young Master Hao on the top of the mountain, an inexplicable emotion rose in his heart. The chief pagoda sent the one-armed old man to assassinate him. Frankly speaking, he was already angry. But young Master Hao's affection for him was extremely sincere. This made it difficult for him to get along with him. Alas! I'll take it one step at a time. After a while, Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. He restrained his emotions and greeted young Master Hao with a smile on his face. Where have you been? Why didn't you contact us for so long? You didn't respond to our messages. When Qin Feiyang landed on the top of the mountain, young Master Hao immediately scolded him. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Yue and smiled. I have something urgent to deal with. Sorry to make you worry. Who's worried about you? Wang Yue rolled her eyes and stood up. Why is your brother in Qinghai? Qin Feiyang shook his head. I don't know. He sent me a message a few days ago. I was quite surprised. has the alchemy fire appeared? Wang Yuer. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, it's in my brother's hands now. Wang Yuer said, then why don't you bring it here? How can we go back without the alchemy fire? I don't have the guts. Because my brother is a master who doesn't even recognize his own family. If I provoke him, I won't have a good time. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Young Master Hao said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the biggest purpose of my father's sending us to Qinghai is to train me. Wang Yuer raised her eyebrows and nodded. That's true. You've grown a lot in these months. We can go back and report to our superiors. So, shall we go back now or? Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said with a smile, let's go back now. Now that the matter in Qinghai had been dealt with, there was no point in staying any longer. It was better to return as soon as possible and find a way to obtain the 5-colored crystal. Wang Yuer took out the Saint King ship, and the 3 of them landed on the deck. The Saint King ship immediately broke through the waves and sailed away. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Hao and asked calmly, oh right, did your father send a message to ask about our situation? That old man won't worry about us. Young Master Hao snorted coldly. I don't think so. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then what do you think? Young Master Hao looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and didn't answer. He sat cross-legged on the bow and closed his eyes to meditate. Although the Chief Pagoda Master wanted to harm him, he had to admit that the Chief Pagoda Master treated young Master Hao well. This was because they were afraid that he would compete with young Master Hao for the position of the next Chief Pagoda Master. Seeing this, young Master Hao didn't ask any more questions and started cultivating as well. But Wang Yuer looked at Qin Feiyang a few more times. She always felt that the current Qin Feiyang seemed to be a little different from the Qin Feiyang of the past. However, she couldn't tell what was different about him. If Qin Feiyang knew about this, he would definitely be shocked. He had already concealed it very well, but it was still discovered by Wang Yuer. This woman's intuition was really terrifying. Suddenly, Wang Yuer squatted beside Qin Feiyang and sent a sound transmission, Moo, I have a question to ask you. What's the problem? Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at her warily. Because in Wang Yuer's eyes, he caught a trace of a sly smile. Wang Yuer secretly said, I heard that you have something that can make the War Master break through a small realm in an instant. What exactly is that thing? Qin Feiyang was stunned and immediately looked at young Master Hao angrily. Wang Yuer secretly snorted coldly and said, this is a problem between us, don't disturb his cultivation. Qin Feiyang said playfully, a problem between us? When did we become so familiar with each other? We're already engaged, yet we're still not familiar with each other. Then what do you think is enough? Is that so? Wang Yuer smiled charmingly and sat on the deck. Then, under Qin Feiyang's astonished gaze, she actually snuggled into his embrace, and even stretched out her jade fingers to stroke Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang's heart immediately surged with evil fire. Damned little demoness, she actually used a charm technique. He cursed and immediately pushed Wang Yuer away, saying to himself, men and women shouldn't touch each other. We're going to get married sooner or later anyway, what are you afraid of? Wang Yuer continued to tease. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be annoyed. Suddenly his eyes rolled, and he hugged Wang Yuer in his arms, and said with an evil smile, since you can't wait, I might as well fulfill your wish. Wang Yuer's tender body stiffened, and she immediately became obedient. She broke free from Qin Feiyang's evil clutches and snorted coldly, don't be complacent, sooner or later I'll make you take the initiative to say it. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. Bastard. Wang Yuer cursed silently and then turned around, her face flushed with anger. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Although Wang Yuer was usually a little domineering, sometimes she was quite cute. However, it was only a matter of time before he fell out with the Chief Pagoda Master, and he couldn't continue to entangle with her like this, including young Master Hao. The volcanic island was located in the depths of the inland sea, and there was still a long way to go to the outer sea, and there was no portal in the inland sea, so they could only rely on the Sage King. On the way, they would inevitably be harassed by fierce beasts. But when they saw Qin Feiyang sitting cross-legged on the deck, those fierce beasts fled in fear. Although it was the inner demons who had killed so many people in the inland sea, this face had been branded in the depths of their souls. For them, the owner of this face was a death god that they couldn't provoke. Although Qin Feiyang had a fierce reputation in the hearts of the sea beasts, it was also because of this that the journey was peaceful. The next day, the Sage King passed by the demonic island. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and glanced at the demonic island. For some reason, he had an impulse to enter the demonic island. But in the end, this impulse was forcibly suppressed by him. The Sage King continued to move forward. Day after day passed. There was no delay on the way, and in only a month, the Sage King arrived at the mythical island. After a month of meditation, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had improved a lot. But compared to the improvement of his cultivation, what made him happier was that his spiritual power had increased by another level. Level 22 spiritual power. And the mythical island was still the same as before, without the slightest change. Wang Yue put away the Sage King, and the three of them walked on the mythical island, glancing at the surrounding vegetation, mountains, and rivers. For a moment, all of them were filled with emotions. It had been half a year since they entered the inland sea. So many things had happened in this half a year, and it felt like a very long dream. Soon, Qin Feiyang came to the lake again. The sense of familiarity that the mythical island gave him still hadn't disappeared. The lake was calm and without waves. Qin Feiyang stared at it for a moment, then turned to Wang Yue and said, "Wait for me here, I'll go down and take a look." Before Wang Yue could react, he had already jumped down. Chapter 1056. A moment later, Qin Feiyang came out. After repeated confirmations, there was indeed nothing else in the lake other than the mermaid pattern. "What are you doing down there?" Young Master Hao looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Nothing, I just want to see if I can find any treasures." "Find treasures?" Young Master Hao was stunned and rolled his eyes. Wang Yue also looked at him as if he was an idiot. The island was the only way to go from the outer sea to the inner sea. Countless people had passed through here in the past. Even if there were treasures, they would have been looted long ago. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "We can teleport from the outer sea. Let's teleport back directly." Young Master Hao nodded. The three of them did not delay any longer and quickly left the island. Then, young Master Hao opened a teleportation door and walked in one after another. At the same time, in a courtyard of the main tower's holy land, a middle-aged man stood in a pavilion and was writing a word with a brush. This middle-aged man was wearing a pure white robe. His long hair was draped behind his back, and his whole body exuded an unfathomable aura. It was young Master Hao's father, the main tower master. He was the only one in the courtyard. He held a dazzling golden brush in his hand and wrote with all his might. The word he was writing now was the word, kill. Every stroke, contained a shocking murderous aura. Not only did the word, kill, have killing intent, but his eyes also had waves of killing intent, like the edge of a blade. Suddenly, his arm paused and he glanced at the gate of the courtyard. Then, with a wave of his hand, the brush and the paper with the word, kill, in his hand instantly turned into powder. And the killing intent in his eyes also dissipated. Swish. Almost at the same time. In front of the gate of the courtyard, three figures appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang, young Master Hao, and Wang Yue. The main tower master turned to look at the three of them and smiled, "You're back. We didn't die. Are you very disappointed?" Young Master Hao snorted coldly, kicked open the gate of the courtyard, and swaggered in. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue looked at each other and could not help but shake their heads with a bitter smile. In the entire Forgotten Continent, only this young Master Hao dared to kick the gate of the main tower master. "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, Uncle." The two of them walked in one after the other. They stood in front of the pavilion and bowed. Chief Pagoda Master nodded with gratification and asked, "Did your trip to Azure Sea go smoothly?" "It went well." Wang Yue replied respectfully. But at the same time, looking at the Chief Tower Master's smile, Qin Feiyang no longer had that kind of amiable feeling. This was a person who was very good at disguising himself. It was impossible to find any flaws in his disguise. If he didn't already know the true face of this person, he would definitely continue to be confused by these illusions. Chief Pagoda Master smiled and asked, "Did you bring back the pill fire?" Wang Yue was at a loss for words for a moment. She glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of her eyes. Qin Feiyang bowed and said, "Shizhuan, this has nothing to do with them. It's my fault for not being able to snatch the alchemy fire." "What happened?" The Chief Tower Master revealed a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "It's my big brother. He also went to the inland sea. The moment the alchemy fire appeared, it was snatched by him." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he hurriedly added, "But Shizhuan, I swear that I didn't leak the news of the alchemy fire appearing in Azure Sea to him." "So that's how it is?" Chief Pagoda Master suddenly understood and asked, "Is he your big brother?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Chief Pagoda Master said, "Then your big brother is quite powerful. He dares to snatch something that our Chief Pagoda wants." Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He hurriedly said with fear, "Shizhuan, please calm down. I'll send a message to him later and persuade him to hand over the alchemy fire." "There's no need for that." Chief Pagoda Master waved his hand. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Chief Pagoda Master said, "I believe Gong Sun Bei has already told you the real reason why I asked you to go to Azure Sea." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's why I don't care about the alchemy fire. What I want is for how to grow in this experience. As for the news of the alchemy fire being leaked, I never doubted you. Because I know that there are many spies in my Chief Pagoda." Chief Pagoda Master smiled. So this person knew and just pretended not to know. As expected of a sly old fox. Qin Feiyang muttered inwardly and pretended to be relieved. Chief Pagoda Master smiled again, "But I'm very interested in your big brother. When he has time, ask him to come to the Chief Pagoda as a guest." Qin Feiyang said, "It's my big brother's honor. I'll definitely tell him." Chief Pagoda Master smiled and looked at young Master Hao. "How was it? Did you get anything from this trip?" Young Master Hao said, "A little." Chief Pagoda Master said with interest, "Then you summarize it for me." Young Master Hao lowered his head and pondered for a while before sighing, "In short, I was a frog at the bottom of a well." Hee. Although it was only one sentence, Chief Pagoda Master was extremely gratified. Chief Pagoda Master looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yue and said sincerely, "Thank you for taking care of him along the way, and even more thank you for bringing him back alive, not letting me send him off." Wang Yue laughed, "Uncle, you're being too polite. I've always treated him as my younger brother, so it's only right for me to take care of him." "Ha!" Chief Pagoda Master laughed heartily. But suddenly, he frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Do you know? Although you're not in the Divine City, during this period of time, the Divine City has been in an uproar because of you." Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Chief Pagoda Master said, "Someone spread the news that you were killed in the internal sea." "Bastard! Who is spreading rumors?" Before Qin Feiyang could say anything, young Master Hao had already lost his temper. Chief Pagoda Master shook his head. "I don't know who is spreading rumors, but everyone in the Divine City is talking about it." Wang Yue was also puzzled. Only Qin Feiyang knew in his heart that it must have been spread by the people of the 9 great tribes. He began to look forward to it. When he appeared in front of these people, what kind of reaction would they have? Suddenly, he had an idea and looked at Chief Pagoda Master. "Then Master, did you believe it before?" "Of course I didn't. Because if you were really in trouble, you and Hao would definitely report to me immediately." Chief Pagoda Master laughed. "That's true." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Chief Pagoda Master frowned. "But this matter can't be groundless. What exactly happened to you in Qinghai?" "Speaking of which, I'm angry." Young Master Hao took the lead to speak again, his face full of indignation. "What's wrong?" Chief Pagoda Master turned to look at him. "Old man, do you know? As soon as we left the Divine City, Someone came to assassinate Brother Mu. Young Master Hao said angrily. Who has the guts to touch my direct disciple? Chief Pagoda Master's eyes were slightly gloomy. Fu Anshan and the Qilin tribe. Fortunately, Brother Mu was vigilant, otherwise, he would have died long ago. Even the person called Fu Han sent by Fu Anshan planned to kill me and my sister. Young Master Hao said. Is that true? Chief Pagoda Master was no longer calm. Young Master Hao said, of course, we caught that Fu Han on the Divine Island, and he admitted it himself. Fu Anshan told him not to leave any of us alive, that is to say, to kill all three of us. This is true. Wang Yu also nodded. Fu Anshan. Chief Pagoda Master's eyes were filled with killing intent. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he bowed. Master, you don't have to worry about this matter, leave it to us. After saying that, he gave young Master Hao a look. Young Master Hao nodded and said, yes, 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 we will take care of it. Really? Chief Pagoda Master looked at him doubtfully. Young Master Hao said solemnly, believe me this time, I guarantee that this time, you will have a whole new level of respect for me, and I will also investigate the cause of Li He and Shen Feiyun's death. Chief Pagoda Master looked at him in surprise and said with a smile, it seems that this experience has really made you grow a lot. Well, I will give you this opportunity, go ahead and do it. The meaning was obvious. No matter what young Master Hao did, he would unconditionally support him. Thank you, Dad. Young Master Hao was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. After being together for so long, this was the first time he heard young Master Hao affectionately call Chief Pagoda Master Father. All right, you have been busy for so long, go back and have a good rest. Chief Pagoda Master smiled. This disciple will take his leave. Chapter 1057. Half a year had passed. The calm Heart Lake had not changed much. The lake water was clear and rippled. A wisp of breeze blew past, making people feel relaxed and happy. On the island, the vegetation was still lush and hundreds of flowers were blooming. It was like a paradise on earth, a paradise. I'm finally back. This place makes people feel at ease. Young Master Hao glanced at the island and looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded. By the way, Brother Mu, I really don't know how to investigate the cause of death of Shen Feiyun and Li He. Since we are brothers, please point the way. Young Master Hao chuckled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and said with a smile, everyone is tired. Go and have a good rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Young Master Hao nodded and said, all right, I'm not in a hurry anyway. I'll come find you tomorrow morning. With that, young Master Hao turned into a stream of light and disappeared from his courtyard. Mu, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you confess. Wang Yu glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang and also flew towards her courtyard. She was very curious about young Master Hao's breakthrough from a 9-star war master to a 1-star war saint. She would not give up until she figured it out. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He also returned to the courtyard and went straight into the attic. But as soon as he entered, he hurriedly closed the door and stood in the hall with his head lowered. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he opened the teleportation door, activated the concealment technique, and walked in without looking back. The next moment, he once again appeared in front of the Chief Pagoda Master's courtyard. But after activating the concealment technique, the Chief Pagoda Master did not discover him. Qin Feiyang did not go in either. He just stood outside the courtyard and quietly looked at the Chief Pagoda Master. At this moment, the Chief Pagoda Master was sitting alone at the stone table with his head lowered in silence. After an unknown period of time, the Chief Pagoda Master suddenly took out an image crystal. Buzz. So, a shadow appeared. It was an old man in white with white hair and a white beard. He had a kind face and his entire body exuded an otherworldly aura. And between his eyebrows, there was an extremely eye-catching flame mark. And this mark was black. Ancestor Mu is back. Chief Pagoda Master looked at the white-clothed old man and said in a deep voice. The white-robed old man's pupils contracted. Chief Pagoda Master said, "What is One-Armed doing? Why didn't you leave him in Qinghai?" The old man in white was silent for a moment before he said, We've lost contact with Dubai. What? Chief Pagoda Lord, he suddenly stood up. The white-clothed old man said, I think something bad has happened to him. How could this be? Although the inner sea is dangerous, with the one-armed 7-star combat emperor's cultivation, there shouldn't be any accidents. The chief tower master said in disbelief. I'm also thinking about this. Should I send someone to Qinghai to investigate the cause of his death? The white-robed old man asked. We must investigate, because I'm worried that one-armed's death might be related to Ancestor Mu. The chief tower master said in a deep voice. The white-clothed old man was shocked. Ancestor Mu was only a battle saint. How could she be related to Dubai's death? Chief Pagoda Master said, Ancestor Mu definitely doesn't have this ability, but we can't rule out his family and friends, such as his elder brother. Big brother? The white-clothed old man frowned. I just heard from Ancestor Mu that the 7th grade pill fire was snatched away by his elder brother. Since he dared to snatch something from our chief pagoda, this person's ability must not be small, so we must investigate carefully. Chief Pagoda Master said. Okay, I will arrange it immediately. The white-clothed old man nodded and turned off the image crystal. As I expected, seeing that I came back alive, he must be suspicious of me. Qin Feiyang muttered and was about to leave, but the Chief Pagoda Master activated the image crystal again. A trace of doubt appeared in his eyes as he continued to peek. Buzz. Not long after, Gong Sun Bei's image appeared. Seeing that it was the Chief Pagoda Master, Gong Sun Bei immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Lord. The Chief Pagoda Master nodded and said, Remember last time, I asked you to investigate Ancestor Mu's parents? Gong Sun Bei nodded. The Chief Pagoda Master said, At that time, did you ask if Ancestor Mu has any brothers? No, I didn't. Gong Sun Bei shook his head and then asked suspiciously, Why did Lord suddenly ask this? It's nothing. Now I will give you a task. Immediately go and bring Ancestor Mu's parents to the Chief Pagoda. The Chief Pagoda Master said. Gong Sun Bei was stunned and puzzled. Why do you want to bring them to the Chief Pagoda? The Chief Pagoda Master said, Don't ask too much, just do as I say. I hope to see them in half an hour. Yes, I will do it right away. Gong Sun Bei respectfully responded, and the image disappeared. The Chief Pagoda Master also put away the image crystal and returned to the stone bench and fell into deep thought again. Amazing! Not only did he start to suspect me, but he also immediately arranged the next step. Qin Feiyang secretly sneered. If he guessed correctly, the Chief Pagoda Master asked Gong Sun Bei to bring his parents to the Chief Pagoda to threaten him. However, the Chief Pagoda Master is destined to miscalculate. Because those two people are not Qin Feiyang's parents at all, but two imposters arranged by the Mujia. Wait and see, let's see who will have the last laugh. Qin Feiyang secretly sneered and was ready to leave again. But as soon as he turned around, he suddenly felt a mysterious force emerging. He quickly looked at the Chief Pagoda Master again. The reason for that was because the mysterious power was coming from the pavilion. When he saw the Chief Pagoda Master again, his eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, the Chief Pagoda Master was holding a crystal in his hand. This crystal was triangular in shape, as big as a baby's fist. It was colorful and had sharp edges, shining with a hazy brilliance. This crystal is the 5-colored crystal that the mysterious madam asked him to snatch. It appeared. Qin Feiyang was quite excited. As long as he got the 5-colored crystal, there was no need for him to continue to stay in the Chief Pagoda. The opportunity can't be missed. He made up his mind and was ready to snatch it from the Chief Pagoda Master's hands now. Because now is a good opportunity. The Chief Pagoda Master didn't find him. As long as he can approach the Chief Pagoda Master without being noticed, he will succeed. Let's do it. He rose into the air and quietly flew towards the pavilion. In fact, at this moment he was very nervous. Because the Chief Pagoda Master's strength was too strong. He was worried that if he got close and was discovered by the Chief Pagoda Master, it would be troublesome. However, what he was worried about didn't happen. He got closer little by little, but the Chief Pagoda Master didn't notice. He lowered his head and looked at the five-colored crystal, his eyes full of greed. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was quite surprised. What exactly is this five-colored crystal? Not only did the mysterious madam covet it, but the chief pagoda master also loved it? 1 meter. 2 meters. He was only a dozen meters away from the pavilion. Qin Feiyang also became more careful. But at this moment, staring at the five-colored crystal, the chief pagoda master's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. He said coldly, "No one can take the position of the chief pagoda master from me." After saying that, he clenched his big hand and the five-colored crystal disappeared. Damn it! Qin Feiyang cursed and decisively retreated. 1 step, just 1 step. After returning to the attic, he lay weakly on the chair, his face full of unwillingness. If he didn't get it this time, he didn't know when the next time would come. He felt that God seemed to have played a big joke on him. Alas! After a while, he sighed and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Not long after, Mu Qing's shadow appeared. Looking at the hall where Qin Feiyang was, Mu Qing said in surprise, "You're back from Qinghai? But you don't want to see me back?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Mu Qing grinned and said, "Aren't you joking? I just want you to live a long life." Hypocrite. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "Let's get down to business. Are the 2 people you arranged to pretend to be my parents still in the 9th area?" "Yes. We were worried that the chief pagoda master would investigate, so we arranged for them to stay there." "Is there a problem?" Mu Qing asked. Gongsun Bei went to find them. "Ask them to leave immediately," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. But Mu Qing was surprised. "You're right. The chief pagoda master is not a simple person. This time he asked me to go to Qinghai to kill me." Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. After listening, Mu Qing was full of hope. He shook his head and sighed. "I expected that he would attack you, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Fortunately, it's you. If it were someone else, even if they had 9 lives, they would have died in Qinghai." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Since you expected it, why didn't you tell me? Didn't I remind you? I told you to be careful of him." Mu Qing joked. "What kind of reminder is that?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Ask them to leave quickly. Don't let them be caught by Gongsun Bei." Mu Qing said, "What if Gongsun Bei didn't find them and came to question you? How will you answer?" Qin Feiyang said, "There's no need to think about it. Just find an excuse." "Okay, I'll inform them right away," Mu Qing said, and the shadow dissipated. Qin Feiyang also lowered his head, and his eyes flashed coldly. He asked Mu Qing to tell the 2 to leave, not because he was worried about their safety, but because he was afraid that they couldn't withstand the chief pagoda master's interrogation and would reveal his true identity. At that time, not to mention snatching the five-colored crystal, he might not even be able to keep his life. He sent a message to Wang Zicheng and the others and gave them a little explanation. He was worried that the people sent by the chief pagoda master to Qinghai would ask Wang Zicheng and the others for information, and those who didn't know about it would probably leak it. After telling them, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and thought carefully. Was there any other loopholes? Because in the current situation, there was no room for any mistakes. Finally, after confirming that it was flawless, he put away the image crystal, took a long breath, went to the 2nd floor, fell on the bed, and fell asleep. He was too tired. Chapter 1058. The next morning, young Master Hao opened the door and walked out of the attic. He stood in front of a flower bed and sniffed the fragrance of the flowers. He stretched and said, "I feel much better after a good sleep." Then he turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang's attic. Seeing that the attic door was closed and Qin Feiyang was not on the balcony, he was a little surprised. "Is this guy sleeping too?" Swish. He stepped out and landed in front of Qin Feiyang's attic. He knocked hard on the door. "Why are you knocking so early in the morning?" After a while, Qin Feiyang's angry roar was suddenly heard in the room. "Still angry when you wake up?" Young Master Hao was surprised and joked, "Why don't you come out and see? The sun is almost on your butt." With a series of footsteps, the attic door opened. Qin Feiyong stood behind the door with sleepy eyes and looked at the sky outside. The sun had not risen from the horizon yet. Are you sick? He looked at young Master Hao angrily. He finally wanted to have a good sleep, but he was woken up so early. Are you really sleeping? Young Master Hao looked at him curiously as if he had discovered a new continent. I am also a human being. There are times when I am tired. Why can't I sleep? Qin Feiyong glared at him, turned around, and walked towards the bathroom. Are you a human being? You are obviously a monster. Young Master Hao followed him and laughed. Qin Feiyong rolled his eyes and said, Okay, cut the crap. Why are you here so early in the morning? Young Master Hao said unhappily, Didn't you say you would help me investigate the cause of Shen Feiyun and Li He's death? Have you forgotten? Qin Feiyong said, I didn't say I would help you investigate. I just said I would give you some advice. Don't be like this. I don't have much confidence on my own. Young Master Hao smiled embarrassedly and pretended to be a follower. He looked at Qin Feiyong with admiration. Qin Feiyong shook his head helplessly and said, Wait for me. After saying that, he went into the bathroom. Not long after, he came out looking energetic. Qin Feiyong entered the hall and took out the pampered tea of Qinghai. While making tea, he said, Based on your personality, shouldn't you go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion first after returning from Qinghai? Young Master Hao chuckled and said, That's why I came to you. Don't make tea. Let's go together. Qin Feiyong quickly stretched out his hand and said, Don't. If it's nothing important, I usually don't go to that kind of place. Boring. Young Master Hao pursed his lips and had no choice but to sit in front of Qin Feiyong. A moment later, the tea was ready. Qin Feiyong poured 2 cups. He handed 1 cup to young Master Hao and slowly tasted the other cup himself. Young Master Hao wasn't in the mood to talk now. He urged, Tell me quickly. What do you think of this matter? Qin Feiyong said, What I know, you know too. Why are you asking me? Yes. I do know. But I really can't figure it out. What exactly does Fu Anshan have on the leader of the Divine Python tribe? Young Master Hao frowned. I don't know either. It's hard to investigate this matter in a short period of time. Qin Feiyong shook his head. There's something you can't do? How strange. Before he finished speaking, a cold snort came from outside the door. Wang Yuer, dressed in a snow-white dress, with her hair like a waterfall and her sparkling skin like a fairy, floated in. Qin Feiyong glanced at her and said, Who provoked you this time? Why is there such a strong smell of gunpowder so early in the morning? What do you think? Wang Yuer looked at him coldly and sat down beside the two of them. She washed a teacup and poured tea for herself. You really don't think of yourself as an outsider, Qin Feiyong said. Wang Yuer was unmoved and said indifferently, No matter what, I'm your fiancé now. Can I be considered an outsider? Qin Feiyong sighed helplessly, got up, looked at young Master Hao and said, Let's go. I'll take you to a place. Where? Young Master Hao was suspicious. Qin Feiyong said with a faint smile, A place where you can solve the puzzle. As he spoke, he opened a portal and walked in without looking back. Young Master Hao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly followed. Bastard. He left as soon as I came. He did it on purpose. Wang Yuer stomped her feet angrily and hurriedly got up and chased in. Not long after the 3 of them left, a young man in purple appeared in the sky above the courtyard. It was Gong Sun Bei. As soon as he appeared, he sensed Qin Feiyong's aura. But in the end, not only did he not sense Qin Feiyong's aura, but even the auras of young Master Hao and Wang Yuer disappeared. Where did all of you go so early in the morning? Gong Sun Bei frowned and opened a portal to leave. At the same time, North City. In a rather luxurious study, an old man in black was half lying on the chair in front of the desk, resting with his eyes closed. He was Fu Anshan. My lord, this lowly one has seen you smiling all this time. Did something good happen? There was a short man standing next to him. He had long yellow hair and 2 hideous scars on his neck. He was flattering Fu Anshan. Of course. Would I be so happy if I didn't encounter something good? Fu Anshan said. What good news? Tell me and I'll be happy for you. The short man smiled obsequiously. There's no harm in telling you. Didn't my useless son, Fu Xiong, get killed by Ancestor Mu and the others? Now that Shin Feiyun and Ancestor Mu are dead, I can be considered avenged. So now, I want to find another woman and have a few more children, in case something happens in the future and there's no one to take care of me. Fu Anshan smiled. So that's how it is. The short man nodded in realization and said obsequiously, this is a good thing. It means that you're old but strong. I wonder if you've found a woman you like now? Of course. Fu Anshan nodded. Who is it? So lucky to be chosen by you? The short man asked. Well, let's keep you in suspense first. When I get married to her, you'll definitely be shocked. Fu Anshan said with a smile. The short man chuckled and cupped his hands. Then I'll congratulate you first, my lord. Ha! Fu Anshan laughed heartily, and his old face was flushed red. Hee hee. What's making you so happy? Can you tell us so that we can have some fun too? Suddenly, a teasing voice echoed in the study. Following that, a certain part of the void fluctuated, and two men and a woman appeared out of thin air. Fu Anshan was stunned. He looked at the three of them and shouted arrogantly, You guys are quite bold. Without this old man's permission, you dare to barge into this old man's study. However, before he finished speaking, his old face immediately turned green. He stood up abruptly and looked at the three of them, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's right. The people who came were Qin Feiyang, young Master Hao, and Wang Yu. Are you disappointed to see me come back alive? Qin Feiyang sat casually beside the tea table and looked up at Fu Anshan, his eyes full of ridicule. Impossible. Ancestor Mu is already dead. Who exactly are you? How dare you impersonate him? Fu Anshan shouted. Impersonate? Qin Feiyang laughed. Such a living person standing in front of him, and he actually said that he was impersonating? It seemed that this person firmly believed the rumor of his death. Not answering? That means that you're really impersonating him. How dare you impersonate the direct disciple of the chief pagoda master? You're simply courting death. Wei Yan, take him down. Fu Anshan's eyes turned cold as he shouted to the short man beside him. The short man responded respectfully, and with a terrifying sneer, he pounced towards Qin Feiyang fiercely. Wei Yan? Qin Feiyang looked at the short man in surprise. Why did this name sound so familiar? That's right. Yan Wei Wei Yan. Could this person be Yan Wei? Swish. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to secretly ask, young Master Hao stepped in front of Qin Feiyang, looked at the person called Wei Yan, and shouted, Fu Anshan, are you courting death? Fu Anshan's pupils constricted, and he suddenly sneered, You must be someone else impersonating you. Wei Yan, take him down. Understood. Wei Yan laughed sinisterly. Young Master Hao was completely furious and he shouted, How dare you? Just you wait, I'll immediately call Gong Sun Bei over and flatten your trading pavilion. Then he took out the image crystal. Fu Anshan was shocked. Could it be that Ancestor Mu was really not dead? But that was impossible, because this news was personally reported by Pei Qin and the others. Moreover, Tan Jing was a member of his trading pavilion, so he would definitely not lie. Buzz. Gong Sun Bei's figure appeared. Oh no. Fu Anshan's face instantly changed when he saw Gong Sun Bei appear. Wei Yan's body stiffened, and he did not dare to step forward again. His face was full of fear. At the same time, Gong Sun Bei was also looking for Qin Feiyang. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, he immediately said, You just came back. Why don't you have a good rest? Young Master Hao said, 1 night's rest is enough. Now, we're in the trading pavilion in the North City. Someone suspects that we're impersonators and even wants to harm us, so we need you to help us verify it. Who's so bold? Gong Sun Bei raised his eyebrows. Young Master Hao turned the image crystal and pointed it at Fu Anshan and Wei Yan. Greetings, Lord Gong Sun. The two of them hurriedly bowed. Gong Sun Bei said, You dare to attack them? You're quite bold. Fu Anshan's old body suddenly trembled, and he hurriedly said, Lord Gongsun, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Okay, I'd like to see how you explain. Gong Sun Bei said, his eyes flashing coldly. Because of the rumors. Rumor has it that Ancestor Mu has died in Qinghai. Now that he suddenly appears in front of me, I'll definitely be suspicious. Fu Anshan said. That's true. Gong Sun Bei nodded and then snorted coldly. Fortunately, you didn't make a big mistake. Otherwise, even if you had 10 heads, they wouldn't be enough to kill you. Yes. Fu Anshan nodded repeatedly, his forehead already drenched in cold sweat. Young Master House sneered, turned the image crystal, looked at Gong Sun Bei, and said with a smile, "Thank you." Gong Sun Bei rolled his eyes at him, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "When you're done, come to the Oracle Hall to find me." The Oracle Hall? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 1059. After turning off the image crystal, Qin Feiyang and the other two were silent as they looked at Fu Anshan quietly. Fu Anshan became more and more guilty and nervous. The atmosphere in the study room was also extremely solemn. Finally, Fu Anshan could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground and begged, "Young Master Hao, Miss Yu, Young Master Mu, I was blind before. I hope the three of you can be magnanimous and not bicker with me." Young Master Hao sneered, "You are the manager of the transaction pavilion. I even heard that you are about to inherit the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. How can we dare to bicker with you?" Fu Anshan's gaze trembled as he hurriedly smiled obsequiously, "Young Master Hao, aren't you flattering me?" Young Master Hao snorted coldly and said, "It's good that you know. Not to mention a small manager, even if you have inherited the position of Deputy Pavilion Master, you have to obediently lie down in front of me." Yes. Fu Anshan nodded repeatedly. Young Master Hao smiled disdainfully and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, as if asking, "What should I do next? I've already brought you here, but you still don't know what to do. You're really something." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "I don't know how to start." Young Master Hao smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang was speechless and sent a voice transmission, "Bring up Fu Han." Fu Han? Young Master Hao was stunned for a moment before a look of realization appeared in his eyes. He laughed secretly and said, "Understood." Then, he looked at Fu Anshan and said indifferently, "I heard that you have a person called Fu Han under you." Fu Anshan panicked and nodded. "Indeed." Young Master Hao said, "Then where is he now? Let him come and see me." Fu Anshan's heart skipped a beat as he shook his head and said, "Young Master, I don't know where he is now." "Isn't he your subordinate?" Young Master Hao sneered. "He is my subordinate, but I have never restricted his freedom, so he usually roams outside." Fu Anshan hurriedly explained. "Is that so?" Young Master Hao smiled playfully. "Absolutely." Fu Anshan nodded and swore. "I think it's you who can't find him now. Let me show you something." Young Master Hao took out an image crystal. Light flickered, and an image appeared in the void. The screen showed the scene of Fu Han's confession. "Damned bastard, you actually betrayed me." Looking at the scene and listening to Fu Han's confession, Fu Anshan's face was gloomy, and his heart went crazy. A moment later, Young Master Hao put away the crystal, smiled and asked, "Tell me, what kind of explanation do you plan to give?" "Young Master, I'm innocent." Fu Anshan immediately exclaimed. "The evidence is irrefutable, and you're still claiming innocence?" Young Master Hao couldn't help but feel angry. Qin Feiyang secretly said, "Don't be hasty, let's hear how he's going to argue first." Young Master Hao looked at him suspiciously. Then he looked at Fu Anshan and sneered, "Then tell me, how did I wrongly accuse you? I swear that I have never asked Fu Han to harm you. I don't have the guts to do so. In my opinion, it must be Fu Han who went behind my back and was caught by you. In order to survive, he framed me. Please investigate clearly, young master." Fu Anshan's face was innocent and sorrowful. Needless to say, he really acted like a victim. How shameless. Young Master Hao cursed secretly. A villain like him has long lost his face. Why would he care about it? Qin Feiyang sneered. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and said via voice transmission, Then if he refuses to admit it, won't we be unable to do anything to him? You can say that. However, even if he refuses to admit it, when this matter is exposed, he will be doomed eternally. Qin Feiyang said. For example? Young Master Hao asked secretly. Qin Feiyang said, for example, he will lose his position as the manager of the trading pavilion, or face your father's interrogation, so you can use this aspect to force him to submit. Understood. Young Master Hao's eyes lit up, and he looked at Fu Anshan and said, even if you are wronged, Fu Han is your subordinate after all. What do you think my father will do to you if I report this matter to him? Fu Anshan's body trembled, and his old face was full of panic. But he was pondering in his heart. According to young Master Hao's words, it seemed that he had not told the chief pagoda master. Did this mean that there was still room for negotiation? Thinking of this, his heart skipped a beat. He looked up at young Master Hao suspiciously and said with a flattering smile, what does young Master want me to do? You are quite aware. Young Master Hao laughed. Although I am not strong, I am not stupid. After such a big thing happened, young Master did not report it to the chief pagoda master immediately. You must want me to do something for you. Young Master, please feel free to tell me. As long as it is within my ability, I will do anything. Fu Anshan vowed solemnly, his face full of flattery. That's what you said. I want to know, what is your relationship with the divine Python tribe? Young Master Hao said. Fu Anshan was secretly shocked and asked calmly, why do you ask, young master? Young Master Hao said, Fu Han told me that you are colluding with the divine Python tribe. He is also slandering me. Maybe he is colluding with the divine Python tribe. Young Master, don't be deceived by his lies. Fu Anshan cried out. Young Master Hao could not help but be angry. In short, this old man would not admit it even if he was beaten to death. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He stood up and said with a smile, all right, let's go. Go. Young Master Hao looked at him suspiciously. If he left just like that, wouldn't this trip be in vain? I thought you were very capable, but it turns out that you are just SOSO. Wang Yu could not help but mock him secretly. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, opened a teleportation door without saying a word, and left without looking back. Wang Yu and young Master Hao could only follow helplessly. The next moment, the three of them appeared in the sky above the calm Heart Lake. Young Master Hao frowned and said, brother, what are you thinking? Don't worry. The real show has only just begun. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth raised, he opened another teleportation door, and laughed, grab me. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion, but they also raised their arms and grabbed Qin Feiyang's shoulders. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment art and brought the two of them into the teleportation door. In the next moment, they once again descended into Fu Anshan's study. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu looked at each other. What was this person doing? Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission. Don't make a sound, just watch quietly. The two of them nodded and looked at Fu Anshan silently. Fu Anshan had already stood up and was sitting beside the desk, his eyes filled with anger and killing intent. Wei Yan, who was at the side, pondered for a moment, then walked behind Fu Anshan. His eyes shone with a cold light as he whispered, Sir, do you want me to help you silence them? Shut up. Fu Anshan's expression changed as he hurriedly shouted. Wei Yan shrunk his neck in fear. Fu Anshan looked at Wei Yan and sighed. Wei Yan, I know you are doing this for my own good, but they all have extraordinary statuses and are not people you can touch. Wei Yan said, then are we just going to be threatened by them like this? What else? If they weren't in the Divine City, I would still dare to take a gamble. After all, the Emperor is far away. But now, they are right under the nose of the Chief Pagoda Master. Do I dare to do that? So, you must remember not to act recklessly, lest you go for wool and come back shorn. At that time, the only ones who will be unlucky will be you and me. Fu Anshan said, For Master, I am not afraid of death. I will definitely not be like Fu Han and betray you, Master. Master, let this lowly one do it. Wei Yan knelt down in front of Fu Anshan, swearing to die. Looking at the loyal person in front of him, Fu Anshan felt gratified and waved his hand. Don't mention this matter anymore. I won't let you do it. Get up. Hearing that, Wei Yan lowered his head dejectedly and said dejectedly, Does Master think that I'm not strong enough? You've misunderstood. This old man doesn't want you to throw your life away. After all, it's too difficult to find a loyal subordinate now. Fu Anshan laughed. Wei Yan was moved to tears. He lowered his head and said, Thank you for your appreciation, Master. This lowly one will definitely be at your beck and call in the future, until my death. Good. Get up quickly. Fu Anshan nodded his head and laughed, and even personally helped Wei Yan up. Wei Yan stood respectfully behind Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan leaned on his chair, rubbing his forehead with a distressed expression. After an unknown period of time, Wei Yan said in a low voice, Master, I have something to ask, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Ask away. Fu Anshan said powerlessly. Wei Yan said, Just now, young noble Hao said that you are colluding with the divine python tribe, is that true? Fu Anshan immediately frowned and turned to look at Wei Yan, his eyes cold to the extreme. Wei Yan's body trembled. He anxiously knelt on the ground and begged. This lowly one spoke out of turn, Please spare my life. Fu Anshan lowered his head and stared at him, his expression uncertain. Suddenly, he let out a low sigh and laughed. Wei Yan, although you haven't been with this old man for long, this old man has seen your loyalty to this old man. Wei Yan did not dare to make a sound. He was extremely afraid. Fu Anshan pondered for a moment and said, Actually, this matter has been bottled up in this old man's heart for too long. This old man also wanted to find someone to talk to, but I couldn't find anyone I could truly trust. However, you must promise this old man that you will never let a third person know. Wei Yan was overjoyed and immediately patted his chest, saying, Don't worry, Master, this lowly one will definitely keep my mouth shut. Fu Anshan nodded. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and said to young noble Hao, Quickly take out the image crystal and record it. Young noble Hao was startled and hurriedly took out the image crystal. The study room door was dead silent. Fu Anshan seemed to be lost in his memories and did not speak for a long time. About 100 breaths passed. He glanced at Wei Yan and finally opened his mouth, saying, As young noble Hao said, this old man is indeed related to the leader of the divine python tribe, but it's not collusion, it's blackmail. Blackmail? Wei Yan said in surprise, Are you blackmailing them, or are they blackmailing you? Of course it's this old man who blackmailed him. Chapter 1060. You blackmailed him? Wei Yan was shocked. I'm just a small steward of the trading pavilion. I can blackmail the leader of a super tribe. You must be surprised. Fu Anshan laughed. Wei Yan nodded. But that's the truth, because I have a fatal weakness of the leader of the divine python tribe. Fu Anshan said. What weakness? Wei Yan was surprised. Fu Anshan said with a sinister smile. He killed his own brother, Pei Changfeng. What? Hearing this, Wei Yan was shocked. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu were also shocked. They didn't expect to hear this secret. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was also surprised. He had thought of all kinds of possibilities, but he had never thought of this. In this way, Fu Anshan must know the cause of Pei Changfeng's death. Back then, in order to snatch the position of the leader of the divine python tribe, the current leader tricked Pei Changfeng to the 9 regions, set up a trap, and killed Pei Changfeng. At the time of the incident, I happened to be looking for a few rare medicinal herbs in the 9 regions. I witnessed the whole process with my own eyes and recorded it. Since then, I have been blackmailing him with this video and got a lot of benefits. As for that leader, he had sent people to assassinate me several times in order to destroy this video. However, he had underestimated this old man too much. Every single time, the people he sent were all killed by this old man. Fu Anshan said with a sinister smile. I see. Wei Yan suddenly understood and shook his head with a sigh. I have been lucky enough to meet this leader a few times, but I really didn't expect him to be such a person. Fu Anshan said, This is called sanctimonious. Wei Yan nodded and asked, Does he have any accomplices? His woman, who is the current high priest of the divine python tribe, and his confidant, the previous steward of the divine python tribe, Pei Qin. Fu Anshan said. Even the high priest is involved? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Birds of a feather flock together. I really didn't expect that there was such a big secret hidden in this. Young Master Hao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said, Brother Mu, it's about time, right? Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The man called Wei Yan was also shocked to the point that it took him a while to recover. After he recovered, he asked in surprise, My lord, the deaths of Shen Feiyun and Li He wouldn't be related to you, right? Fu Anshan's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, Yes, I was the one who asked the divine python tribe to kill them because they all deserve to die. Wei Yan's pupils constricted, and he said with a flattering smile, This lowly one admires my lord's methods. This lowly one did not follow the wrong person. Work hard for this old man, and this old man will guarantee that you will enjoy endless glory and wealth. Wei Yan nodded respectfully. Fu Anshan said, This old man has told you these things, which means that I completely trust you. Now, you will go to the divine python tribe on my behalf. For what? Wei Yan was suspicious. Fu Anshan said, Tell the leader of the divine python tribe that Ancestor Mu and the other two will investigate them. Also, ask him for 500 billion gold coins. 500 billion? Isn't that too much? Wei Yan was shocked. Too much? Compared to him killing Pei Changfeng, this is nothing. Fu Anshan sneered. You're right. Wei Yan nodded. Greedy. Qin Feiyang shook his head, turned to Wang Yuer and Wei Yan, and said with a smile, Well, it's time for us to teach him a lesson. Young Master Hao put away the image crystal with a smirk on his face. Don't. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The people in the room looked at the door. Fu Anshan sorted out his emotions, sat at the desk, and said, Come in. The door opened. A burly man in a tight suit walked in. Seeing the burly man, Fu Anshan's face changed. He hurried to greet him and said with a smile, What brings you here, Brother Mo? There was a hint of flattery in his tone. The burly man smiled and said, Brother Fu, I don't come here for no reason. Brother Mo, if you have something to say, as long as this old man can do it, I will do it. Fu Anshan chuckled. The burly man waved his hand and said, No, no, no. This time, I came here not because I have something to ask of you, but because I have a piece of good news to tell you. What good news? Fu Anshan was suspicious. Not long ago, the Pavilion Master and the Vice Pavilion Master have decided on the next Vice Pavilion Master. This person is you. The burly man said. What? Fu Anshan's face froze, and hurriedly said, Brother Mo, I'm a timid person, don't joke around. Do I look like I'm joking? The burly man said. Fu Anshan looked at the burly man seriously, and indeed did not seem to be joking, and asked, Is there really such a thing? Absolutely. The burly man nodded. Fu Anshan could not help but laugh out loud. Wasn't this happiness coming too quickly? Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Wei Yan, who was beside him, could not help but be in a daze for a moment. Then he quivered and hurriedly bowed to congratulate. Fu Anshan laughed loudly. The burly man also cupped his hands and smiled. Brother Fu, you can be considered to have made a meteoric rise now. Please take care of me in the future. No. Even if this old man becomes the Vice Pavilion Master, I can't compare to you, Brother Mo. The one who should be taking care of you is this old man. Fu Anshan hurriedly waved his hand modestly. Then let's take care of each other. The burly man laughed. Yes, take care of each other. Brother Mo, come, please sit. Wei Yan, go prepare a pot of the best tea. This old man wants to entertain Brother Mo well. Fu Anshan said. No need, I still have to go back and report. If I have time in the future, I will slowly accompany Brother Fu for a few drinks. In addition, your succession ceremony is set for 2 months later. I will inform you at that time. The burly man said. All right, thank you, Brother. Fu Anshan nodded. Then I will take my leave first. The burly man said. Fu Anshan cupped his hands and smiled. Take care, I won't send you off. After the burly man left, Fu Anshan laughed again, grabbed Wei Yan's shoulder, and said excitedly, Did you hear that? This old man is already the next vice pavilion master. This old man is about to make a comeback. This sudden happiness almost caused him to speak incoherently. I heard, I am really happy for you, Lord, and it is also as the saying goes, the heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. Wei Yan said. Yes, the heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will be rewarded sooner or later. Fu Anshan laughed. By the way, Lord, who was that person just now? Even you are so polite to him? Wei Yan was suspicious. Fu Anshan said, His name is Mo Yizhen, one of the pavilion master's confidants. How can this old man not be polite? So his status is so high. Wei Yan was shocked. After Fu Anshan calmed down, he said with a smile, Well, quickly go to the Divine Python tribe and tell this news to the Divine Python tribe's leader, then he will be even more afraid of me. Wei Yan nodded and turned to walk out. Let's go too. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he quietly left the room with young Master Hao and the other two, following behind Wei Yan. You are Yan Wei? Looking at Wei Yan's back, Qin Feiyang asked with a secret voice transmission without batting an eyelid. Qin Feiyang. Wei Yan's spirit was lifted, and he quickly scanned the surroundings. Obviously it was Yan Wei. After confirming Yan Wei's identity, Qin Feiyang said, Don't look, go straight ahead. Yan Wei quivered, withdrew his gaze, and walked down the corridor thinking, Where are you now? Why can't I see you? I activated the concealment art, only I can see you. Qin Feiyang said. Yan Wei said, Then you've been in the study all this time? That's right. I heard your conversation with Fu Anshan, and I also recorded it. This time, you did a good job and got all the secrets out of his heart. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. This is all thanks to you. If you and young Master Hao didn't suddenly come to interrogate Fu Anshan, I wouldn't have the chance to speak. Yan Wei laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Don't make this matter public first, let Fu Anshan be happy for a while, you continue to follow him. That's not right, how do you know I'm Yan Wei? I remember when I sent you a message last time, I didn't use this face? Yan Wei was suspicious. Yan Wei, such an easy name, if I still can't guess, wouldn't I be a fool? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Actually, I did it on purpose, just to make it easier for you to confirm my identity. Yan Wei laughed secretly. Qin Feiyang sent a voice transmission, All right then. You go to the Divine Python tribe first. I might go there later. After Yan Wei finished speaking, he quickly left. During the whole process, young Master Hao and Wang Yu, next to them didn't notice that Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei were talking secretly. Qin Feiyang also found a deserted place, opened a portal, and took young Master Hao and Wang Yu, back to the soothing lake. Brother Mu, what do you mean by this? Since you've found out everything, why don't you do something to him? Young Master Hao immediately asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, Haven't you heard of this saying? The higher you climb, the more painful it is to fall. I want to make him sad. Young Master Hao became more and more confused. Wang Yu looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a frown, Are you going to expose Fu Anshan at the ceremony of inheriting the position of Deputy Pavilion Master? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said jokingly, You can even guess what I'm thinking. It seems that we are getting more and more tacit. Get lost. The veins on Wang Yu's forehead suddenly bulged. Who has a tacit understanding with you? Don't flatter yourself. Hearing Wang Yu's words, young Master Hao's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, You two are so bad. Exposing him at the ceremony is more painful than killing him directly. It seems that you are the one who is laughing the most, right? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at young Master Hao and said, Since I've helped you, I should go do my own thing. Chapter 1061. All right. I'm going to the Dragon Phoenix house too. I haven't seen her for so long, I really miss her. Young Master Hao chuckled, opened the teleportation gate, and ran in impatiently. You really won't change. Wang Yuer's forehead was full of black lines. Qin Feiyang looked at the dissipating teleportation gate and laughed. Compared to before, he is much better now, but you, he turned to look at Wang Yuer and said playfully, who was the one who said that I only had this much ability? Wang Yuer was rather embarrassed. If it were you, would you be able to let young Master Hao get the evidence so quickly? Qin Feiyang continued to tease. I didn't say I could. Wang Yuer pouted. Qin Feiyang mocked. Then why are you still talking about me? Learn your lesson, don't jump to conclusions before you see the results. You're a man, why are you so calculative? Isn't it just a piece of evidence, what's the big deal? Wang Yuer said angrily. Bigger? I don't dare to compare with you. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Yuer's chest and teased. What are you looking at? Be careful, I'll dig out your dog eyes. Wang Yuer crossed her arms in front of her chest and glared at him. Actually, there's nothing to see. Goodbye. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and turned into a stream of light, entering the pavilion like lightning, and then with a bang he closed the door. Bastard! Despicable! Wang Yuer gritted her teeth in anger. Suddenly, she lowered her head and looked at her chest, frowning. Was there really nothing to see? What am I thinking? Why do I care about his judgment? He's really crazy. She shook her head, glared angrily at Qin Feiyang's pavilion, and flew towards her own. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stood in front of the window, watching Wang Yuer leave, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't bring this woman to the divine python tribe, or else the matter of Viper following him would be exposed. As for Viper's exposure, it was very likely that the chief tower master would think of something. Qin Feiyang closed the window and took out the image crystal. A short while later, Fatso appeared. What are you doing? Fatso looked helplessly at Qin Feiyang, his face full of worry. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, What are you doing? Why do you look so half-dead? Alas! It's a long story. What's the matter? Fatso sighed deeply and asked. Qin Feiyang said, I'm back from Qinghai. Fatso stared blankly for a moment, then immediately became spirited. He asked, Did you get the alchemy fire? Yes, the netherworld demonic flame has already reached the 8th stage. He also subdued the Azure Sea's 10 heroes. Qin Feiyang smiled. Where you now? Fatso asked. Calm Heart Lake. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said, Give the coordinates to Fat Lord. Fat Lord will go to you right away. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously and gave the coordinates to Fatso. Swish. In less than 3 breaths, Fatso appeared beside Qin Feiyang, looking much more dispirited than before. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and asked suspiciously, What happened? It's all because of Chu Xian. Fatso sat by the tea table, rubbing his head. Chu Xian? Hearing Fatso's words, Qin Feiyang remembered what Yen Wei said to him last time. Qin Feiyang said, I heard from Yen Wei that Chu Xian's parents are making things difficult for you. Is it because of this? Didn't Fat Lord ask him not to say it? What a blabbermouth! Fatso snorted coldly. Let me tell you, don't be ungrateful. He told me because he cares about you. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have bothered to talk to you. Qin Feiyang glared at him. Fat Lord didn't really blame him. Why are you so agitated? Fatso rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang helplessly and nodded. Well, Fat Lord will accept it. It's indeed Chu Xian's parents who have stumped me, Fat Lord. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. Her parents are 2 stubborn old men. No matter what Fat Lord says or does, even if he kneels in front of them, they won't change their mind and insist that Fat Lord leave Chu Xian. Fatso said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, What's the reason? Your body shape or your family background? That's the root of the problem. Grandpa Fatty has asked them more than once, but they refuse to say a word. They refuse to say anything. What can I do? I'm not a roundworm in their stomach. How would I know what they're thinking? I just want to find a woman I like to marry and have children. Why is it so difficult? Fatso sighed. If that's the case, it's indeed a little difficult. But the most important thing is Chu Xian herself. What's her attitude towards you now? Qin Feiyang asked. Fat Lord can't understand it either. It's the kind of indifference, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. It feels like she's playing hard to get. Fatso said. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang frowned. Fatso thought carefully and nodded. I'm sure. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. If there's no other reason, she must be hesitating now. You'd better think of a way to get her as soon as possible. But Fatso looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, I saw the 5-colored crystal last night. I was just one step away from getting it. Fatso was surprised. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation at that time. That's really a pity. Fatso shook his head regretfully. So, you have to hurry up. If you still can't get her after getting the 5-colored crystal, then there's no hope at all. Because after knowing your real identity, not to mention her parents, even she won't agree. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso straightened his body and frowned. This problem, Fat Lord hasn't thought about it. It's not too late to think about it now. Qin Feiyang smiled. After thinking for a while, he said, How about this? After I go to the Divine Python tribe, I'll go with you to meet Chu Xian's parents. That's a good idea. With you in charge, Fat Lord will have confidence. Fatso was overjoyed and slightly stunned. He asked suspiciously, Why are you going to the Divine Python tribe? For Viper, Qin Feiyang definitely wouldn't hide anything from Fatso. He told him in detail. An old poison was stumped by poison. Isn't this too strange? Fatso suddenly laughed. At the same time, hearing Fatso's laughter, Viper's face in the castle darkened. He looked at Lu Hong and asked, Sister Lu Hong, who is that person outside? What's wrong? Lu Hong opened her eyes and looked at him suspiciously. Viper said coldly, How dare he laugh at me? I must let him taste the taste of being invaded by hundreds of poisons. Lu Hong pursed her lips and smiled. She nodded and said, Good idea. However, I still have to advise you not to make too much of a fuss. What do you mean? Is he very strong? Or does he have any background? Viper was puzzled. No background. His strength is not strong. Compared with you, he is thousands of miles away. However, you will never be able to compare with his position in Qin Feiyang's heart. Lu Hong said with a smile. So hi. Viper was surprised. They are fellow sufferers who have been through a lot. What they have gone through is not something you can imagine. As for their previous trust and friendship, the current you shouldn't be able to experience it. After Lu Hong finished speaking, she closed her eyes. Trust, friendship, Viper also fell silent. When he was wandering in Qinghai, he didn't even dare to think about these things, let alone have them. Therefore, he really didn't know how it felt to be trusted. At the same time, outside, looking at Fatso who was laughing, Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and asked, Do you know the coordinates of the Divine Python tribe? I don't know. Fatso shook his head and said, But it's not difficult to find out. Fat Lord will help you ask. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatso took out the image crystal and sent a message to someone. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang reached out and grabbed Fatso. He shook his head and said, No need to ask. I have thought of a ready-made person. Fatso was stunned. He turned off the image crystal and asked, Who is it? Pei. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. 1 tower. In the number 1 alchemy room. A young man in white was standing in the alchemy room, refining pills in an orderly manner. This person was 7 feet tall and his clothes were spotless. He had bright eyes and white teeth. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords. He was like a divine son with an extraordinary temperament. That's right. He was the king of 1 tower, Pei. Suddenly, in the lounge, a white figure appeared. It was Qin Feiyang. Pei immediately sensed that someone had entered the lounge. He raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at the lounge. I was wondering who had the guts to enter my alchemy room without my permission. It turns out that it's you. Afterward, Pei looked away and said with a smile as he refined pills. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. He cupped his hands and said, Brother Pei, please forgive me for my sudden visit. Pei shook his head and said with a smile, okay, let's cut the pleasantries. Sit for a while, I'll refine this pill first. Qin Feiyang nodded and glanced around. He then sat down by the coffee table and quietly looked at Pei Yi's back. Whether it was his temper or his character, he was quite good. Unfortunately, he was born in a super tribe that was full of deceit. He wondered how painful it would be when he found out the truth. So, a ray of light darted out of the furnace. Pei Yi grabbed it and placed it into a jade bottle at the side. He then turned around and walked out of the alchemy room. He entered the lounge and sat opposite Qin Feiyang. He asked, "When did you come back?" "Yesterday," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Pei teased, "You just came back yesterday and you're already here to see me today. Do you miss me that much? But I'm not interested in you. Don't covet my beauty." Qin Feiyang's lips twitched and he shook his head with a wry smile. "It's only been a while since we last met and you've already learned to make such jokes. I'm a young man too. I have to keep up with the trends." Pei Yi chuckled. "What kind of trend is this?" Qin Feiyang was a little dumbfounded. He then asked in puzzlement, "Brother Pei, why aren't you surprised to see me?" Chapter 1062. Isn't that so? Now, everyone is talking about my accident in Qinghai. Qin Feiyang said. Rumors stop with the wise. Besides, I don't believe that you will die so easily. The most important thing is that there is no movement from the higher-ups of the chief tower. If you really met with an accident, they would definitely send people to Qinghai to bring Mr. Hao and Wang Yu back, not to mention taking revenge for you. Pei Yi said with a smile. Impressive. Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up. This person was indeed wise. Pei Yi said, "Tell me, why are you looking for me? Don't tell me you're really here to visit me." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "I want to take a look at the divine python tribe. Brother Pei, can you be my guide?" "Of course. It's the honor of the divine python tribe." "When are we going?" Pei Yi asked. Qin Feiyang said, "If you're not busy, we can go now. The chief tower master's personal disciple is going to visit the divine python tribe. No matter how busy I am, I have to make time, right?" Pei Yi chuckled and got up to open a portal. He stepped aside and reached out his hand. "Please." Qin Feiyang smiled and walked into the portal. Pei Yi followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them landed in the sky above a plain. The plain was extremely vast and boundless. There were no towering trees, but there was a layer of lush green grass that exuded endless vitality. Beyond the plain were endless mountains and rivers. There were mountains that towered into the clouds like giant swords. There were mountain ridges that rose and fell like giant pythons. The mountain streams, the grass and trees were vigorous, the rivers were surging, and the beasts were rampant. It was a place full of danger. However, those beasts did not dare to set foot on the plain at all. Because this was the territory of the divine python tribe. In the middle of the plain, there was a behemoth. It was a city. Although it was not as large and grand as the divine city, it covered an area of dozens of miles. The dark city walls were like giant dragons, emitting a cold aura. The ancient buildings were scattered all over the place like stars in the sky, and every brick and tile had traces of the passage of time. "That's my divine python tribe." Pei Yi pointed at the city proudly. In front of the city, there was a huge black stone tablet with a lifelike divine python carved on it. The words, "Divine Python Tribe," were like iron hooks and silver strokes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Qin Feiyang glanced at the city and said meaningfully, "It might not be a good thing to be born here." Greatly taken aback, Pei Yi asked in puzzlement, "Why do you say that, Brother Mu?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of some past events." Pei Yi smiled and said, "Seems like you were born into a wealthy family, Brother Mu. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so upset." Qin Feiyang smiled but said nothing. It was true that she was born into a wealthy family. However, Pei Yi's wishful thinking was merely wishful thinking on his part. "Brother Mu, come with me." Pei Yi did not probe further and instead dove downward. How should I tell you the truth? Qin Feiyang stared at Pei Yi's back and sighed deeply before hurriedly catching up with him. Guys, hurry and look, it's Brother Yi. Brother Yi is back, everyone, hurry and welcome him. In front of the city gate, there was a group of innocent children running and playing on the grass. The moment they saw Pei Yi, they began grinning from ear to ear. It was obvious that Pei Yi was very popular among the children. Pei Yi and Qin Feiyang landed on the plains one after another. Brother Yi, why are you back? Did you miss us? The group of children surrounded Pei Yi and hung their heads around his neck affectionately. Some grabbed Pei Yi's hands tightly while some hugged his legs tightly. They were extremely excited and chattered incessantly. Yeah, Brother Yi missed you guys, so I came back to see you guys. How was it? Were you guys obedient at home? Pei Yi smiled and looked at the children affectionately. We're all good children. Of course we had to be obedient. Brother Yi, didn't you tell us that you would bring a wife back when you left previously? Why did you bring a man back? Yeah, who is he? Brother Yi, is he your friend? Why haven't we seen him before? The group of children noticed Qin Feiyang, who was standing behind Pei Yi, and their faces were full of curiosity. Qin Feiyang chuckled and asked, How about I become your Brother Yi's wife? Pei Yi's face twitched. No. Brother Yi's wife has to be a girl. Yes. You're a grown man. If you become Brother Yi's wife, he'll be laughed at. Besides, you can't give birth to children. That's right. If you can give birth to children, we won't object. The group of children shook their heads and answered Qin Feiyang seriously. With a sullen expression, Pei Yi pretended to be angry and said, What are you talking about? You're all so mischievous. Qin Feiyang burst into laughter. These little ones are really adorable. A little girl asked, Brother Yi, who is he? His name is Ancestor Mu and he's Brother Yi's friend. Brother Yi is bringing him to the Divine Python tribe as a guest this time. You must be polite to your guests. Do you understand? Pei Yi said. Ancestor Mu? What a strange name. The group of children stared at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. All of a sudden, the little girl walked towards Qin Feiyang and stared at Qin Feiyang innocently. She asked, Brother, why did your parents give you this name? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded and at a loss for words. The little girl said, It's so awkward. I feel like I'm taking advantage of others. Qin Feiyang smiled wryly. Pei Yi almost burst into laughter too. With a sullen expression, he hollered, Okay, stop crowding around here. Go and play. No, we want to follow Brother Yi. The group of children shook their heads. Pei Yi said helplessly, Why do you want to follow me? I still have to entertain this friend of mine. You guys go and play first. I'll come and accompany you once I'm done. Okay? We can help Brother Yi take care of this big brother. The group of children said. Pei Yi was extremely vexed. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said apologetically, Brother Mu, I'm sorry, these children have been spoiled. It's all right, let them follow us. Qin Feiyang said smilingly. All right then. Pei Yi nodded and said to the children, You can follow us, but you're not allowed to be mischievous. Got it? I promise I won't be mischievous. The group of children yelled with reddened faces. Let's go then. Brother Mu, please. Pei Yi gestured to Qin Feiyang and turned around to stride towards the city gate. Qin Feiyang followed beside him. The group of children immediately swarmed forward too. Qin Feiyang said smilingly, These children really adore you. I'm an orphan, so I really like children. Every time I come back, I'll play with them. Children tend to be more innocent and they'll like whoever plays with them. Pei said. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, I'm sorry to have reminded you of your sad past. There's nothing to be sad about. It's all in the past. I've long gotten over it. Pei Yi said smilingly. You've never enjoyed the love of a father or mother since you were a child. Can you really get over it? Qin Feiyang muttered and looked up at the city gate, only to be stunned. There was not a single person at the huge city gate. There was no one on the city wall either. Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Yi and asked, Brother Pei, there's no one guarding this place. Won't the children be in danger if they play here? No, they won't. The beasts within a 100-kilometer radius have all been educated by the divine python tribe. They won't harm the children. Pei Yi said smilingly. Educated? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He could educate one or two beasts too. However, educating thousands of ferocious beasts wasn't an easy task. The people of the divine python tribe were rather capable. Soon, the two of them entered the city gate with the group of children. The city was well connected and there were all kinds of shops as well as plenty of people. There were also many elderly people sitting under the trees on both sides of the street, playing chess and drinking tea. They seemed rather relaxed. Pei Yi, why are you back? The elderly soon noticed Pei Yi, and a benevolent smile formed on their faces. I just came back. Pei Yi also began to greet them from afar, unable to hide his sense of belonging to this place. However, when they noticed Qin Feiyang beside Pei Yi, the elderly people began to lose their composure. Isn't he Ancestor Mu? I heard that he died in Qinghai. Why is he here in the divine python tribe? The elderly people put down the chess pieces and teacups in their hands and looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. Ancestor Mu? The people in the shops heard the commotion outside and scurried out one after another. It's really him. What's going on? Did I see a ghost? Their faces were full of disbelief. Pei Yi hurriedly explained, uncles, aunts, grandpa, grandma, those are all rumors. Don't believe them. Rumors? That's not right. Didn't Pei Qin also send news back? The people were bewildered. Pei Yi smiled and said, maybe Elder Qin's news is wrong. I see. Then why did you bring him to the divine python tribe now? Someone asked. Brother Mu is my benefactor. He was the one who found my father's body, so I naturally have to invite him to the divine python tribe to express my gratitude. Pei Yi said, Mr. Mu, welcome to the divine python tribe. As long as you don't mind, you can play for a few days. The people laughed. Qin Feiyang liked this feeling very much. It seemed that the divine python tribe was not full of villains. Similarly, looking at the smiles on their faces, he was even more determined to get rid of the leader of the divine python tribe, who was a malignant tumor. Because this person was not fit to be the leader of the people in front of him. The two of them walked down the main street while chatting amiably with the crowd. The deeper they went, the more people they met. It was even comparable to a bustling city with all kinds of shops. Pei Yi smiled and said, Brother Mu, what do you think of the divine python tribe? Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 1063. At the same time, there was a huge park in the middle of the city. The park was filled with lush greenery and wild flowers. Magnificent palaces stood among the flowers and plants. They were arranged in a picturesque manner and exuded a majestic aura. Clear streams meandered around. Fish swam and the sound of flowing water was pleasant to the ears. This was the core area of the divine python tribe. Only those who had reached the combat emperor level were qualified to live here. The millions of tribesmen of the divine python tribe also regarded this place as a sacred place. Of course, there was also a special group of people who could live here. They were direct descendants like Pei Yi. At this moment, in one of the palaces, a middle-aged man sat on a throne. He was the leader of the divine python tribe. But at this moment, he was staring at the opposite side with a gloomy expression. He clenched his fists and his eyebrows were filled with hostility. In front of him stood a short man with a repulsive face and a rat's eyes. That's right. This man was Yen Wei in disguise. He looked at the leader of the divine python tribe impatiently and said, Leader, I still have a lot of things to do. Please prepare 500 billion gold coins quickly. Hearing this, the leader of the divine python tribe slammed the table and stood up. He shouted, Fu Anshen already promised me that he would not harass me again after I helped him get rid of Shen Feiyun and Li He. Now he wants me to give him 500 billion gold coins. What does he mean? Yen Wei said calmly, I don't know. I'm just following orders. I won't give you any gold coins. Get lost now. By the way, tell Fu Anshan that he'd better be content with what he has. Don't be too greedy. The leader of the divine python tribe laughed sinisterly. I'm afraid I won't be able to report back. Yen Wei was in a dilemma. Then don't go back. Although the divine python tribe is just a small temple, we can still make a place for you to be buried. The leader of the divine python tribe laughed and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yen Wei's pupils constricted. In order to snatch the position of leader, this man even dared to murder his own brother, let alone an outsider like him. Dong. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. Come in. The chief of the divine python tribe raised his eyebrows and returned to his seat. He looked up at the door and said expressionlessly. A burly man pushed the door open and entered. He glanced at Yen Wei and ran to the leader of the divine python tribe. He whispered, "Leader, Ancestor Mu is here." What? The chief of the divine python tribe stood up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. You're here so soon? Yen Wei mumbled, his eyes flashing. The chief of the divine python tribe came back to his senses after a long while. He said angrily, "Isn't he dead?" The burly man said, "Yeah, but he really came. Pei Yi was the one who brought him here. Are you sure you're not seeing things?" The chief of the divine python tribe said. The burly man nodded. The chief of the divine python tribe shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Why would it be like this? Is Pei Qin lying to me?" The man said, "Elder Qin wouldn't lie to you. Something must have happened." The leader of the divine python tribe nodded and asked, "Where is he now?" The burly man said, "Pei is showing him around our tribe." The chief of the divine python tribe waved his hand and said, "Got it. You may leave first." The burly man answered respectfully and turned to run out, closing the door behind him. The chief of the divine python tribe looked at Yen Wei and sneered. "Go back and tell Fu Anshan that things are different now. Although he has something on me, I have something on him too." Huh? Yen Wei was bewildered. The chief of the divine python tribe said with a sinister smile, "I don't mind telling you the truth. Li He and Shen Feiyun are not dead yet." What? Yen Wei turned pale with fright. "I've known Fu Anshan for so long. How can I not know what kind of person he is? That's why I held back when I killed Li He and Shen Feiyun." The chief of the divine python tribe sneered. Yen Wei asked in shock, "Where are Li He and Shen Feiyun now?" "Don't worry about this. Just tell Fu Anshan to stop stirring up trouble. Otherwise we'll just die together." The chief of the divine python tribe shouted. This, Yen Wei frowned. "I don't want to repeat myself. Get lost." The chief of the divine python tribe shouted. "Okay. I'll tell him the truth." Yen Wei nodded and left through the portal. He knew that if he did not leave now, he would definitely be killed by the chief of the divine python tribe. It was not worth sacrificing his life for Fu Anshan. "Fu Anshan, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll let you know the consequences of going against me." After the portal disappeared, the chief of the divine python tribe smiled coldly. He sorted out his emotions and walked out with a bright smile. Back to Qin Feyang. Under Pei Yi's lead, they were about to enter the central area of the city. The group of children continued to follow behind the two of them, chattering incessantly and making a lot of noise. Pei Yi pointed to the central area and introduced, "Brother Mu, that's the core area of the divine python tribe. Ordinary people can't enter." Qin Feiyang looked up and said with a smile, "Does that mean I'll be rejected too?" "Ha, I don't dare to say that for others, but I'm more than happy to welcome you to the divine python tribe. How can I reject you?" A loud laugh was heard. The chief of the divine python tribe flew across the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang at lightning speed. "Greetings, chief." The people on the street bowed to him. Pei Yi smiled and said, "Second uncle, why are you here? How can I not come when there's a distinguished guest?" The chief of the divine python tribe chuckled and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He said with a smile, "Young friend, I've been looking forward to seeing you every day since we last met. Now you're finally here. Senior, you're too polite. I just hope I didn't disturb you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Why would I? It's our honor to have you in our tribe. Let's go to the banquet hall. We must treat you well today." The chief of the divine python tribe was very enthusiastic. Like a kind elder, he pulled Qin Feiyang and flew to the central area. You guys go ahead and play. Brother Yi will come and find you when he's done. Pei Yi smiled and said to the group of children. Then he soared into the sky and chased after the two of them. A few moments later, the three of them entered a hall that was quite luxuriously decorated. There was a dazzling array of glass, agate, pearls, and jade. Come, young friend, please take a seat. The chief of the divine python tribe welcomed Qin Feiyang and sat in front of a tea table made of jade. Then he yelled, "Come, serve the tea." Not long after, two rather beautiful maidservants walked in with teacups and teapots in their hands. "Young master, please have some tea." One of the maidservants placed a teacup in front of Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled and picked up the teacup. He tasted it and nodded with a smile. "The fragrance is mellow and lingers in my mouth. It makes me feel like I'm in a sea of flowers." Goody. The chief of the divine python tribe smiled and said, "Young friend, you really love tea. To tell you the truth, this is a flower tea specially made by our divine python tribe. The annual production is less than 500 grams. It tastes very good. If you like it, I'll give you a few kilograms before you leave." "This is too precious. I can't accept it." Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly waved his hand. The chief of the divine python tribe said unhappily, "Are you treating me like an outsider? You don't have to be polite with me at all. Just treat it as your own home." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then I'll accept your offer." "That's more like it." The chief of the divine python tribe smiled and then sighed. "Actually, to be honest, and I should thank you properly. If it weren't for you, my unfortunate elder brother might never be able to return to his roots." As he spoke, there was an indescribable sadness on his face. Pei Yi also lowered his head and fell silent. He could not hide his sadness. Qin Feiyang glanced at Pei Yi before looking at the leader of the divine python tribe. He said smilingly, "Senior Pei Zhangfeng is indeed very unfortunate. The person who killed Senior Pei Zhangfeng is also a bastard who's worse than a beast." Hearing this, the chief of the divine python tribe looked very unnatural. However, he did not dare to show it and had to pretend to be indignant. He said, "That's right. If I find out who did it, I won't let him off." "Senior, have you found out the real culprit?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Since you brought my elder brother's body back, I've been sending people to investigate. However, there are still no clues. I'm afraid it's an unsolved case." The chief of the divine python tribe sighed deeply and was full of helplessness. "No hurry. There's a saying that goes, God is watching what man does. The real culprit will surface sooner or later. Even if he hides well and is not discovered, he will suffer retribution sooner or later. Senior, don't you agree?" Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The chief of the divine python tribe nodded repeatedly and looked more and more unnatural. All of a sudden, Pei Yi got up and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, "Brother Mu, have a chat with second uncle. I'll go out for a walk." "Are you okay?" Qin Feiyang asked. The chief of the divine python tribe also looked at him with concern. "I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me." Pei Yi smiled and turned to leave without looking back. The smile on his face was very forced. "I really shouldn't have mentioned this." The chief of the divine python tribe sighed. "I don't think so." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What's wrong?" The chief of the divine python tribe was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "If he can't even bear this blow, how can he bear the crueler truth?" The chief of the divine python tribe's pupils constricted and he said with a smile, "Young friend, what do you mean? Why don't I understand?" Senior, have you heard of this saying before? Don't do it unless you don't want others to know about it." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. After saying that, he picked up the teacup and started drinking. The chief of the divine python tribe stiffened and shook his head with a smile. "Young friend, your words are getting more and more profound. Some people look silly, but they might not be really silly. They might be pretending to be silly. There are also some people who look silly, but they are really silly. Senior, what kind of person do you think you are?" Chapter 1064. The leader of the divine python tribe was silent as he looked at Qin Feiyang with an uncertain expression. Qin Feiyang put down his teacup and looked up at the two maidservants. He smiled and said, "I have some private matters to discuss with your leader. Wait outside." The two of them froze and looked at the leader of the divine python tribe. "Go out." The leader of the divine python tribe waved his hand. "Yes." The two of them replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang said, "Close the door while you're at it." "All right." The two of them nodded and turned to leave, closing the door tightly. The leader of the divine python tribe said, "Young friend, you've been speaking ambiguously ever since you left. What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Don't you know?" Qin Feiyang sneered. The leader of the divine python tribe's heart skipped a beat, but he did not say anything. That was because he did not know what to say now and could only deal with the situation by remaining unchanged. Heaven's net has a long grind, but nothing escapes. You can hide it from Pei, your tribesmen, and everyone else in the world, but you can't hide it from me. You're the real culprit who killed Pei Zhangfeng," Qin Feiyang said. The leader of the divine python tribe stood up abruptly when he heard that, his eyes filled with shock. "Are you curious as to how I know?" Qin Feiyang said. The leader of the divine python tribe remained silent. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and played the video he obtained in the Black Lion tribe. The leader of the divine python tribe clenched his fists when he saw the video, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. A moment later, the video ended. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and said with a smile, "Did you see that? You thought that you were very secretive, but you've already been exposed." The leader of the divine python tribe said in a deep voice, "Where did you get this video?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Do you think I'll tell you? What do you want?" The leader of the divine python tribe asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Simple. Give me an antidote." "What antidote?" The chief of the divine python tribe frowned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't know what kind of antidote it is. I only know that it's a kind of poison concocted by Pei Qin. This kind of poison, even the detoxification pill can't remove it." The chief of the divine python tribe looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and said, "Are you poisoned?" "You want me to be poisoned, but it's a pity that I'm not the one poisoned. Let's cut the crap. I believe you must have the antidote on you. Give it to me," Qin Feiyang said lightly. "I didn't." The chief of the divine python tribe shook his head. "Don't joke around. With your cautious personality, how could you not have some antidote on you? Also, you have to understand that I'm not begging you now. If you don't give me the antidote, the video in my hand will soon spread to every corner of the divine city. When the time comes, I don't need to tell you the consequences you will face. You should be clear about it," Qin Feiyang joked. Before he finished speaking, the chief of the divine python tribe stepped forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Are you trying to silence me? Then you'd better think carefully. After all, your tribesmen know that I came to your divine python tribe. Of course, you can also bribe your tribesmen. But even if you do that, it's meaningless. Because I'm not the only one who has this video." Qin Feiyang grinned. The chief of the divine python tribe's eyes trembled as he said in a low voice, "Who knows? Anyway, as long as I don't return before nightfall, they will release this video to the world." Qin Feiyang said. The chief of the divine python tribe was livid. In the end, he let Qin Feiyang go. He took out a jade bottle from his Qianquan bag and said, "This should be the antidote you want. But I have a condition. You have to destroy that video. You don't have the right to negotiate. If you want to keep your current status and reputation, you have to give it to me," Qin Feiyang said. "You win," the chief of the divine python tribe said coldly and threw the jade bottle to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught it in his hand and looked at it carefully. He said, "You go out first. This is my territory. You should go out." The chief of the divine python tribe shouted. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "I don't want to say it again." The chief of the divine python tribe clenched his hands tightly. If looks could kill, Qin Feiyang would have died many times. But in the end, The chief of the divine python tribe compromised and went out with anger and grievance. After the door was closed, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Viper immediately appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang handed the jade bottle to him and said, "Try it. Can't you?" Viper grabbed the jade bottle and couldn't wait to take a drop. Then he closed his eyes. After a dozen breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes and his face was full of ecstasy. He said, "Young master, this is the real antidote." Qin Feiyang also breathed a sigh of relief. He sent Viper back to the castle and said lightly, "Come in." The chief of the divine python tribe pushed the door open and closed it. He said gloomily, "I've given you what you want. If you don't keep this secret, I'll drag you down with me even if I die." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. By the way, don't wait for Pei Qin anymore. He died in Qinghai." What? The chief of the divine python tribe was shocked. "Your expression is really cute. Okay, I've finished my business. I won't disturb you." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he stood up and left. "Where are you going?" The chief of the divine python tribe asked hurriedly. "It's not easy to come here. I have to take a good look around." Qin Feiyang chuckled. He opened the door and strode out. However, when Qin Feiyang went out, he saw a purple-clothed woman walking towards him. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Senior High Priestess, long time no see. How are you?" The High Priestess smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine." "That's good." Qin Feiyang smiled and brushed past the purple-clothed woman. Soon he disappeared into the crowd on the street outside. The High Priestess raised her eyebrows and looked away. She turned and entered the main hall. Seeing the angry chief of the divine python tribe, she asked with concern, "What's wrong?" The chief of the divine python tribe said, "Close the door first." The High Priestess was stunned. She closed the door and walked to the chief of the divine python tribe. "Elder Qin is dead. Ancestor Mu knows about that too. And he has a video in his hand." The chief of the divine python tribe rubbed his head and said helplessly, "What?" The High Priestess' expression froze. Where did he get the video? Could Elder Qin have given it to him? But that's impossible. Elder Qin did not record those videos back then when we were not paying attention. Could it be Fu Anshan? It's not Fu Anshan. That's because the video in Ancestor Mu's hands was from a different angle from the one in Fu Anshan's hands. They were not recorded by the same person. The chief of the divine python tribe said, "Not the same person?" The High Priestess was stunned. "Does that mean that other than Fu Anshan, there were others present?" "Yes." The chief of the divine python tribe nodded. "How could this be?" The High Priestess lay on the chair. She thought that it was flawless. However, she did not expect them to appear one after another with the video in their hands. At this rate, there was no guarantee that this would not be exposed one day. The most frightening thing was, how many people knew about this? How many people had evidence? So, it's all because of my desire and greed. I shouldn't have done that. The chief of the divine python tribe sighed and looked as though he had aged dozens of years in an instant, looking haggard. The High Priestess said faintly, "What's the use of regretting it now that it's already happened? Why don't you come clean? I believe that as long as you show your sincerity, our tribesmen will forgive you." "No. I must not come clean. It wasn't easy for me to obtain everything that I have now. I don't want to lose it just like that." The chief of the divine python tribe shook his head. The High Priestess shook her head. "You still can't let it go. Is power really that important? If it wasn't, I wouldn't have done what I did back then. In any case, I must think of a way to get rid of everyone who knows about this." The chief of the divine python tribe gripped his fingers tightly and the killing intent in his eyes was menacing. The high priest looked at him deeply and sighed inwardly. He did not say anything else. North City. Trading Pavilion. What? Li He and the others aren't dead. Fu Anshan stood in the study and looked at Yen Wei in shock. That's what the chief of the divine python tribe said. Furthermore, by the looks of it, he didn't seem like he was trying to scare me. Yen Wei said respectfully. Fu Anshan kicked the desk away and said furiously, "That damned bastard! How dare he backstab me?" Yen Wei said, "Sir, it's useless to be angry now. We have to think of a way to resolve this matter quickly. They're in the divine python tribe. Tell me, how do we resolve this?" Fu Anshan roared. Yen Wei shrank his neck. "Initially, I had the absolute initiative. However, with this sudden turn of events, it's equivalent to me losing the capital to threaten the chief of the divine python tribe. Damn it." Fu Anshan flew into a rage and was beyond furious. Yen Wei did not dare to say anything and stood at the side obediently. After some time, Fu Anshan calmed down and sat beside the coffee table, lowering his head in deep thought. After a long time, he sighed helplessly and said, "Seems like this is the only way." "Sir, have you thought of a good idea?" Yen Wei asked calmly. "Good idea, my foot." Fu Anshan glared at him and said helplessly, "I have no other choice now. I can only use this video in exchange for the lives of Li He and the others." In that case, sir, you won't be able to threaten the chief of the divine python tribe in the future, right?" Yen Wei was surprised. But this is the only way. Instead of fighting with the chief of the divine python tribe and causing both sides to suffer, it's better to resolve this peacefully. As long as I destroy this video, he will definitely kill Li He and the others. Speaking of which, it's a happy ending. Fu Anshan sighed and looked very reluctant. Yen Wei's heart skipped a beat. He muttered to himself, "It seems that I have to inform Qin Feiyang of this matter as soon as possible." Chapter 1065. In the divine python tribe, Qin Feiyang was looking for Pei Yi in the central area. There were very few people in the central area, but he would still bump into them from time to time. Due to the fact that no one knew about the conflict between Qin Feiyang and the leader of the divine python tribe, they would all greet him with a smile when they saw him. After all, Qin Feiyang was now the personal disciple of the chief pagoda master and they would definitely suck up to him. About a few hundred breaths passed. Qin Feiyang finally saw Pei Yi beside a stream. Pei Yi was seated by the stream and staring at the flowing water with a tinge of melancholy in his eyes. "Didn't you say that you've already gotten over it?" Qin Feiyang walked forward and stood beside Pei Yi with a faint smile. Pei Yi sighed and said, "If it's really that easy to get over it, there wouldn't be so many grudges in this world. Stay strong. Because these things aren't really a blow to you." Qin Feiyang said. "What do you mean?" Pei Yi looked at him in bewilderment. Qin Feiyang said, "Come and look for me when you're mentally prepared. I'll tell you how your father died." Pei Yi suddenly sprung up in bewilderment. "Don't ask now," Qin Feiyang said. Pei Yi took a deep breath and turned to look at the stream. "I've seen countless people, but I really can't see through you." Qin Feiyang smiled and remained silent. Buzz. All of a sudden, there was a sound coming from the image crystal. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with suspicion. Who was sending him a message? If it was Mr. Hao and the others, he wouldn't have to be wary of Pei Yi. However, if it was Wang Zicheng and the others, he couldn't let Pei Yi see it. He pondered for a while. Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Yi and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, I'll be back soon." He then opened the portal and appeared in the attic of the calming lake. He then took out the image crystal. Buzz. A short man with a hideous face appeared. "Yen Wei?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Yen Wei shouted without hesitation, "Something bad has happened." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yen Wei said, "They want to harm Li He and Shen Feiyun." Qin Feiyang was stunned. What the hell was this? Didn't Li He and Shen Feiyun die long ago? Yen Wei said, "Li He and the other two are not dead. They are currently imprisoned somewhere in the divine python tribe, but if you don't think of a way quickly, they will really die. Wait." Qin Feiyang raised his hand to interrupt Yen Wei and asked in surprise, "You said they're not dead?" "Didn't I go to the divine python tribe before?" The chief of the divine python tribe said it himself. Yen Wei said in a deep voice. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he urged, "Tell me in detail." Yen Wei nodded and recounted everything that had happened in detail. I see. Only then did Qin Feiyong understand, and a sneer crept up in his eyes. These people were indeed not easy to deal with. Qin Feiyong said, "You don't have to worry about this. I will think of a way. You just have to keep an eye on Fu Anshan." After Yen Wei said that, he turned off the image crystal. This is really an unexpected surprise. Qin Feiyong smiled coldly, took out the Phantom Snake Emperor, and said, "When the Divine Python tribe falls, you immediately go and monitor the chief and the high priest." Understood. The Phantom Snake Emperor nodded, turned into a stream of light, and hid in Qin Feiyong's clothes. Qin Feiyong opened the portal again and appeared by the stream again. Pei Yi seemed to have calmed down a lot. He smiled and said, "Let's go, I will take you to walk around. Stay here for lunch. I will treat you to barbecue." But Qin Feiyong smiled. "Look at that rockery over there. I built it myself when I was young. Doesn't it look like a dragon?" Pei Yi pointed at a rockery not far away and smiled. Then he led Qin Feiyong to the rockery. The Phantom Snake Emperor climbed out of Qin Feiyong's clothes without anyone noticing. Then, it jumped into the grass and disappeared without a trace. Time passed little by little. Soon it was noon. Pei Yi opened the portal and led Qin Feiyong in. The two appeared at the city gate. There were many children playing on the grass. When they saw the two appear, they immediately rushed over. Qin Feiyong asked suspiciously, "Aren't you taking me to eat barbecue? Why are we out of the city?" "You'll find out later." Pei Yi smiled mysteriously and glanced at the group of children. "Do you guys want to eat barbecue?" "Yes." The group of children yelled. They seemed to be very happy and eager. "Let's go then." Pei Yi waved his hand and took the lead to walk towards the end of the plains. The group of children immediately followed him. Qin Feiyong was slightly stunned. He then shook his head and chuckled before following them slowly. He had already guessed where Pei Yi was going to treat him to barbecue. Not long after, the group of people entered the mountains outside the plains. Then, they took about an hour to enter a valley. In the valley, there were lush green weeds all over the ground. Wild flowers were blooming beautifully and the fragrance of the flowers wafted through the air. In the middle of the valley, there was a lake that was about 1,000 feet wide. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. A 12-year-old boy tugged at Qin Feiyong's sleeve and said, "Big brother, do you know? Every time Big Brother Yi comes back, he will bring us here to eat barbecue." Qin Feiyong smiled and said, "Oh, I see. Doesn't that mean I'm basking in your glory?" "Of course. Let me tell you, the meat that Big Brother Yi barbecued, be it rabbit meat or fish meat, is so fragrant. Just thinking about it makes me hungry." The boy wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Pei Yi walked over and flicked the boy's head. "Cut the crap. If you want to eat, hurry up and go catch some fish." "Okay, I'll go now." The boy chuckled and took off his clothes before jumping into the lake. I'll go too." Apart from the girls, the other boys also rushed over. Qin Feiyong asked worriedly, "There aren't any aquatic beasts in the lake, right?" Pei Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's very safe here. Come and help too. It's good to experience the life of an ordinary person once in a while." "My pleasure." Qin Feiyong chuckled. While the boys went to catch fish, the girls did not stay idle either. They scurried off to collect firewood. Qin Feiyong and Pei Yi found plenty of small stones and built a bonfire. All of a sudden, everyone was extremely busy. The valley was also immersed in a sea of laughter and laughter. A cordial smile also appeared on Qin Feiyong's face. All these years he had been either busy running around, scheming against others, or cultivating in seclusion. He had never been so carefree before. He had never been so relaxed either. He felt very comfortable and at ease. Perhaps, this was the life that he had always wanted. It was carefree and ordinary. Smoke lingered in the air and the aroma of fish filled the air. The group enjoyed a delightful lunch. Pei Yi extinguished the bonfire and asked, "Brother Mu, is there anywhere else you'd like to go?" Qin Feiyong glanced at the children. He smiled and said, "That's enough." Pei Yi understood what Qin Feiyong meant. He said, "I'll send them back first then." "All right." Qin Feiyong nodded. Pei Yi said loudly, "Children, hurry and say goodbye to Big Brother. Big Brother, goodbye. Come and play often when you're free. The group of children waved their hands and said with genuine smiles on their faces. We will. Go ahead. Qin Feiyong waved his hand. The group of children followed behind Pei Yi and ran out of the valley, gradually disappearing from Qin Feiyong's sight. Thank you for letting me find that long-lost joy. Qin Feiyong muttered to himself. At this moment, the smile on his face was even brighter than the sun. It was something that had never happened before. Everyone's childhood was joyous. But when they grew up, it was difficult to feel this joy again. Hence, they had to cherish every minute and every second. Buzz. All of a sudden, the image crystal sounded. Qin Feiyong took out the image crystal and the shadow of the Phantom Serpent Emperor appeared. How is it? Qin Feiyong asked. The Phantom Serpent Emperor said, Found it. They are locked in a secret chamber. Fu Anshan also personally sent a message to the leader of the Divine Python tribe not long ago to discuss this matter. What's the outcome? Qin Feiyong asked. The leader of the Divine Python tribe must have agreed. After all, this outcome is beneficial to both of them. But they are both afraid that the other party will play tricks, so they agreed to meet tomorrow morning at a place called Black Wind Mountain outside the Divine City to make the exchange in person. The Phantom Serpent Emperor said. Black Wind Mountain. Qin Feiyong pondered for a while and said, Have you seen Li He and Shen Feiyun with your own eyes? Just now, the leader of the Divine Python tribe went to see them. I followed him secretly. Both of their cultivation were crippled and they looked very miserable. Even their tongues were cut off. They couldn't say a word and could only be bullied. The Phantom Serpent Emperor said, I got it. Come out and meet me first. I'm in a valley outside. Qin Feiyong gave the coordinates to the Phantom Serpent Emperor. Okay, I'll go right away. The Phantom Serpent Emperor nodded and the shadow dissipated. Qin Feiyong also put away the image crystal and lowered his head, deep in thought. Not long after, the Phantom Serpent Emperor found its way here. It landed on Qin Feiyong's shoulder and asked, Have you thought of any plan? What about you? Qin Feiyong asked. The Phantom Serpent Emperor said matter-of-factly, Of course we have to save them as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we wait until tomorrow with our strength, we won't be able to snatch them from them. That's right. But I'm thinking, can we make this more interesting? Qin Feiyong pondered. More interesting? The Phantom Serpent Emperor looked at him in confusion. I've thought of it. Suddenly, Qin Feiyong's eyes lit up. He took out the image crystal and sent a message to Fatso. After Fatso's shadow appeared, he asked, Boss, it's done. The poison in the viper's body has been neutralized. But now there's one more thing. Help me investigate if the leader of the Divine Python tribe has any other children. Qin Feiyong said. Why are you investigating this? Fatso was stunned. Qin Feiyong said, I don't have time to explain now. Go and find out. I'll wait here for your news. But Fatso nodded and immediately went to investigate. The Phantom Serpent Emperor looked at Qin Feiyong suspiciously and asked, What exactly are you trying to do? You'll know soon. Chapter 1066. At the same time, Dragon Phoenix Restaurant. A black-clothed youth wearing the uniform of a disciple of the main pagoda strode into the restaurant. This person was Wu Yang. Compared to before, the current him seemed to have encountered something good that made him look energetic and radiant. Young Master Wu Yang, you're here again. A waiter greeted him with a smile. Wu Yang nodded. Same old place? The waiter asked with a smile. Yes. Wu Yang nodded again. All right, please follow me. The waiter brought Wu Yang to the opposite corner. There was a window there, and beside it was a dining table. Sitting there, one could clearly see the pedestrians on the street outside through the window. When Wu Yang sat down, the waiter asked, Young master, what would you like to drink today? 2 jars of dragon wine. As for the rest, you can do as you deem fit. Wu Yang said. All right, please wait a moment. The waiter shouted and turned around to run away. Wu Yang turned his head to look outside the window and chuckled. It's really a joyous occasion. I haven't been so relaxed in a long time. At this time, A red-haired youth at the next table stood up and walked to the opposite side of Wu Yang. He sat down and said, "Wu Yang, you seem to be a little off recently." This person was also wearing the uniform of a disciple of the main pagoda. Wu Yang looked at the red-haired youth and said with a smile, "It's you, why am I off?" The red-haired youth said, "A while ago, it was very difficult for me to meet you here, but recently, I can see you every day. Tell me honestly, did something good happen?" Wu Yang laughed loudly and said, "It must be a good thing, otherwise, why would I be so happy?" The red-haired youth's eyes lit up as he asked curiously, "What good thing? Tell me about it." I can't say. Wu Yang shook his head, pretending to be deep. "You're still being mysterious, are you interested?" The red-haired youth looked at him with dissatisfaction. Wu Yang laughed. "It's not being mysterious, it's a little secret, I really can't say it." Actually, this so-called little secret was Qin Feiyang. Ever since he signed the slave seal, he had been thinking of ways to get rid of Qin Feiyang's control. However, no matter what he did, it was useless. However, some time ago, he suddenly received a message from his tribe, saying that Qin Feiyang had been killed in Qinghai. At that time, he was dumbfounded. He had never dared to believe that this was real. Later on, he personally returned to the tribe and asked the chief of the Qilin tribe. He learned that the news was actually sent back by Wu Kai from the Blue Sea. Wu Kai was a clansman of their Qilin tribe. He definitely wouldn't send back a fake news. Now that he had confirmed Qin Feiyang's death, of course he was happy. Because like this, not only would he be able to escape the control of the slave seal, but no one would know that he had refined the blood demon pill. This could be called perfect. Therefore, during this period of time, he came to Longfeng Pavilion every day to celebrate his freedom and rebirth. He looked out of the window again and murmured with a smile, "It's better to keep a low profile as a person. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll get yourself killed." "Wu Yang, what are you mumbling about?" The red-haired youth looked at him in confusion. Nothing. Wu Yang waved his hand. Then he stood up and looked at everyone in the hall. He laughed and said, "I'm in a really good mood right now. All of your expenses today will be on me." What? Everyone couldn't help but look at him in shock. Wu Yang laughed, "I'll treat everyone to a drink." "That's great. Someone's treating, it's a waste not to drink." "Waiter, give me a few jars of dragon's wine. I must drink to my heart's content today." "I'll have a few jars too." The Longfeng Pavilion was in an uproar. Looking at everyone's excited expressions, Wu Yang became even more pleased with himself. Breaking news. But at this moment, a man in black in his 20s ran into the Longfeng Pavilion in a hurry. "What news is it that made you so anxious?" Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Wu Yang also returned to his seat. He crossed his arms and looked at the waiter curiously. "Ancestor Mu is not dead. He's back," the man in black roared. What? Everyone's expressions changed. Wu Yang was even more shocked. Before his but could even warm up, he suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Shua. Suddenly, he took a step forward and landed in front of the man in black. He grabbed the man's clothes and shouted, "Is this true?" The man in black was shocked. He nodded and said, "This news came from the Northern Region Trading Pavilion. It's definitely true." "Why is it like this?" Wu Yang weakly lowered his arms. The joy on his face was swept away. Big news. Suddenly, another young man hurriedly ran into the Longfeng Pavilion. "What big news again?" Everyone was bewildered. The young man said, "I have a friend from the Divine Python tribe. He sent me a message saying that Ancestor Mu has returned from Qinghai. He was even a guest at the Divine Python tribe this morning." Everyone looked at each other. Looks like Ancestor Mu is really not dead. Actually, thinking about it, how could such a monster be a short-lived ghost? Right? Someone must have deliberately spread rumors in the past. Everyone started to discuss. Damn it. Wu Yang's face was sinister. He turned around and walked out with a gloomy face. "Wu Yang, where are you going? Didn't you say you were treating us to a drink? Why did you run away by yourself? You can't be like this." You have to keep your word. Seeing this, everyone was anxious. But at this moment, how could Wu Yang still be in the mood to treat them to a drink? Without looking back, he entered the crowd and disappeared. At the peak of the mountain, Qin Feiyang finally received Fatso's reply. How is it? Looking at Fatso's shadow, Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. With Fat Lord taking action, of course it's a piece of cake. Fatso smiled proudly and said, the leader of the divine python tribe, other than Pei Yu, has 4 sons, called Pei Zhe, Pei Luo, Pei Yu and Pei Lang. They are all in the martial artist mountain range, and their cultivation is between 5-star and 7-star War Master. Not bad, they have a thriving population. Qin Feiyang laughed in ridicule and asked, what about their character and character? Pei Zhe and Pei Luo are both quite low-key. Usually, if there's nothing important, they're basically cultivating. But Pei Yu and Pei Lang are 2 famous playboys. Relying on their own strength and family background, they bully and humiliate disciples with no status or background. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then grinned. All right, the target is the 2 of them. Fatso's pupils constricted and asked carefully, Boss, why does your smile look a little strange? Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled and turned off the image crystal. What about now? The ghost snake emperor looked at him suspiciously. Of course I have to find someone to invite them out. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of a person. This person would definitely be able to contact Pei Yu and Pei Lang directly. The battle chi surged and poured into the image crystal. And then there was Wu Yang. He returned to the alchemy room in a daze and sat weakly beside the tea table. His eyes were filled with panic and his body was trembling. He was scared. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in his arms began to vibrate. He immediately sat up straight, his eyes full of surprise. Who was sending him a message? Was it the tribesman of the tribe? Or was it that devil? He took out the image crystal with fear and took a lot of effort to summon the courage to activate the image crystal. An illusory figure appeared. Immediately, his gaze trembled and he quickly stood up, his expression becoming incomparably respectful. It's been a long time, did you miss me? Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. Miss you? I can't wait to kill you right now. Wu Yang secretly sneered, but he didn't dare to show the slightest difference on the surface. He smiled flatteringly. Of course, you don't know how worried I was when I received the news of your death. Really? Qin Feiyang asked. He knew what Wu Yang was thinking in his heart, but he didn't show it. Of course it's true. How would I dare to lie to you? Wu Yang nodded and bowed submissively. Qin Feiyang couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and said, all right, stop flattering me. I'll give you a task now, bring Pei Yu and Pei Lang to me. Wu Yang was stunned and asked suspiciously, why are you looking for them? Don't worry about that. Bring them here as soon as possible. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he gave the coordinates to Wu Yang and turned off the image crystal. The Phantom Snake Emperor said in surprise, you're not going to use them to threaten the leader of the divine python tribe, are you? Threaten? You're too naive. The leader of the divine python tribe can even kill his own brother. Would he care about 2 good-for-nothing sons? Qin Feiyang sneered. Then why are you doing this? Can you stop keeping me in suspense? The Phantom Snake Emperor glared at him angrily. Qin Feiyang laughed. It's not a good thing for you to be so impatient. You have to be calm when you encounter trouble, understand? The Phantom Snake Emperor rolled his eyes. Who didn't understand these principles? But now, he just couldn't control himself. He couldn't wait to find out what Qin Feiyang was up to. Time flew, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the void shook, and 3 figures appeared in front of Qin Feiyang one after another. The leader was Wu Yang. The other 2 looked to be in their mid-20s. They looked decent, but their faces were full of arrogance. Wu Yang bowed and said, Greetings, Senior Brother Mu. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the 2 people. One of the young men stepped forward and said with a flattering smile, Senior Brother Mu, I'm Pei Yu, and this is my 4th brother, Pei Lang. Greetings, Senior Brother Mu. Pei Lang also had a flattering look on his face. Qin Feiyang was no longer the same as before. Even the descendants of the leaders of these super tribes had to curry favor with him. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I've long heard of the two of you. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed extraordinary." Pei Yu said with a smile, "Senior brother Mu, you're too polite. Compared to you, we're still far behind." Pei Lang added, "Yes, please take care of us in the future, Senior brother Mu." "Of course, we're all friends," Qin Feiyang said. Pei Yu looked around and said in surprise, "Senior brother Mu, isn't this near the divine python tribe?" Pei Yi and I were just here barbecuing meat with a group of children. Chapter 1067. Hearing Pei Yi's name, Pei Yu and Pei Lang raised their eyebrows subtly. However, Qin Feiyang caught it clearly and said with a smile, "Brothers, you don't seem to like Pei Yi very much." "How should I put it?" Pei Yu and Pei Lang were a little hesitant. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "It's all right, we're all on the same side. There's no need to hold back. I'll get straight to the point then." Pei Yu's eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. Pei Yi has shown extraordinary talent since he was a child. Not only do the elders of the tribe dote on him, but even our parents like him very much. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "That's for sure. It's his fault for being so talented." "So what if he's talented? Isn't he still an orphan that no one wants?" Pei Yu sneered. Pei Lang also snorted and said, "Exactly. He was born without a mother to teach him well. All he does is pretend to be pitiful and win the sympathy and love of the tribe members." "Pretend to be pitiful? I've spent some time with him and he doesn't seem like such a person," Qin Feiyang said. Pei Yu said, "Senior brother Mu, don't be fooled by his appearance. He's not a good person. Stay away from him in the future." Yes. "He's not on the same side as you at all." Pei Lang flattered. Qin Feiyang was stunned and he said mockingly, "Then who should I be on the same side as?" "This, of course. Look, you're the disciple of the chief pagoda master. You have a noble status and no one can compare to you. Although the two of us can't compare to you, we're still the descendants of the leaders of the super tribes. We won't embarrass you if we're together, right? As for Pei Yi, he's just an orphan who no one wants. What right does he have to be your friend, right?" The two of them smiled obsequiously. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. The schemes of these two people were not simple at all. They were obviously trying to sow discord. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "I like to hear the truth. From now on you're my friends." The two of them were overjoyed. Wu Yang, who was beside him, couldn't help but secretly mock him. Although he didn't know much about Qin Feiyang, he knew that he would never be friends with these two rich playboys. There must be some purpose behind it. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wu Yang before smiling at the two. "Since we're already friends, I have a favor to ask of the two of you. Senior martial brother Mu, why are you being so polite? If there's anything you need, just tell us. We brothers will definitely do our best to help." Pei Yu patted his chest and said, "Yes, it's my duty." Pei Lang also looked very righteous. "Then I'll thank you in advance, brothers." Qin Feiyang said with a chuckle and took out 2 illusory form pills. What does that mean?" The two of them took the illusory form pill, their faces full of confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I want you to disguise yourselves as 2 people." "Who is it?" the two of them asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Li He, Shen Feiyun." "Why do we have to disguise ourselves as them?" The two of them were surprised. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Disguise yourselves as them first, then I'll tell you." The two of them hesitated. Qin Feiyang's face showed a trace of displeasure, and he said indifferently, "Just now, the two of you said that it's my duty, and now you're changing your mind. It seems that the two of you don't treat me as a brother." Pei Yu's face changed, and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, Senior Martial Brother Mu, you've misunderstood. A real man's word is worth 9 tripods. Why would we change our mind?" Pei Lang nodded and said, "That's right. Senior Martial Brother Mu's matter is our matter. Even if there's danger, we won't back down. Now, I'll disguise myself as Shen Feiyun." With that, Pei Lang threw the illusory form pill into his mouth and quickly changed into Shen Feiyun's appearance. Seeing that Pei Lang had already done it, Pei Yu didn't hesitate anymore. He took the illusory form pill and changed into Li He. Then, the two of them looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What's next?" "Next," Qin Feiyang chuckled, and killing intent suddenly surged in his eyes. Battle qi gushed out from his fingertips, and two scarlet sword qi entered the two's qi sea at lightning speed. The two of them immediately fell to the ground, clutching their lower abdomens and howling miserably. Wu Yang next to them was even more shocked. He glanced at the two of them, then looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Mu, why are you doing this?" Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, "You'd better not ask about my business." Yes. Wu Yang's face turned pale, and he nodded repeatedly. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang collected the two's Qiankuan bags. Then, he turned around and said to Wu Yang, "Cut off their tongues. While you're at it, search their bodies to see if they have any other hidden pills." What? Wu Yang's body trembled. Pei Yu and Wu Yang's faces were ashen. They knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Seeing that Wu Yang didn't move, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Didn't you hear me?" Wu Yang quivered and hurriedly took out a dagger. He looked at Pei Yu and Wu Yang and said, "I didn't want to do this, but I had to do it. I'm sorry." He stepped forward and pressed Pei Yu and Wu Yang. Swish, 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 swish. After a while, Wu Yang got up and walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said respectfully, "I've searched them. They don't have any other pills." But Qin Feiyang nodded. He turned around and looked at the two of them lying on the ground in despair. He said coldly, "Do you know why I did this? Because this is how your father treated Shen Feiyun and Li He." Shen Feiyun and Li He's deaths are related to the leader of the divine python tribe. Wu Yang was surprised. Pei Yu and Wu Yang didn't realize it until now. Wu, they wanted to explain and ask, but their tongues had been cut off, so they couldn't open their mouths. They could only let out helpless whimpers. Qin Feiyang said, "Give them healing pills." After saying that, he sat cross-legged on the ground, glanced at the divine python tribe from afar, and closed his eyes to meditate. Wu Yang nodded, took out 2 healing pills without pill patterns, and stuffed them into their mouths. The healing pills could only have the effect of healing. They couldn't regenerate their tongues, nor could they repair their broken qi si. Wu Yang stood respectfully behind Qin Feiyang. Looking at the back of the figure in front of him, his eyes flickered. Time flew. In the middle of the night, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. Looking at the dark night sky, he whispered, "It's finally dawn. I can activate the concealment technique." Dark clouds surged in the sky. A waning moon was faintly discernible. The nearby mountains and rivers were also dead silent. "It's time to describe it." 2 rays of light burst out of his eyes. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, got up and lowered his head to look at Pei Yu and Wu Yang. The wounds on their lower abdomens had been healed, but from noon to now, every minute and every second felt like a year. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." The two were surprised. Why didn't he kill them? What did this demon want to do? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the two to the castle. He turned to look at Wu Yang behind him and said playfully, "Are you interested in going with me?" Yes. Wu Yang nodded. Only a ghost would be interested. But facing Qin Feiyang, he didn't dare to refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and agree. "Hold on to me," Qin Feiyang said. Wu Yang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said again, "Hold on to my shoulder." But Wu Yang hurriedly stretched out his hand and pressed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment art and took Wu Yang to the sky at lightning speed, entering the divine python tribe. Wu Yang's face changed and he said telepathically, "It's not appropriate to barge in like this, is it?" The concealment art was invisible and no one could see it, so Wu Yang didn't know that he was now invisible. Qin Feiyang said to himself, "Don't worry, no one will discover us." Wu Yang didn't believe it. Wouldn't they be discovered if they were to openly fly above the city? How was that possible? But Qin Feiyang didn't explain. He looked down at the phantom snake emperor coiled around his wrist and said, "Where is the entrance to the secret chamber? Who is he talking to?" Wu Yang looked at Qin Feiyang's wrist in surprise and saw an exquisite bracelet on his wrist. Talking to a bracelet? Was this person stupid? But the next moment he was stunned. The bracelet actually moved on its own and a snake head suddenly appeared, baring its fangs and flying towards him. Wu Yang was scared out of his wits on the spot. "Stop fooling around." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the phantom snake emperor. "Hee hee." The phantom snake emperor grinned and said telepathically, "The entrance to the secret chamber is in the cultivation room of the divine python tribe's leader." "Lead the way," Qin Feiyang said. "Continue forward," the phantom snake emperor said. Qin Feiyang dragged Wu Yang, who was scared out of his wits by the phantom snake emperor, and flew forward. It turns out that the bracelet was transformed from a snake. After calming down, Wu Yang looked at the phantom snake emperor and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The phantom snake emperor glanced at Wu Yang and telepathically said, "Qin Feiyang, I just wanted to tease him just now, but I didn't expect him to be so scared. He's too cowardly, why did you keep it?" Qin Feiyang didn't answer, but there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. After a while, under the lead of the phantom snake emperor, Qin Feiyang entered a hall. The main hall was dazzling in gold and jade and had an extraordinary aura. But at this moment, there was no one here. The phantom snake emperor pointed to the deepest part of the hall and telepathically said, "The cultivation room is there." Qin Feiyang walked over and saw a door on the wall, which was tightly shut. He turned his head and glanced at the hall, and couldn't help but frown. In the hall, there was no trace of the divine python tribe's leader. Could it be that he was cultivating in the cultivation room now? If that was the case, it was almost impossible to enter the secret chamber from the cultivation room. Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and looked down at the phantom snake emperor, saying secretly, "Go and see if the divine python tribe's leader is anywhere else." The phantom snake emperor nodded and landed on the ground, quickly disappearing from Qin Feiyang and Wu Yang's sight. Wu Yang was dumbfounded, because he found that when the phantom snake emperor landed on the ground, its skin immediately turned the same color as the floor. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and telepathically said, "It can't be the phantom snake, right?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 1068. About an hour later, the spirit snake emperor came back and laughed in a low voice. "He's not in the cultivation room, but you'll never guess what he's doing now." "What's he doing?" Qin Feiyang was curious. The spirit snake emperor said, "He's having fun with his woman, and he even unlocked all kinds of positions. It's so exciting." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was already so old, but he still liked to play these tricks. No wonder he had so many children. But suddenly, his expression became strange. He looked at the spirit snake emperor and asked, "How do you know that they unlocked many positions? Could it be that you've been peeping for the past hour?" The spirit snake emperor laughed evilly. "It's so exciting, of course I have to watch for a while more. Fuck. Didn't I teach you that it's not suitable for children? And you made me wait for so long." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He directly gave it a slap on the head. "When did you teach me that? Moreover, am I considered a child? To be honest, this emperor's age is something that even 10 of you can't compare to." The spirit snake emperor rolled its eyes at Qin Feiyang. "Cut the crap. You'd better not watch this kind of thing in the future." Qin Feiyang snorted, turned to look at the stone door, and asked, "How do I open it? Aren't you very capable? Think of a way yourself." The spirit serpent emperor harumphed, looking extremely displeased. "Say that again?" Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. The spirit snake emperor smiled embarrassedly and quickly said, "Just open it directly, but do it gently and don't make too much noise." Qin Feiyang walked up and pushed lightly with his hand. The stone door slowly opened. The cultivation room behind the door was about 100 feet wide, but there was nothing. There was only an old futon in the center. Qin Feiyang walked in, glanced at the cultivation room, and asked, "Where's the entrance to the secret room?" "It's beside the futon." The spirit snake emperor led the way. Close the door. Without looking back, Qin Feiyang ordered Wu Yang and strode towards the cattail hassock. After Wu Yang closed the stone door, he hurriedly followed. The spirit serpent emperor stopped in front of the futon and pointed at the ground. Li He and Shen Feiyun are right below here. Qin Feiyang glanced at the ground and frowned. How do we open this entrance? There is a mechanism. The spirit serpent emperor chuckled. It raised its little tail and lifted the praying mat, but there was nothing underneath it. The spirit snake emperor crawled over and pressed its tail against a stone brick, causing it to cave in immediately. Meanwhile, the ground next to Qin Feiyang's feet cracked open, and then slowly opened to both sides. Under the crack, there was a faint light. When the crack was a foot wide, Qin Feiyang finally saw Li He and Shen Feiyun. The secret chamber below was only 5 or 6 meters wide. A luminous pearl hung on the wall, emitting a dim light. Li He and Shen Feiyun were sitting in the secret chamber with their backs against the wall. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. They had completely lost their previous elegance. Even their bodies were emitting a pungent stench. They are actually not dead. Wu Yang looked at the two of them with a face full of shock. He finally understood why Qin Feiyang sneaked into the divine python tribe in the middle of the night. At the same time, Li He and Shen Feiyun heard the noise and raised their heads, staring coldly at the entrance above. Their weak eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. They thought that the leader of the divine python tribe had come. But when the entrance of the secret chamber was completely opened and they saw Wu Yang standing above, Li He immediately frowned. As a direct descendant of the Qilin tribe, Wu Yang was somewhat famous in the main tower. Of course, Li He could recognize him. Wu Yang jumped into the secret chamber, took out 2 regeneration pills with pill patterns, and put them in their mouths. Their tongues that were cut off immediately regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. After their tongues were restored, Li He immediately said, "Wu Yang, why are you here?" Shen Feiyun was stunned and asked, "Li He, who is Wu Yang?" "He's from the Qilin tribe." Li He briefly introduced him before looking at Wu Yang again and frowning. "Could it be that your Qilin tribe is also colluding with the divine python tribe?" But thinking about it, that was not right. If the Qilin tribe was really colluding with the divine python tribe, why would Wu Yang give them regeneration pills? "Manager Li, it's a misunderstanding. We're here to save you." Wu Yang waved his hand and smiled. "Save me?" Li He was stunned. He never expected that Wu Yang would actually come to save him. Wu Yang seemed to be talking about us? Could there be others? He hurriedly looked beside Wu Yang, but he did not see a single shadow. Li He said, "How did you come in? How did you know we were locked up here?" Wu Yang smiled embarrassedly. "I definitely don't have that ability. The one who saved you is Ancestor Mu." Ancestor Mu. Li He and Shen Feiyun looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Shen Feiyun looked at Wu Yang and asked, "Where is he now?" A voice sounded out of thin air. While Wu Yang was explaining, Qin Feiyang had already jumped into the secret room. "It's really the voice of Ancestor Mu." Li He and Shen Feiyun's spirits were lifted as they hurriedly scanned the area in front of them. Because the voice came from right in front of them, but they still didn't see anyone. "Where are you?" "Why can't I see you?" Li He said anxiously. But before he could finish his sentence, the two of them felt someone grab their wrist. Immediately, the two of them also entered stealth mode. This way, they could also see Qin Feiyang. "It's really you, you bastard." Li He was ecstatic. Shen Feiyun was also full of smiles. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said, "I know you have a lot of questions to ask, but now is not the time." While they were talking, with a thought, Pei Yu and Shen Feiyun appeared out of thin air. Who are they? Why do they look exactly like us? When Li He and Shen Feiyun saw Pei Yu and Shen Feiyun, they turned pale with fright. Qin Feiyang did not answer, looked up at Wu Yang and said, "Quickly help take off their clothes." "All right." Wu Yang nodded, immediately squatted on the ground, and took off Pei Yu and Shen Feiyun's clothes. Qin Feiyang looked at Li He and Shen Feiyun, pointed at Pei Yu and Shen Feiyun, and said, "Quickly take off your clothes and change with them." The two of them looked at each other, Qin Feiyang urged. There's no time, quickly do as I say. The two of them nodded and quickly took off their clothes. At the same time, Wu Yang also took off Pei Yu and Shen Feiyun's clothes, and then put on Pei Yu and Shen Feiyun's clothes. After everything was done, Qin Feiyang secretly said a few words to the Spirit Snake Emperor, and then led Wu Yang and Li He into the cultivation room. After that, Qin Feiyang did not delay for a moment, closed the entrance of the secret room, put the futon back to its original position, and after confirming that there were no loopholes, he led the three of them out of the cultivation room, closed the stone door of the cultivation room, and then rushed towards the main hall. As for the Spirit Snake Emperor, he did not leave with Qin Feiyang and stayed in the secret room. In the main hall, Qin Feiyang and the other three ran all the way, and they were about to go out. But at this moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a light figure rushed towards the main hall like lightning. Wu Yang's face changed and he said to himself, "Oh no, it's the leader of the divine python tribe." Li He and Shen Feiyun's faces also changed. "Don't worry, he can't see us now. As long as we don't make any noise, even if we stand in front of him, he won't notice us." Qin Feiyang smiled and sent a voice transmission. He swept up the three of them and flew out of the main hall silently. He flew into the sky, brushed past the leader of the divine python tribe, and headed out of the city without looking back. We really weren't discovered? Li He and Shen Feiyun looked back at the leader of the divine python tribe who disappeared into the main hall, and then turned to look at Qin Feiyang with bewilderment. A moment later, Qin Feiyang finally flew out of the divine python tribe and landed on a mountain peak outside the city. The mountain peak was about a few hundred feet tall, and the vegetation was flourishing. Li He turned to look at the divine python tribe in the night and sighed. "I didn't expect that we would be able to escape alive." "That's right." Shen Feiyun nodded, his face full of hope. Qin Feiyang closed the concealment art and smiled. "Heaven helps the good. Both of you are good people, and you will definitely be able to turn misfortune into blessing." "Good people?" The two of them smiled bitterly. Which cultivators' hands were not stained with blood? How many of them dared to call themselves good people? The two of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They turned around and knelt in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang hurried forward and helped the two of them up. He said, "Both of you are respected seniors. I can't bear your kneeling. Get up quickly. Why didn't I see you being so humble when you came to me to buy medicinal herbs?" Li He scolded with a smile and stood up without being pretentious. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The situation is different. When doing business, I have to bargain. Otherwise, what if I get cheated by you?" "I cheated you? Tell me honestly, when have I ever taken advantage of you? It seems that you are the one taking advantage of me." Li He rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and took out 2 Spirit Sea pills. He said, "Here, I promise that I will give this Spirit Sea pill to you for free." Li He smiled helplessly and did not stand on ceremony. He grabbed one of the Spirit Sea pills and put it into his mouth. Shen Feiyun also grabbed the other one and put it into his mouth. He looked at Qin Feiyang and cupped his hands. "Brother Mu, no matter what, I have to thank you properly today. Thank you. I will always remember this great kindness." Li He nodded and said, "Yes, if it weren't for you, I don't know how much we would have to suffer." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Do you know who wants to deal with you?" Li He's eyes turned cold and he said in a deep voice, "Yes, it's Fu Anshan. The chief of the divine python tribe told us." "I will not let this matter rest." Shen Feiyun was also full of killing intent. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "There's no need for you to do anything. I've already made arrangements. He won't be able to jump around for long. Just wait and see." "Arrangements?" The two of them looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Qin Feiyang explained briefly, but when he mentioned Yen Wei, he did not reveal Yen Wei's real name. "I see. This time, we really have to thank him." Li He suddenly realized that the he was referring to Yen Wei. Chapter 1069. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Fu Anshan is an old fox. If we don't use some tricks, we won't be able to find his weakness." "He is indeed an old fox. After being with him for so many years, I thought I knew him very well. But in the end, I realized that was not his true face at all. Li He's face was filled with disgust. Hearing the conversation between the three of them, Wu Yang could not help but shudder. He did not expect Fu Anshan to be such a person. But compared to Fu Anshan, Qin Feiyang scared him more. No matter what happened, he was able to strategize. Who in the entire Central Divine Kingdom could compare to him when it came to scheming and scheming? Was he really human? Wu Yang could not help but wonder. By the way, what demonic art did you use when you brought us away? You passed by the leader of the Divine Python tribe and did not notice us? Li asked. Shen Feiyun also looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Demonic art? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He was not a monster. How could he know any demonic arts? He explained, it's a battle art that can make one invisible. I see. Li He and Wu Yang were enlightened. Shen Feiyun asked, what should we do next? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, don't show yourself in front of others for the time being. Find a place to cultivate and don't send anyone a message. Li He frowned and said, I want to send a message to Yen. I understand how you feel, but you can't do that. Because if there's a mistake, the plan to get rid of Fu Anshan and Wu Yang might fail. Qin Feiyang said sternly. This? Li He hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right then. Yen thinks I'm dead anyway. It doesn't matter if I appear now or later. It's good that you can think that way. Qin Feiyang smiled. Oh no. Suddenly, Shen Feiyun seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other two were startled and looked at him in surprise. Although Pei Yu and Pei Lang disguised themselves as us, although you confiscated their Qianquan bags and pills, causing them to be unable to regrow their tongues and speak, although you crippled their cultivation and caused them to be unable to transmit their voices, they could still write by hand. For example, if they used their own blood to write some words on the ground, wouldn't the Divine Python tribe's leader know that they are fake when he sees those words? Shen Feiyun said. Yeah. Li He's eyes trembled. He hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, while it's still early, let's go there again. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, the concealment spell can only be used once a day. The leader of the Divine Python tribe has already returned to the main hall. It is almost impossible for him to return to the secret chamber. Then what should we do? Shen Feiyun asked. Li He suggested, why don't we go look for the chief tower master now? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, seniors, don't worry. How can I not be anxious? If he really finds out that we have escaped, he will definitely flee immediately. The Forgotten Continent is so big, and he is so strong. If he wants to hide, we won't be able to find him at all. Li He said anxiously. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, he won't find out because I have already thought of this. So when I left, I asked the Spirit Snake Emperor to stay behind. Already thought of this? The two of them looked at each other. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wu Yang was puzzled. Then what can the Spirit Snake Emperor do by staying behind? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, knock out Pei Yu and Shen Feiyun and keep them unconscious. When he sees that they are unconscious, the Divine Python tribe's leader won't be suspicious. Won't be suspicious? Are you that confident? Li He frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded. How so? Li He asked. It's very simple. When you were imprisoned, you were tortured a lot by him, right? Your body was very weak to begin with, right? Qin Feiyang threw out a few questions in succession. Li He also nodded repeatedly. That's not right? You are so weak after being tortured by him. In his opinion, it's natural for you to be unconscious. Of course, if you are unconscious for too long, even a fool will be suspicious. But the problem is that when dawn comes, he will bring Pei Yu and Shen Feiyun to Black Wind Mountain to exchange with Fu Anshan. Tell me, will he be suspicious in such a short time? If it were you, would you be suspicious? Qin Feiyang smiled. Definitely not. Li He and Shen Feiyun replied without hesitation because there were only a few hours left before dawn. Qin Feiyang said again, moreover, even if the Divine Python tribe's leader finds out that they are fake, the The Spirit Snake Emperor will inform me immediately. How can he escape? There is no chance at all. Li He and Shen Feiyun looked at each other, their faces full of shock. How amazing! He had even thought of this in advance. This brat's temperament was a little too terrifying. He simply didn't miss a single detail. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Let's go to Blackwind Mountain now and wait for the show to begin." You actually came up with such a bad idea. You are too bad. Li He rolled his eyes at him and added, "But I like it." When the Divine Python tribe's leader finds out that it was his own son who was killed, his expression will be very interesting. After saying that, he could not help but laugh. Shen Feiyun was also full of smiles, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Qin Feiyang. This kid was not only meticulous, but his methods of torturing people were also hair-raising. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do any of you know the coordinates of Blackwind Mountain?" "I know. Blackwind Mountain is not far from the Divine City." After saying that, Li He gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a portal quickly opened. Can I go back first?" Wu Yang asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wu Yang's expression froze, and he could only helplessly follow behind the three of them and enter the portal. Time flew by. Early morning. The sun gradually rose from the horizon. The red sunlight shone on the earth, causing all things to recover. On a mountain peak, Qin Feiyang and the other three sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, cultivating their bodies and minds. After a night of rest, Shen Feiyun and Li He's Sea of Qi had recovered, their injuries were healed, and their spirits were better. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard. Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, and two rays of light burst out. He took out the image crystal. The phantom of the Spirit Snake Emperor quickly appeared. Shen Feiyun, Li He, and Wu Yang also opened their eyes at this moment and looked at the Spirit Snake Emperor. "How is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. The Spirit Snake Emperor said, "He has already left with Pei Yu and Li He." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked again, "Did anything happen during this time?" However, when the leader of the Divine Python tribe entered the secret chamber just now, he woke the two of them up. They immediately cried out, but the leader of the Divine Python tribe ignored them. Not only did he ignore them, but he also gave them a good beating. That's really miserable. The Spirit Snake Emperor sneered. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's all within my expectations." The Spirit Snake Emperor asked, "Then should I rush to meet up with you now? Or should I wait for you at the Tranquil Lake?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "There's no need for you here. Wait for me at the Tranquil Lake." The Spirit Snake Emperor nodded, and then the phantom dissipated. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal, got up and said, "They should be here soon. Let's hide in the forest over there and restrain our aura." Shen Feiyun and the other two nodded and stood up. Their aura was also restrained to the extreme. Whoosh! Immediately, the four of them turned into a stream of light and entered a forest not far away. Whoosh! Almost at the same time as they entered the forest, two figures appeared in the void above them. It was Fu Anshan and Yen Wei. Seeing Fu Anshan appear, Li He and Shen Feiyun clenched their fists and killing intent flashed in the depths of their eyes. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he said to himself, "Don't be rash." Shen Feiyun said telepathically, "Don't worry, we know what to do." Just as he finished speaking, another four figures appeared in the sky above a huge mountain opposite them. It was the leader of the Divine Python tribe, the High Priest and Pei Yu. The Spirit Snake Emperor did not lie to them. Pei Yu and Li He were in a worse state than yesterday. Their bodies were badly mutilated and they were half dead. They even lost two arms and there were a few bloody holes on their bodies. They did not look human at all. However, the two of them were still howling and wailing. Their blood-stained eyes kept blinking at the Divine Python tribe's leader and his wife, hinting at their identity. However, the Divine Python tribe's leader and his wife did not even look at them. Fu Anshan and the Divine Python tribe's leader looked at each other almost at the same time. When their eyes met, invisible sparks flew. "You're quite early." The Divine Python tribe's leader sneered. He grabbed Pei Yu and Li He and walked toward Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan's expression changed. He quickly reached out and said, "Don't move, just stand there." "Are you afraid that I'll take the opportunity to kill you?" The Divine Python tribe's leader stopped in his tracks. His eyes were full of contempt. Fu Anshan was still worried. He retreated a little more and stared at the Divine Python tribe's leader warily. Then, he took out the image crystal and said without any nonsense, "Kill them immediately." "Do you think I'm stupid? After I kill them, you'll threaten me with that image. What can I do to you then? So, you have to destroy that image first." The Divine Python tribe's leader said. "I'm here with sincerity," Fu Anshan said angrily. The Divine Python tribe's leader immediately sneered and said, "Don't you think it's ridiculous for a villain like you to talk about sincerity with me?" Fu Anshan immediately retorted and said, "I'm only threatening you at most, but you killed your own brother with your own hands. Who's more ridiculous?" "Enough, don't mention this in front of me," the Divine Python tribe's leader shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "You dare to do it, but you're afraid of being criticized?" Fu Anshan sneered and said, "Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time." "Impossible. You have to destroy that image first, and then I'll kill them," the Divine Python tribe's leader said in a tone that brooked no discussion. Fu Anshan's face was gloomy. Neither of them trusted the other, and the situation was in a stalemate. An old fox versus an old fox. Who's better? Chapter 1070. In fact, anyone could tell that both of them were harboring ulterior motives. Fu Anshan wanted the leader of the Divine Python tribe to kill Li He and Shen Feiyun first and then use that video to blackmail them. After all, there was nothing more valuable than this video. He did not want to give it up unless he had no other choice. The leader of the Divine Python tribe had the same idea. Fu Anshan had extorted a lot of benefits from him in the past. He was unwilling to let it go just like that. Therefore, he also wanted Fu Anshan to destroy the video first and then use Li He and Shen Feiyun to blackmail Fu Anshan. An eye for an eye. But both of them were not stupid. They knew what the other party was thinking, so they refused to take the first step. Time passed by slowly. Seeing that both of them refused to give in, the high priest said, "There's no point in this stalemate. Show your sincerity. Don't play any tricks." Fu Anshan was extremely annoyed. The leader of the Divine Python tribe was also unwilling. But now, there seemed to be no other way. "Okay. We'll do as you say." In the end, Fu Anshan nodded first. Because he could not afford to waste time. In 2 months, he would inherit the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for his whole life. If something were to happen during this period of time, then not only would everything he had done go down the drain, even his life would be in danger. The high priest said, "Then let's start the exchange." Fu Anshan glanced at the leader of the Divine Python tribe and turned to Yen Wei. "You go." "Yes." Yen Wei responded respectfully and flew towards the leader of the Divine Python tribe. Fu Anshan looked at the leader of the Divine Python tribe and said, "Give Li He and Shen Feiyun to him and then I'll destroy the video. In this way, you don't have to worry about me going back on my words. With your strength, you can kill my men and take back Li He and Shen Feiyun." "No problem." The high priest nodded. After a dozen breaths, Yen Wei flew to the leader of the Divine Python tribe. The high priest turned to look at the leader of the Divine Python tribe and persuaded, "Give it to him. Although Fu Anshan extorted us before, that's all in the past. Now everyone is happy. This is the best ending." "Damn it." The chief of the Divine Python tribe cursed inwardly. He raised his head and looked at Fu Anshan, saying, "I promise you, but I have a condition. You must crush the image crystal." The images were stored in the image crystal. Only the owner of the image crystal would know whether or not the images were destroyed. The chief of the Divine Python tribe was worried that although Fu Anshan said that he had destroyed it, he hadn't. Therefore, he asked Fu Anshan to crush the image crystal. Once the image crystal shattered, everything recorded within it would also disappear. Fu Anshan raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Sure." The chief of the Divine Python tribe continued, "Also, Did you send this video to anyone else? The recorded images could be transmitted to others through the image crystal. Fu Anshan shook his head. How do you prove it? The chief of the divine python tribe said. Fu Anshan said angrily, how do you want me to prove it? If I say there isn't, then there definitely isn't. Can you stop wasting time? I don't believe he did. Because if he really did send it to someone else, he would have destroyed the video without saying a word. He wouldn't have schemed with you for so long. The high priest said in a low voice. The chief of the divine python tribe thought about it and felt that it made sense. Then he handed the two over to Yen Wei. Woo woo. The two turned to look at the chief of the divine python tribe and the high priest, roaring crazily, their eyes full of pleading. However, the couple only glanced at them coldly, then looked up at the image crystal in Fu Anshan's hand. Their parents were right in front of them, but they couldn't tell the truth. What could be more desperate than this? Both of their faces were ashen as they trembled in fear. Yen Wei turned around, grabbed their heads with both hands, looked at Fu Anshan, and said, Lord, I'm ready. Fu Anshan glanced at the chief of the divine python tribe and his wife, then nodded at Yen Wei. At the same time, one of them crushed the image crystal while the other crushed Pei Yu's and the other's heads. After crushing their heads, Yen Wei immediately unleashed his maximum speed, like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan also immediately raised his other hand, and a teleportation door flew out from his palm, instantly opening. When the teleportation door opened, Yen Wei also flew in front of Fu Anshan. After all, Yen Wei was now a warlord, and his speed was much faster than before. Then, the two of them ran in without looking back. Obviously, Fu Anshan had already prepared the teleportation door, afraid that the chief of the divine python tribe would attack him. The chief and his wife of the divine python tribe did not expect this. By the time they reacted, the two of them had already disappeared without a trace. Scoundrel! Looking at the teleportation door that disappeared, the chief of the divine python tribe was full of contempt. The high priest said, he has blackmailed us for so many years. Naturally, he is worried that we will harm him. An ant-like character. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't even bother with him. The chief of the divine python tribe said disdainfully. The high priest shook his head and laughed. No matter what, Fu Anshan's matter ends here. Now, only Ancestor Mu is left. Hearing this, the chief of the divine python tribe immediately raised his eyebrows and said, Ancestor Mu is not someone Fu Anshan can compare to. That's right. Although this kid is weak, he is very shrewd. Moreover, as the direct disciple of the chief tower master, he doesn't lack anything at all. It will be difficult to get him to destroy that video. The high priest was worried. The chief of the divine python tribe sneered, it's impossible for there to be no weakness in this world. It's just that we don't know about it. That's true. The high priest nodded. After pondering for a while, he asked, do you want me to talk to him? Just take it as a test. The chief of the divine python tribe thought for a while and nodded, okay. The high priest said, then I'll go look for him tomorrow. The chief of the divine python tribe nodded again, then opened the teleportation door, and the two of them walked in one after another. Black Wind Mountain quickly regained its peace. Qin Feiyang and the other three did not continue to hide and walked out of the forest. Li He asked, she's going to look for you tomorrow. Do you want to meet her? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, of course, because she'll definitely prepare a valuable meeting gift. You're really a greedy brat. Li He rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang did not feel that this was mocking at all. He chuckled and said, it's a waste to reject something that's delivered to my door. Alright, I have to go back. You guys find a place to hide. Li He and Shen Feiyu nodded. Qin Feiyang opened the teleportation door and was about to walk in, but suddenly he slapped his head and said, right, I forgot something. What is it? The two of them were suspicious. However, Qin Feiyang did not look at them. Instead, he looked at Wu Yang. What? Wu Yang's eyelids twitched, and a strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, do you know? There's another advantage of the slavery seal, and that is that it can peek into your inner thoughts. What? Wu Yang's gaze trembled. There was actually such a thing? Then, didn't that mean that the thoughts that had appeared in his heart before were already known by this person? Suddenly, he quivered and hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging, "Senior brother Mu, no, master, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I swear, I'll serve you wholeheartedly in the future. It's too late. You're already worthless." Qin Feiyang shook his head. With a thought, he directly erased Wu Yang's soul. Without even letting out a scream, Wu Yang fell to the ground, dead. This sudden unforeseen event left Li He and Li Mu dumbstruck. This person is refining the blood demon pill, so he deserves to die. Seniors, farewell. Qin Feiyang said with cupped fists and turned to walk into the teleportation door. Blood demon pill. Li He and Shin Feiyun trembled and lowered their heads to look at Wu Yang's corpse. There was no other emotion except disgust. The person who refined this kind of medicinal pill was basically insane and deserved to be killed. Shen Feiyun looked up at the teleportation door and murmured, "He's calm, meticulous, and decisive. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely become someone great in the future." That's right. Sooner or later, we'll have to look up to him. Li He nodded. There was only one such terrifying young man in the world. Calming Lake. On the island, the lush green grass swayed with the wind, exuding boundless vitality. Beautiful flowers bloomed one after another. The fragrance of the flowers was intoxicating. Colorful butterflies danced among the flowers like little fairies, lively and cute. The scenery here was mesmerizing and peaceful, like a paradise on earth. Sush. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air on the balcony of the second floor. Hands behind his back, he admired the beautiful scenery before him. If he could, he really wanted to live in a place like this forever, without worries and killing. He wanted to live a peaceful life. "You're back. How was it?" The spirit serpent emperor jumped out from the house and coiled around Qin Feiyang's wrist. Qin Feiyang looked at it and smiled. "It's all settled." The spirit serpent emperor said, "Then I'll go to the castle to cultivate." Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "Don't. There's one more thing that I need you to do for me." "What is it?" The spirit serpent emperor looked at him suspiciously. "5-colored crystal. I can't go to the tower master's place every day. Moreover, the concealment technique can only be used for an hour at a time. So, I need you to help me keep an eye on him." Qin Feiyang said telepathically. "No problem." The spirit serpent emperor agreed without hesitation. However, it wasn't done yet. "Then what benefits will I get?" Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and his face darkened. "You've learned bad things from the white-eyed wolf. This has nothing to do with them. This time, the person guarding the tower master is not an ordinary person. It's the ruler of the forgotten continent. This is a very dangerous thing, you know?" The spirit serpent emperor said. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "All right, after this matter is done, I'll satisfy you whatever you want." "This is what you said. Don't go back on your word." The spirit serpent emperor chuckled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Why are all these guys around me not easy to deal with?" Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in his arms rang. He took it out and Fatso's image appeared, saying, "Boss, quickly come to my place." His tone was a little anxious. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Something's up." After Fatso finished speaking, he immediately turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang frowned, feeling rather frustrated. He had just finished dealing with Li He and Li Mu, and now something else had happened. Why were there so many things happening in one day? So, the capable should do more work. Chapter 1071. Martial Artist Mountain Range. Fatso paced back and forth in the cave abode, restless like an ant on a hot pan. Swish. Suddenly Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. "Boss, you're here." Fatso immediately went up to him. "Did Chu Xian's parents give you some problems?" Looking at Fatso's anxious look, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown slightly. "No. This time, Fat Lord called you here because of Li Yan, not because of Chu Xian." Fatso shook his head and said, "Li Yan?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. During this period of time, Fat Lord has been busy dealing with Chu Xian's parents and hasn't paid attention to what's going on outside. Just yesterday, I suddenly heard someone say that since Li He died, Li Yan has been sitting on the sword edge all day long, depressed. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Grandpa is dead and granddaughter is sad. This is human nature. Why did you call me here? Besides, I don't have much contact with her. Boss, you can't say that. You even helped Li He. What's wrong with talking her out of it? Fatso pursed his lips. Aren't you just looking for trouble for me? Li Yan is not a child. Do you need me to talk to her? Let her calm down for a while and she will get over it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and took out a portal. Fatso hurriedly grabbed Qin Feiyang. You're not done, are you? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Fatso smiled awkwardly and quickly let go, saying, Okay, let's not talk about this. But there's another thing that you have to help her with. What else? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Li He was the pillar of the Li family. Now that Li He is dead, the Li family will decline. As you know, Li Yan is quite beautiful and has many admirers pursuing her. But in the past, because of Li He, they didn't dare to act recklessly. But now, with Li He's death, some people have started to have ulterior motives. There were even people who directly threatened her, saying that if she didn't comply, they would deal with her Li family. Fatso said, Although the Li family has declined, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Who dares to threaten her like this? Qin Feiyang frowned. A lot. Most of them are from wealthy families. And one of them is the most arrogant. His name is Nye Xiaoyong, a disciple of the Saint Peak. He has another identity, the son of the Vajra tribe's chief. Fatso said with a hint of disgust in his eyes. Adamantine tribe? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Don't look down on the Adamantine tribe, because the Adamantine tribe is also one of the 9 super tribes. Moreover, their overall strength is ranked in the upper middle of the 9 super tribes. Fatso said, I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, This is a good thing. What the hell? Fatso was stunned. As the son of a super tribe's chief, whether it is identity or status, Li Yan can't compare to him. If Li Yan can marry him, the Li family can be considered to have a meteoric rise. If this isn't a good thing, then what is? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Boss, how can you be like this? Where did your righteous heart go? Are you still the boss that I know? Could it be that someone else is impersonating you? Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Scram. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and knocked Fatso's head hard, causing Fatso to grimace in pain. He endured the pain and said with a flattering smile, Boss, please help her. Qin Feiyang looked at him with a strange expression and said, Why do you care so much about her? Don't tell me that you like her. Damn. Is Fat Lord the kind of person who loves every woman he sees? Fatso glared at him. Qin Feiyang looked at him and shook his head. No, but there must be a reason. He knew Fatso's character too well. He would never beg him for a woman he had only seen a few times. Fatso's face was cloudy and uncertain. There really are other factors. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly, If you don't want to say, then I'll go back. You can go by yourself. Don't. I'll say it. It's like this. Yesterday evening, I went to the Sword Peak to persuade her. After all, when Yen Wei and I were in the transaction pavilion, she took care of us a lot. When I arrived at the Sword Peak, I happened to see Nye Xiaoyong threatening her. I couldn't stand it, so I went to reason with him. In the end, Fatso couldn't continue. His face was full of embarrassment. In the end? Qin Feiyang was curious. This, that, the fatty stammered. When he saw Qin Feiyang take out another teleportation gate, he hurriedly said, In the end, he didn't say anything and slapped me a few times. He even threatened to cripple me if I meddled in his business again. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at Fatso's chubby face, he teased, It's good to give you a few slaps. It'll help you lose weight. Boss, you're my brother. Your brother was beaten and you still say such things. You're too much. Fatso grumbled discontentedly. You deserve it. Is the disciple of the Saint Peak someone you can provoke? What's more, he's a direct descendant of a super tribe. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. But this was not the point. What angered him the most was that this damn Fatso actually tricked him. He said that he was helping Li Yan, but in fact, he was helping himself. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tricked you. Please help me. If I don't vent my anger, I really can't feel at ease. Fatso looked at him pitifully. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and sneered, You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. He clearly knows that you're my person, yet he still dares to touch you. He's looking down on me too much. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you get back your face. Thank you, boss. Fatso was overjoyed. As long as the boss took action, the disciples of the Saint Peak and the direct descendant of a super tribe were all small fry. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Feiyang angrily and said, Boss, what do you mean? You have to look at the owner before you hit a dog? Is Fat Lord's position in your heart only like this? Qin Feiyang's face stiffened. In all honesty, he had never thought of it that way. It was purely a habit. He looked at Fatso and pretended to be stupid. Did I say that? Nonsense, Lord Fatty's ears aren't deaf. Fatso roared. Okay, it's just a slip of the tongue. Don't take it to heart. I'll apologize to you, okay? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Knowing that he was pretending to be stupid, couldn't he give him a way out? If an apology is useful, what's the use of justice? Fatty didn't want to let go of the fact that he was in the right. Then what do you want? Qin Feiyang was helpless. It was really as the saying goes, trouble comes from the mouth. Fatso thought for a moment and laughed. Fat Lord can forgive you, but you have to promise me that you will cripple that Nye Xiaoyong. Alright. Isn't he just a playboy? If I cripple him, what can the Vajra tribe do to me? Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation. Fatso was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth and urged, Then let's go, I just received news that he went to harass Li Yan again. Lead the way. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Daring to bully Qin Feiyang's brother, even if it was the emperor, he wouldn't let him go. Buzz. Fatso waved his hand and opened a teleportation door. The two of them rushed in one after another. At the same time, Sword Edge. This giant peak was located next to a river a few miles away from the Warrior Mountain Range. It was more than 1,000 feet high, straight and steep. From afar, it looked like a giant sealed sword. This was the origin of the word Sword Edge. At this moment, at the peak of the Sword Edge, Li Yan, you are no longer the same as before. Your grandfather is dead, you are no longer the little princess from before. Let me give you a piece of advice. You should obey our senior brother Nye as soon as possible. That's right, although our senior brother Nye comes here every day to look for you, he has never forced you to do anything. You should understand senior brother Nye's feelings for you. Yes, don't be stubborn. With senior brother Nye's identity and strength, as long as he says a word, who knows how many women will rush to offer themselves to him. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. More than a dozen young men stood together and talked nonstop. In front of these people, there was a young man in purple. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had long purple hair. His facial features were handsome, and his eyebrows were as sharp as knives. His dark eyes revealed a shocking sharpness. There was no suspense. This person was Nye Xiaoyong. He looked coldly at the cliff in front of him, his proud eyebrows full of impatience. He saw a young woman sitting at the edge of the cliff. Her long black hair was like a waterfall, and her pure white dress fluttered in the wind. Her exquisite facial features and tender skin were like a masterpiece of the heavens, perfect and flawless. However, her black gem-like eyes, however, appeared empty and lifeless. She stared at the void in front of her. No matter what the group of people behind her said, she didn't seem to hear them, and there was a sadness that couldn't be dispersed between her eyebrows. Li Yan, are you listening to us or not? I'm telling you, don't be ungrateful. As a person, his patience will be worn out by you. The group of people shouted with righteous indignation. Li Yan still turned a deaf ear, and her eyes were dim. Nye Xiaoyong looked at Li Yan, and the annoyance on his face became more and more obvious. Suddenly, a touch of hostility flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed in the air. His saint power roared and forcibly pulled Li Yan in front of him. Nie Xiaoyong grabbed Li Yan's hair and pulled it down hard. Li Yan's pale face suddenly looked up at him. Nie Xiaoyong greedily glanced at Li Yan's chest, then looked into Li Yan's eyes and said sternly, "I'm telling you, don't challenge my patience again." However, Li Yan neither struggled nor said anything. She just looked at him in disgust. The anger in Nie Xiaoyong's heart became more and more uncontrollable. "The more you act like this, the more I like it. Today, I must have you, and no one can stop me." He smiled coldly and threw Li Yan on the ground. He turned to the dozen young men and shouted, "Take her, let's go." But the two young men ran over, picked up the embarrassed Li Yan, and prepared to leave. "Where do you want to take her?"